Have you ever wanted to build your own social media app like Twitter from the ground up? In this course, you'll do exactly that. You'll learn how to create a full-stack social media platform with modern tools like Next.js, Tailwind CSS, TypeScript, MongoDB, and much more. By the end, you'll have built and deployed a fully functional app that you can share with the world. Let's make your web development skills shine. Hello and welcome to the best practical full-stack course online. My name is Noor. I'm a software engineer and the lead instructor at Programming Fluency. I have many years of experience both as a software developer and as an instructor, and I'm so excited to be your instructor on this course. This course will teach you how to build and deploy a full-stack social media app. You'll master key technologies like Next.js, Tailwind CSS, and TypeScript. You're gonna gain real-world coding experience and learn how to handle everything from user authentication to creating tweet functionalities. The course is structured to take you from setting up the project to designing the user interface in Figma and then building key features like user authentication, posting tweets, managing groups, and much more. You'll also learn to deploy your app so it's live and ready to use. This course is perfect for web developers with basic knowledge of HTML, CSS, JavaScript, React, Tailwind CSS, and Next.js. It's not for beginners who are just getting started or unfamiliar with these technologies. If you already have a foundation and are looking to apply your skills to a real-world project, this is the course for you. By the end, you'll have a full-fledged app in your portfolio. If you're ready to take your skills to the next level, enroll now and let's build something amazing together. Hey everyone, welcome back. Before we start building our project, let's take a look at the final version of our app, the deployed version of the app, in order to get a better understanding of what we are going to build in this course. When a new user opens our app, he's gonna land on the landing page, this page. And as you can see, this is the domain name of our app, which means that our app is gonna be deployed on the internet. So this is going to be our landing page, showing the logo and a login and a register buttons. I'm gonna register a new account and I'm going to generate a temporary email. I'm going to search for temp email and go to this website. It's gonna generate a temporary email for me. As you can see, this interface came from Clerk. As you already know, we're gonna use Clerk for authentication in our application. We're gonna have the option to sign in with GitHub or Google. Or you can just type your name, username, email, and so on. Let's register a hypothetical user. Let's say Elon Musk. Username Elon Musk. I'm gonna copy the email address from here and paste it here. And let's generate a password. I'm gonna type free password generator. And I'm gonna go to this website. Its name is Delinea or whatever. And I'm gonna click here on generate random password. And then I'm gonna copy that and go paste it here. And as you can see here, the authentication process is secured by Clerk. So let's click continue. Then it's gonna send a verification code to the registered email. It's a normal registration process. So let's go here to the temp mail page, and you can see that our application has sent a verification code or a verification email to our email. So let's click on it. And this is the code. Let's copy it. And let's go back here and paste it. Okay, success. Perfect. Then it's gonna take us to an onboarding page where we can upload a profile image, maybe edit the username, the name, whatever, and then type a bio about ourselves. So Elon Musk is gonna update his profile photo. I'm gonna go to Google and type Elon Musk, and let's save any image. I'm gonna save it on my desktop. Let's name it Elon Musk. Save. And let's go back here to our application and upload this image. And let's type here, let's say I built Tesla, and click save. Now I'm redirected to the home page of our application. We're gonna have a navigation bar here, and it's gonna be responsive on mobile. It's gonna be down here, as you can see. And we're gonna have a right sidebar here where we're gonna show some suggestions, groups suggestions, and users suggestions. Here we're gonna have the user panel or a user button where the user can sign out, manage his account, and so on. And from here I can create groups this way, but more on that later. Now let's explore our home page. I created a bunch of fake profiles. As you can see, Mark Zuckerberg is using our application. Of course, I'm kidding. And he's saying that Twiddle is better than Facebook. I'm gonna like his tweet, and then I'm gonna comment on it. When I click here, it's gonna show me this page. I'm gonna say yes and click reply. I can also create a new tweet by clicking on tweets. It's gonna take me to the create tweet page. Let's say good morning world, or let's say Twiddle is better than X. Of course, X is formerly known as Twitter before. And then I'm gonna post this tweet. It did post the tweet and took me to the home page where I can see my tweet here, a like button, comment. I can also retweet tweets. Like if I want to retweet the Mark Zuckerberg tweet, I'm gonna just click on it. It's gonna tell me retweeted successfully, and it's gonna show that retweet on the home page. And here it's gonna say retweeted from Mark Zuckerberg. And of course, I can also share any tweet. I can click here. It's gonna tell me that the tweet link is copied to my clipboard and I can share it with others. Gonna click OK. If I open a new tab and paste the tweet link, click enter, it's gonna take me to the tweet page, that specific tweet page. Let's go back here. And finally, if the tweet belongs to me, I get delete button where I can delete my tweet. Like for example, I'm gonna delete that tweet. As you can see, it's removed from the home page. We're gonna also create a pagination here where we can navigate between pages. Those are a bunch of other profiles, fake profiles. As you can see here, the pagination looks nice. And we're also gonna have a search feature where we can search users and groups. Let's search for Mark Zuckerberg. As you can see, we got a result here. I can view his profile on a single page. I get 2 tabs, tweets and replies. Of course, this is his tweets, this is his replies. This is a reply on a post. I can see the original post or the original tweet, and so on. And we got a football player here. I can also search for groups. Let's search for this group, financial management. Yeah, I can view this group. It has 2 members, 0 tweets inside of it. I can also view my own profile. I have me as Elon Musk. I have 1 tweet, 1 reply. I can edit my own profile. As you can see here, I can update profile image, general profile info. I can update my bio. Let's say I built Tesla and bought Twitter. Click save. As you can see, it's reflected here. Very, very nice. We're also gonna have a notifications page. Of course, no notifications yet, but if someone commented or replied to any of my tweets, it's gonna be shown here. Like here, for example, I opened the app using my own account. I'm gonna comment on Elon Musk tweet and say thank you. Click reply. Then I'm gonna go back to Elon Musk account here and click on notifications. As you can see here, I got a new notification, Noor Fakhri replied to your tweet. I can click on it and then I'm gonna be redirected to the reply page or that tweet page. And of course, those are the suggestions. As you can see here, suggested users and groups. Okay, what else we didn't discover? Let's go to groups page. We got all the groups here. Let's try to create a new group. I'm gonna create organization. We're gonna use Clerk also to create organizations and save them as groups inside of our database. Let's call it Tesla Lovers. And let's type here in Google Tesla images. Okay, let's download any image. Name it Tesla. And here, let's upload that image. And click on Create Organization. And the group is created. I can invite myself. I'm gonna provide my email. I'm gonna click Send the invitation. Finish. And when I navigate to my own account, I get a notification here that I got an invitation to join Tesla Lovers group. I'm gonna click on Join and then go to this group. As you can see here, I'm logged in inside that group. When I go to Groups page, I can see the group has been added here. I can view this group. The members are Elon Musk and myself. So yeah, that's it. This is our beloved project. This is a pretty complex project, guys, okay? But it's a lot of fun. We're gonna have a lot of fun developing this project. So I hope you're excited like me, and I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Bye-bye! Hey everyone, welcome back. Let's kick off the development of Twiddle by starting where I always prefer to begin my web projects, which is on GitHub. And if you don't know GitHub already, it's an extremely popular platform that enables us developers to manage our software projects using another powerful tool called Git. And in this course, we're gonna create a repository for our course and link it to a local directory on our computer. I'm gonna show you how. This repo will include all the resources we'll use throughout the course, including the source code for the Twiddle app itself, okay? So I need you to head over to your GitHub account, and if you don't have one, it's time to create one, okay? After all, you can't be a developer without having a GitHub account. You can just go to Google and type GitHub, then go to github.com, and then you can click on sign up and create a new account. Then let's create a new repo, new repository. I'm gonna create it under my organization, Programming Fluency, and name it Twiddle course. Leave the description blank, and I'm gonna set the repo to private for now, okay? And once I finish recording the course, I'm gonna change it to public. Then click Create Repository, then scroll down here. You're gonna find a bunch of commands that we're gonna use to link this repo to our local directory or local repo that we're going to create right now. So go to your desktop and create a new project from scratch, create a new folder, and name it also Twiddle course. And then open Visual Studio Code and open that folder using VS Code. Then let's go back to GitHub and copy all of these commands and go here to Visual Studio Code and open the terminal. And let's paste all of these commands here and then press enter. Let's take a quick look on these commands. Here we're initializing a new repo. We're adding a readme.md file, then we're committing a new commit named first commit. Then we're changing the name of the master branch domain. Then we're linking the remote repo, the repo on GitHub, to our local directory here. And finally, we're pushing the changes to that remote repo. Now, if you go back here to our GitHub repo and reload the page, as you can see, we got here the readme.md file, and we got that first commit. And as I mentioned earlier, we're gonna place all the resources for our course inside this directory, and then we're gonna push them to the GitHub repository. This way you can easily access everything there. And I'm gonna leave the link for this repository in the course setup lecture. You can find it in the course setup lecture, okay? So yeah, that's it for this lecture. We have created our GitHub repository, and I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Have a great day and bye-bye. Hey everyone, welcome back. In the next lecture, we're gonna talk about the design document of our project. But first, I wanna explain to you what a design document is and why it's very important. You see, a design document is like a detailed plan. It's a detailed plan that outlines the architecture, the components, the interactions of a project before development begins. And that's actually the point. It's crucial because it serves as a blueprint, guiding developers and stakeholders through the project's objectives and technical requirements. You can imagine it like when an architect plans for a building, a design document also makes sure that everyone involved understands the overall vision, and they can also identify potential challenges early on and stays aligned with the project's goals. Let's take an example. Constructing a house without a detailed plan could lead to structural issues or costly changes later, right? Similarly, developing a software without a design document could result in miscommunications, bugs, and this could lead to a product that doesn't meet user needs or business goals. This planning ultimately saves time, reduces costs, and increase the likelihood of a successful project. So, right now I hope you have a good idea of why a design document is very important, and why actually you should always start your web development projects by making or creating a design document that outlines the project architecture and needs. In the next lecture, we're actually gonna see the design document for our project. See you then, have a great day, and bye bye! Now that we understand what a design document is, let's take a look at the design document for Twiddle. You can find this design document in the resources folder or inside of our GitHub repository, okay? We're gonna have an introduction here, of course. The project name is Twiddle, and the purpose or the objective is to build a social media platform where users can post short messages or tweets, interact with others, and so on. The background of the application is inspired from Twitter, and those are the project requirements. The functional requirements are going to be things like user registration, tweet creation, and so on. And then there are non-functional requirements, which include high availability and scalability, secure data handling and privacy protection, fast response times, of course, and of course, it's very important to build a beautiful and a responsive user interface. We're going to have a microservices architecture to ensure scalability and maintainability. And that architecture will include many services like server actions, authentication service, user and tweet services, and so on. Here we've written a detailed design, like for example, in the authentication service, we're going to use a third-party service which is Clerk, in which we're going to have a route for registration where users will make a post requests to register a new user, the same for login, and of course we're going to need a database to store everything inside of it. We're going to have a user schema and some user actions to retrieve user profile, update user profile, and so on. We're going to have a tweet schema and a group schema. In the user interface, we're gonna have many pages or wireframes, like the home feed, profile page, tweet creation, notifications, groups, and search. And this is going to be the data flow, like user register new account, or if they already have an account, they will log in, posting a tweet, liking a tweet, and so on. And then we're gonna use Vercel for deployment. And here we're gonna have like a short paragraph on our technology stack. And that's it. Of course, that was a quick overview of our design document. As I told you, you can download this design document from the resources folder of this lecture, or you can also find it in our GitHub repository. So yeah, that's it for this lecture, and I'm gonna see you in the next one. Bye bye! Hey everyone! In this section, we'll create the UI design for Twiddle using Figma. And you might be asking yourself right now, why do we need to do this? We already take a look at the final version of the app, right? And right now we have a visual idea of what we are going to build, right? Why do we need to do this step? Why do we need to create a UI design for our project before diving into development? First of all, I want to teach you how to create a UI design before diving into development because it will allow you as a developer to visualize how will app will look like and how it will function. It will give you some sort of a visual overview of what you are going to build. And this can help you identify potential issues early, and it will help you create a better user experience for the user. And also you can make adjustments before start coding, and this is really crucial, by the way, okay? we as developers, we don't want like big surprises after development while we're coding. And also there is another reason I want to teach you how to create UI design, which is I want you to know how to use a powerful tool like Figma. Figma is a powerful tool, guys, okay? It's a very powerful skill to have on your resume. If you know how to build a UI design and know how to use Figma, it's a big plus on your resume, okay? So I hope now you get an idea why are we doing this and why it's very important. So now let's take our first step. I need you to go to our project, our local repo, and create a new folder. And let's name it Creating the UI Design of Twiddle using Figma. Then inside that folder, I need you to create another new folder named Design Assets. Then I need you to go to the resources of this lecture, and there you'll find all the assets we're gonna need to create that UI design. I need you to download those assets and place them inside the Design Assets folder, okay? I already have all the design assets copied on my clipboard here. I'm just gonna paste them. And as I told you, I need you to do the same. Create that Design Assets folder and go to the Resources folder for this lecture and download all the resource assets. You're gonna find it in that Resources folder. Download them inside that folder, the Design Assets folder, okay? And also I'm gonna push these files to GitHub. So if you want to download them from GitHub, it's up to you. You can find them either on our GitHub repo, or you can find them or download them from the resources folder. So here I'm gonna say git add all, git commit adding all the design assets and creating the UI design. Then let's say git push. Now if we go to our GitHub repo, we can see this commit, and here are all the files inside of the design assets. This is the create the UI design of Twiddle using Figma folder, and this is the design assets. You can find all of them here. You can download them from here. Okay? That's it for this lecture. In the next lecture, we're gonna start actually designing our project using Figma. So, see you then. Have a great day and bye-bye. Hey everyone, I hope you're having a wonderful day. As we said before, we're gonna create the UI design. So I need you to head to the Figma website. You're gonna find the link in the course setup lecture, or you can simply go to Google, search for Figma, and go to the Figma website. Then create a new account. If you don't have one, create a new one. Then register a new account, or you can continue with your Google account. It's a very simple registration process. After you create a new account, create an organization. I created an organization under my organization's name, Programming Fluency. Then click here on creating a new project. Let's name it Twiddle. Continue. Then click on create project. Then under the Twiddle project, create a new design file. And let's name it also Twiddle, or let's say Twiddle UI. Click enter. And this is the Figma interface. Now let's create the landing page of our project. we're gonna simply go here and create a new frame. Then create a desktop frame. You can see many options here like desktop, phone here, Android, iPhone, and so on. There is also tablet, so you can create a design for any screen. I'm gonna choose desktop, and here also choose desktop. It's gonna create a wireframe for a desktop screen. Let's name that wireframe landing page. The background color is gonna be black, pure black. Then let's open the design assets folder and let's take the logo. Let's take the logo here. Let's put it here. Let's make it a little bigger. And here we're gonna add a title saying happening now. And we're gonna go here to the font type and make it like extra bold. And the font size, let's make it, I don't know, let's say 60. Here, let's say 60. And font type extra bold. Okay, I think it's nice. And let's add another one here saying join today. Let's make this a little lighter. Let's say light. Okay, nice. And we want to create two buttons here, one for login and another one for register. So how does this work? Actually, everything inside Figma is a square or a rectangle. So we're gonna create a rectangle here, like that. Okay, nice. And let's create another one. If you want to create a duplicate from any element in Figma, just click on Alt and click on the element and just start grabbing that and it's gonna create a duplicate, okay? Let's make the background here all white. And here I want it to be somehow green, maybe a light green, yeah, okay, that's good. And here let's add a text saying login. And here let's make the font like thin. Here let's say size 30 or something. Let's make this light, okay, much better. And let's duplicate this here and type register. And yeah, that's it. As you can see, we have our landing page. Very easy, right? Okay, great. That's it for this lecture. I'm gonna see you in the next one. Bye-bye. After user completes the registration, they are going to be redirected to an onboarding page. And this is why we need to create the UI design for that onboarding page. So let's just do that. So I'm going to copy this page, right click, then click copy. Then you can go down here and right click and paste here. Okay, nice. Now let's lock this page. I'm gonna click on it and I'm going to click here, go to view, then go to panels, and then go to show left side bar. Or there is a shortcut, Control plus Shift plus this character. Click on it, Then go to our landing page and click on that lock icon, which is gonna lock it, meaning that you're not gonna be able to do anything to it. And this is actually really good to avoid messing up with our design. Now let's hide this left sidebar, and here I'm gonna name this. Okay, we actually locked this one by mistake. So let's unlock it and lock this one. Okay, nice. Now let's go to this one and name it onboarding page. Let's delete everything from here. And let's add a text here, a heading, saying something like welcome to Twiddle. Okay, nice. And let's add another one here saying complete your profile now to use Twiddle. And let's make the font size, let's say 25, for example. Maybe make it 30. Okay, it's good. And let's make the font weight light. Okay, nice. And now let's open our local folder and go to the design assets folder. Sorry, not this one. Okay, this one, design assets. And search for user profile. Yeah, this one. And drag it and drop it here. This user profile, it's a component from Clerk. It's a Clerk UI component that we're gonna take directly from Clerk, okay? I just took a screenshot from it and placed it here in our design. Maybe make it a bit bigger, like that. Okay, nice. Now we're gonna need to increase the height of our page a little bit. Okay. And down here, we're gonna need to add some input area or text area to allow the user to input their bio or something about themselves. So I'm gonna add a rectangle here. Now let's modify the background color. I have a hex code here, which is hash 121417. Yeah, this one. And we're gonna add another rectangle here. Okay, something like that. This is going to be the text area. And it's gonna be pure black. Okay, great. And let's add a text here saying tell people more about yourself. And down here, let's add a button. Let's add another rectangle. And the background color is gonna be hash 877 EFF. Yeah, this one. And right here, we're gonna type save. Let's put it here and make it like extra bold, or let's say black. Okay, nice. So yeah, this is our onboarding page. Let's grab this here and also grab this here. And I think it looks nice. So right now we have the landing page here and the onboarding page here. We can grab it and put it right here. And right now let's lock it. We're gonna click on the lock icon and it's locked. So yeah, right now we have the landing page and the onboarding page. That's it for this lecture, and I'm gonna see you in the next one. Bye bye. Now let's design the home page for Twiddle. We already did the landing page, the onboarding page, so let's design the home page. We're gonna create a new frame and let's choose desktop and let's name it home page. This home page is gonna have the background of a black, pure black. And we're gonna have a top bar here in this area. And its background color is gonna be #121417. And we're gonna put our logo here. So here let's search for logo. Yeah, this one. Put it here. Let's make it very small, like that. And grab it and put it here. And here we want to put like a user button or something like that. So let's choose a circle here. Okay. Or you know what? Let's take a profile photo from here. Let's say that this is Mark Zuckerberg opening our application. Let's take his image. Yeah, this one. And just let's put it here. And we're gonna go here and increase the border radius maybe to 30. Okay, maybe let's make it 20. Let's try 50. Okay, this is much better. And here also we're gonna have like a left sidebar. So let's create a rectangle here. It's gonna have the same background color like this one. We're gonna copy that. And here we're gonna just paste it. Okay. And then we're gonna have our navigation icons like the home one. Let's put it here. And let's take the search icon. Okay, nice. Maybe make it a little bigger. Okay, perfect. Then we want the notifications icon. Then the tweet one. Then groups. I made all these icons using Canva, if you're wondering how did I do it. And finally, the profile icon. We're gonna put it here. Let's increase the width here. And here I wanna show a rectangle with this color, hash 8 7 7 EFF. So let's grab this here and we're gonna right click on the icon here and say bring to front and put it here. And we're gonna type here home. We're gonna make the font size, let's say, I don't know, 30. Okay, nice. The font weight, let's make it like medium. Okay. This background color of that home page or home button is gonna indicate that this is the active page, okay? We're gonna give it to each active page, okay? And here let's duplicate this here and near to each icon. And here we're gonna type search here notifications, here tweet, here groups, and here profile. Now let's increase the width of the page a little bit, adjust this as well, put this here, and here maybe increase the height. Okay, nice. Now let's create a right sidebar. It's gonna have the same background color. Copy that and paste it here. Here we're gonna say suggestions, and here group suggestions, and here we're gonna show some sort of a group card like this one. Its background is gonna be pure black, and let's see some picture from here. Yeah, I have a picture for Next.js. Let's say we have a group on Next.js lovers. Here the name of the group, Next.js lovers. And here some sort of a button that's going to have this color. Let's increase the radius a bit, okay? And here we're gonna say like view. Okay, nice. And here user suggestions. Let's say we have Bill Gates here also. So I'm gonna suggest Bill Gates to Mark Zuckerberg. And of course, this is going to be in a user card as well. So I'm gonna add a rectangle here. Its background is gonna be black. Okay. Let's put this here, right click, bring to front, increase the radius, adjust the size, and here the name Bill Gates, and here the username at Bill Gates. This is going to be extra light. Okay, nice. Maybe we're gonna copy that, paste it here. And here also we're gonna say view, make it medium. Okay, nice. And here in the body of the homepage, we're gonna show the tweets. So we're gonna create a tweet card. Here, increase the radius. Okay. Its background is gonna be like this one. Copy that and paste it here. And let's say Mark Zuckerberg here. Let's bring it to front first, okay? Let's say that he's tweeting saying good morning world. This is his tweet. And this is going to be his name here. Mark. Let's make this black, okay? Put this here. And this is the tweet. And let's put our icons here. Heart. This is if anyone wants to like the tweet. And reply. Repost or retweet. Share. And if the tweet is his tweet, we're gonna show a delete button. So here, show the delete icon. Now let's duplicate this here. But here let's say that Bill Gates is gonna say, I love Twiddle. And let's take all of that. Of course, since this is not my tweet, no, not Mark Zuckerberg's tweet, we're supposing that this is Mark Zuckerberg profile. So this is not gonna be his tweet, which means that we don't need to show the delete button. Let's group that, highlight it, and click Ctrl+G. Okay? Then let's duplicate here, and let's ungroup it back to be able to modify it. So let's click on Ctrl and G once more. And let's say that this guy is gonna be, I don't know, let's see if we have anyone else here. Okay, we have Elon Musk. Nice. All the guys are here. Let's increase the radius. Okay. Let's say here he's saying Twiddle is better than X. Okay. So let's say here that Mark Zuckerberg is gonna like Elon Musk tweet. In that case, we're gonna show a heart red icon. Like that. So yeah, this is pretty much our homepage. Of course, we're gonna add more features in development, but we have a visual idea of what we are going to build in that homepage. So yeah, that was a long lecture, I know. Now take a little break and I'm gonna see you in the next one. Have a great day and bye-bye. Now let's create the UI design of the search page. First of all, we're gonna copy this page, unlock it first, and copy it, and then let's paste it here. We're gonna name it search page, and here we're gonna lock the home page back, and let's grab this down here, and let's delete all of that. Okay, nice. And here let's add the search bar. We're gonna add a rectangle like that. Let's make the border radius 45. Background color is gonna be the same as this color. And here we're gonna type something like search users and groups. Maybe we can make it a bit lighter, like, okay, thin. Or no, I don't like it. Maybe just extra light. Okay, nice. And let's copy this search icon and paste it here. Make it a bit smaller. Okay, nice. And then we're gonna list all the users and groups here. And when a user types or searches for something, we're gonna filter the search results. So I'm gonna take everything here and duplicate here. And here I'm gonna say also view. This is a group, so we're gonna put it down here. And then we're gonna take everything from here and just put it here. And that's it. This is going to be our search page. When a user types something here like Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, or whatever, we're gonna filter the search results and show only the item that the user is searching for. Okay? So that's it for this lecture. I'm gonna see you in the next one. Bye bye. Hey everyone, welcome back. In this lecture, we're gonna do the notifications page. But first, we forgot to do something here in the search page. Here, I'm gonna make this one the active link. I'm gonna bring this to front, okay? And this is going to be the active link or the active page. Now let's copy this page and paste it here, grab this here, or maybe leave it here, or up here, name it notifications page. Now let's lock the search page and go here to the notifications page. I'm gonna make this the active page. Bring the icon to front. Okay, this is the active page now. And we're gonna delete everything from here. And we're gonna add a rectangle here. It's gonna display the notification or each notification. Its background color is gonna be like this one. Copy that and just paste it here. And let's add a radius, a border radius of, let's say, 45. And here I'm gonna say, let's say, Bill Gates replied to your tweet. And let's here put his profile picture. Bring the front, put it here. And let's copy this background color and color this part of the text with the same color. Okay, nice. And I can actually do the same for, let's say, Elon Musk. Increase the radius. And here, of course, we're gonna say Elon Musk. And then we're gonna paste the same color. And that's it. Whenever someone replies to your tweet, you're gonna see a notification here that looks like this. So yeah, that's it for this lecture, and I'm gonna see you in the next one. Bye bye! Now let's create the UI design of the tweet page. We're gonna copy the page, and then let's lock the notifications page. But first, let's name this tweet page. And here, let's lock the notifications page. Okay. In the tweet page, we're gonna make this the active page. Bring icon to front. And then delete all of that. And here we're gonna add a text saying create tweet. Let's make the font size something like maybe 60. Okay. And the weight is gonna be black. Okay, perfect. And here let's add another text saying content. Make it a bit smaller, maybe 45. And light, okay. And then we're gonna add a text area. Of course, in development, here we're gonna add just a rectangle. that has 45 border radius, and the background color is gonna be this one. And here we're gonna add a big button that's gonna have this background color. No, not this one. This one. Copy that and paste it here. Let's add a radius of 45. And here we're gonna type post tweet. Let's make it extra bold. So yeah, that's it. Any user can type anything here. Let's say hello world and click on the post tweet. So yeah, that's it for this lecture, and I'm gonna see you in the next one. Bye bye. Now let's go ahead and design the group's UI interface. Let's copy this page, name it groups page, lock the tweet page, and let's put the groups page here. We're gonna make the groups page the active one. Bring this to front. Okay, nice. Remove everything from this page. And then in the groups page, we're gonna display all the groups. Like this group, for example. We're gonna copy everything from here. But here, the background color is gonna be this one. So we have a group here. But here we're gonna add some profile photos of the members. Let's say Zuckerberg is a member here. And also let's say Bill Gates is a member. We're gonna add his photo as well, like that. This will indicate that these two users are members of this group. And of course, we're gonna display all the groups that way. Like here, we can have two other ones. This can be programming fluency group. Here I took our logo. Let's add a radius to it. I'm gonna delete that and put that here instead. Okay. This could be something like JavaScript geeks, for example. And here we can add a JavaScript icon. And here I'm gonna create a JavaScript icon using Canva. I'm gonna leave it to you also in the resources folder. Let's go to the desktop, save it in the design assets, name it JS. Then let's take it here. Okay, it's very big. Let's put it here. Okay. That looks nice. And yeah, this is going to be our groups page. It looks nice, right? That's it for this lecture, and I'm gonna see you in the next one. Have a great day and bye bye. Now let's design our last page, which is the profile page. Let's copy this one and name it profile page, and let's lock the groups page. Okay, great. And here let's delete all of that, and of course make this the active link. Bring the front, put it here. Okay, so this is the profile page. So I'm gonna show here the profile photo, and here the name Mark Zuckerberg. I think I misspelled it, but anyways, make it black. Okay, and here add the username saying at Mark Zuckerberg. Maybe we can say at Mark Zuck, like that, and make it extra light. Okay, nice. And here we're gonna add his bio. Let's say that he wrote in his bio, I built Facebook. Make this medium, okay. And if I'm viewing my own profile, I'm gonna have a button here saying edit, or let's say edit profile. Let's decrease or reduce the radius a bit. Okay, nice. And here we're gonna have like two tabs. So we're gonna create two rectangles here, like that. The first one is gonna have radius 45, or let's say 10. Okay, better. And another one here. And this one is gonna have this background color. And this one is gonna have a black background color. And here we're gonna type tweets. This is going to be a tab, okay? And here we're gonna type replies. So when I click on tweets, I'm gonna show my tweets here, or the user tweets here. Like, for example, let's take this tweet. I'm gonna unlock the home page for now. And I just want all of that. Copy. Then lock the home page again. And let's go back here and paste all of that here, like that. And of course, when I click on replies, it's gonna show me my replies or the comments that I made on other tweets. And yeah, that's it. This is the profile page. If you want to preview your website, you can click here. This is a present button. You can click on it. It's gonna open a new tab like that. Let's zoom out a little bit. So this is the profile page. Let's go to the first page. Okay, this is the landing page. This is the home page, notifications, groups, onboarding, search, tweet, and profile pages. And if you want to share your design with other people, you can simply click on share here. And here click on anyone, this anyone. Make sure it's set to anyone, okay? You can change it to only invited people if you want to share it with specific people, or you can share it with anyone. And you can choose that people can just view it or they can edit it. I'm gonna choose just view, and then I'm gonna copy the link. Let's say I open an incognito window and paste that link. I'm gonna get the design here. And if I open it from another account, I'm gonna show you something here. I'm gonna log in. Let's say that you have shared it with your friend or your teammate or whatever, and that person wanna take a copy of your design. They can click on this drop-down menu and choose duplicate to your drafts. It's gonna duplicate the file, then it's gonna add it to your account as one of your own designs. As you can see, Twiddle UI, copy. This is now one of your designs, okay? So yeah, that's it for this section. I hope you had loads of fun and you have learned something useful. I'm gonna see you in the next section where we're gonna start coding and development. I hope you're excited like me. So I'm gonna see you then. Have a great day and bye-bye. Hey guys, I hope you're having a wonderful day. And now let's start the development phase of our project. And of course, we're gonna start by setting up the project. So open Visual Studio Code, then open your local directory, and then open the terminal. Of course, in this project, we're gonna be using Next.js version 14. And also we're gonna use some other packages and third-party services. So first of all, let's install Next.js. We're gonna type npx create dash next dash app at latest. Then click enter. It's gonna ask you several questions. First of all, it's gonna ask you, do you wanna install the following package? Create Next app version 14.2.15. I'm gonna say yes and click enter. Then it's gonna ask you, what's your project name? Let's name it Twiddle-app. Press enter, and then it's gonna ask you, do you wanna use TypeScript? Of course, I'm gonna say yes. Then, do you wanna use ESLint? I'm gonna say no. Do you wanna use Tailwind CSS? Yes. Do you wanna use the source directory? No. Do you wanna use the app router? Yes. Then it's gonna ask you, do you wanna customize the default import alias? By default, it's the character @ so it's asking you, do you want to change it? I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna leave it to this character, the @ character. And right now it's installing Next.js. And of course, it's installing a lot of packages with it, like React, React DOM, TypeScript, and so on. You get the point, right? Of course, it's gonna take some time. And right now, everything is installed. Now let's cd to our app. We're gonna say cd Twiddle app and press enter. Now let's clear our console. And then we're gonna start our development server by typing this command npm run dev. Then press enter. As you can see, the development server now is running on localhost port 3000. Now let's go ahead and open our browser and let's go to localhost 3000. And this is the starter view for any Next.js application. We're gonna customize that very soon, but for now let's continue by installing the rest of our packages. Let's go back to Visual Studio Code. Let's open another terminal window, and here of course also cd to our project, cd Twiddle app. And now let's install Clerk for authentication. As you already know, we're gonna be using Clerk for authenticating our users. So we're gonna type npm install Clerk, and also we're gonna be using Mongoose to be able to connect to our MongoDB database. So we're gonna type space, then Mongoose, and also we're gonna be needing a package named Tailwind CSS Animate, which is a plugin that will help us add animations to our app, and it can be integrated smoothly with Tailwind CSS. So we're gonna type Tailwind dash animate, sorry, this is Tailwind CSS dash animate, and that's it for now. Later we're gonna be installing many more packages. Whenever we need a package, we're gonna install it, okay? So right now just click enter, and now everything is installed. And now let's explore our project codebase so far. Let's go here and then open Twiddle app, and here see a folder named app. In any Next.js app using the app router, you'll find an app folder. Click on it. This app folder will contain the entire Next.js application. Inside the app folder, you're gonna find the favicon icon, the globals.css file, which is gonna include all of our global styling, and a layout file and a page file for our application. We're gonna customize all of that later, okay? And as we saw before, when we ran the command npm run dev, we saw the starter view or the starter template. And this template is created by Vercel. Now let's start modifying it. Let's go back here to Visual Studio Code, and let's open this file, the page.tsx file inside of the app folder. And then let's start removing everything inside of it. We're gonna remove all of that, and we're just gonna return a main element and an h1 element inside of it saying Twiddle. Now let's reload. Here we can see this title, Twiddle. Let's make sure Tailwind CSS is working properly. We're gonna add a class name here saying text center. And as you can see, the Twiddle h1 element is centered inside the page, which means that Tailwind CSS is working properly. Now let's go to Tailwind CSS config file. If you don't know what this file is, it's a configuration file in Tailwind CSS that will allow us to customize Tailwind CSS to fit our needs. And here let's remove these colors, we don't need it. And here in the plugins, we're gonna require Tailwind CSS Animate. Now let's go to globals.css file. And then we're gonna remove basically everything from it except for these 3 lines, okay? And that's it. We've successfully set up our beloved project Twiddle, and now we are completely ready to start implementing our logic. Now let's push all the changes that we made to our GitHub repo. We're gonna open the terminal and type git add all, then git commit, and the commit message is gonna be setting up the project. And finally, we're gonna say git push. Now, if we open our GitHub repo, you can see that the commit has been added, setting up the project. Let's click on it. This is all the changes that we've made to the code base. As I told you before, I'm gonna copy the link to this commit and leave it for you in the resources folder for this lecture, okay? And I'm gonna do the same after each lecture. I don't have to tell you anymore, okay? After each lecture, just go to the resources folder for that lecture and you're gonna find the link for the commit related to that lecture. And in that commit, you're gonna find all the changes that we made, okay? So that's it for this lecture and I'm gonna see you in the next one. Have a wonderful day and bye-bye. Now let's improve our file and folder structure to ensure that our app is scalable, maintainable, and easy to work on no matter how much our project grows. And in order to achieve this in the best way possible, we're gonna use advanced Next.js routing features like route groups. If we go to the Next.js documentation, then click on routing, and then scroll down until you find route groups, you can see that they are telling you here that in the app directory, nested folders are normally mapped to URL path, which means that if, for example, in the app folder here, I create a new folder named marketing, it's gonna create a route for me that looks like that, /marketing. Okay? But let's say here that you don't want the marketing word to be included in the URL or in the full path. You just want to create it for organization purposes. For example, here they're creating the app folder, and here they are creating a marketing folder between parentheses. The marketing word is between parentheses. And then they are creating a folder named about inside of that marketing folder. The URL is gonna be /about. Next.js is gonna ignore the word marketing because we did put it inside parentheses. And this is called route groups. This way we can organize our code by creating folder that means something to us, like here marketing, shop, and so on. And at the same time avoid including these words in the full URL, okay? So I'm gonna delete this marketing folder. We don't need a marketing folder in our project. And also remove that. For our project, we're gonna organize our app into two main folders. Auth, which is gonna contain all of our authentication routes and logic, and root, which is gonna hold all the other routes of our app. So let's create these two folders. We're gonna create a new folder here between parentheses named auth, and another one in the app folder, inside of the app folder, named root. And now we're gonna need to do some reorganizing. We're gonna move the layout and the page.tsx files that was inside the app directory. We're gonna move them into the root directory, okay? And right now we can start adding additional routes inside of the auth directory to implement the authentication logic for our app. But we're gonna dive into that in the next lecture. Right now, let's push the changes to GitHub. Open the terminal and type git add all, git commit message. We're gonna say creating our file and folder structure. And finally, we're gonna say git push to push the changes to our remote repo. And that's it for this lecture. I'm gonna see you in the next one. Bye bye. Since we're building a social media app, it's very important to authenticate our users so we can track who creates tweets, comments, and engage in other activities, right? And to handle this, we're gonna create two routes. One for registration named register and another one for login named login. So let's go here to the auth folder, and then we're gonna create a new folder under it named register, and we're gonna create another one named login. And also we're gonna need to create a layout under the auth directory to define general rules and structure for that route. And this layout will help maintain consistency across the authentication pages. So under auth, we're gonna create a file named layout.tsx. And now let's create that layout file. Here we're gonna say import from next/font/Google. What are we importing? We're gonna import enter. And then we're gonna say import from next metadata. And then of course we're gonna import the globals.css file, which includes all of our styling. So we're gonna say ... in order to go back one directory. Here we are in that layout.tsx file inside of auth directory, so we're gonna go backward one directory here in the app directory and import the globals.css file. So here let's say ... globals.css, and then we're gonna need to create the metadata for our application. And this is really important. I see a lot of developers neglect that step. But in order for your website or web application to rank in search engines, you have to create metadata for your application. So we're gonna say export const metadata, and that metadata is gonna be of type metadata. That object equals to an object that has a title, and the title of our application, of course, is gonna be Twiddle. And then the description is gonna be, let's say, a social media app to discover what's happening now in the world. Here, discover. Okay, great. Again, this line of code exports a metadata object that defines the title and description of your app. And this information is going to be used by search engines, typically for search engine optimization purposes. And again, this is very important to make sure your application is recognized by search engines. Okay? And then let's initialize the enter font. We're going to say const enter equals to enter. And then we're going to initialize it with an object saying subsets. Then we're gonna create an array and type Latin. Okay, what does this line of code mean? It specifies that the font should include the Latin subset of characters, okay? Basically, we're just creating our font. And then we're gonna create the root layout of the auth route. So we're gonna say export default function root layout, and this root layout is gonna take children as props. So we're gonna destructure the children from the props, and this children is gonna be of type React Node. So we're gonna say, first we're gonna say read only. Read only is a TypeScript utility that basically means that the properties can't be modified once they are set. So let's complete the code and I'm gonna explain it again. Here we're gonna type the smaller than character and then open curly brackets like that and specify that the children should be of type React dot React Node. And here we're gonna close this tag by the bigger than character. And this function, of course, is gonna return something, right? So right now let's return a React fragment. And now let's go through this again. This defines and exports a functional component named root layout, which is gonna be actually the root layout of this route, the auth route. It's gonna take children props, which is of type React Node, which is gonna allow us to render nested components. Since this is a layout, so of course it's always gonna render nested components. Every layout is gonna render something inside of it, right? And wrapping this children prop inside a read-only TypeScript object makes sure that the children prop can't be reassigned or mutated within the root layout component, okay? So this read-only will make sure that the component's props are treated as immutable. Now let's continue. Here in the root layout, we should always return an HTML element. Its language is gonna be English. And here we're gonna render a body element. Inside of it, we're gonna render a main element. And that main element is gonna have a class name of, we're gonna use template literals here in order to say inter.className. This inter.className will render the main content area with the inter font, okay? And then here we're gonna say background dark-1. And as you notice here, this class is not built in Tailwind CSS, right? So we need to define it ourselves. Where can we do that? We can do that in the tailwind.config file. So let's open the Tailwind config file. And let's go to extend and add colors, which is gonna be an object, and then open string quotations and define the color. We're gonna say dark-1 equals to hash 00000, which is pure black. Now let's continue here. So we're gonna go back here to the layout file, and inside of main, we're gonna add a div, and this div is gonna render the children, which is all the content from any page. And then we're gonna give some class names to this div. We're gonna say width full, and the display is gonna be flex, and we're gonna justify items center and items also center. and we're gonna say minimum height screen. And since we're gonna use clerk for authentication, we're gonna wrap this body element inside a clerk component, and that clerk component is named clerk provider. So here we're gonna say clerk provider, and then we're gonna put the body element inside of that clerk provider. Now we need to import that clerk provider component, right? If you go here to clerk.com, the clerk official website, and go to docs, and search in the documentation for clerk provider, you can see here that they are telling you that the clerk provider component wraps your React application to provide an active session and user context to clerks, hooks, and other components. What does all of this gibberish mean? It simply means that you can render some clerk components like user button, user profile, and so on. And here they are giving you an example of how you can use it. We already did that. The only thing left is to import the clerk provider from @clerk/next.js. So let's copy that and let's paste it here. And by the way, we're gonna need to install that package @clerk/next.js. This is a special clerk package for Next.js. When we did set up our project, we installed clerk, just clerk. So that was a mistake. I'm gonna open the terminal and cd to Twiddle app. And first, I'm gonna uninstall the package. If you open the package.json file, you can see we have a clerk dependency here. So I'm gonna say npm uninstall clerk. Okay, nice, it's removed. Now let's type npm install @clerk/next.js. Press enter. Now let's see if it's added. Okay, nice, it's added here. Let's go back to our layout file. As you can see, the error that we saw before has been disappeared, and clerk provider now is imported from @clerk/next.js. And right now we have done creating the layout of the auth route. So let's push the changes to GitHub. I'm gonna open a new terminal here and type git add all git commit message adding layout to auth, and then type git push, press enter. Now if we go to GitHub, go to the commit that we just created, you can see here that clerk was removed from package.json file and @clerk/next.js is added. So yeah, that's it for this lecture, and I'm gonna see you in the next one. Bye bye. Hey guys, welcome back. In almost any social media app, it's essential to allow your users to register and log into the app, right? And as we mentioned before, we're gonna rely on Clerk to handle this for us. So for now, let's close this and then go to the register folder and create a new folder. And we're gonna name it square brackets and then another square brackets inside of it. and then 3 dots like that, and then we're gonna type register. Okay, what is this all about? This syntax will basically allow us to catch all routes within the register route, and this will give us flexibility in handling different registration-related paths. Okay? Then, inside of this folder, we're gonna create a new file, name it page.tsx. This is going to be the page of this route, and here we're gonna say const page equals to a function. This function is gonna return a React fragment for now, and here we're gonna say export default page. Let's make this a capital P, okay? And since this is the registration route, we're gonna render here a clerk special component that renders a user interface for signing up users. And that component has the name sign up. It's a self-closing component. Then we're gonna need to import that sign up component from clerk. And I'm gonna give you a little tip here. There is a shortcut in VS Code that will allow you to import anything really easily. Highlight the item that you want to import and then click on your keyboard on Control and space. As you can see here, it gave you some sort of a drop-down menu that suggests you to import sign up from @clerk Next.js. Simply click on it and it's gonna import it above here. Okay, great. Now let's check the register URL. Let's go to our application here. Oh, we're getting an error. Okay, apparently it's a font-related error. You know what? I have an idea. I think here when we installed Next.js, they created some layout for us. So I'm gonna delete all of that, and I'm gonna copy the layout that we created inside of the auth directory. I'm gonna copy all of it and simply paste it here. So right now the font settings are the same between these two files. Now let's reload our application. Okay, great. Now it's working and I'm getting actually an error that I wanted. I wanted to show you this error. It's an error from clerk here. See? It's telling you that you are missing a publishable key and that you can get your own key from clerk dashboard. And this means that we need to create a project inside of clerk and get our publishable key from it. So let's go to clerk website. You can find the link for clerk in the course setup lecture, or you can simply type here clerk.com and set up your account. Click here on start building for free. Create your account. It's a simple registration process, or you can log in with your Google or GitHub accounts. And once you've created your account, go ahead and create a new project. And this is how you can do it. You can see here I have an old project, and this is, by the way, the project related to the deployed app that I showed you before. But here we're gonna create a new one. I'm gonna click here and then click on create application. It's gonna take you to this page. Here type your application name. We're gonna name it Twiddle. And then from this menu choose how you want your users to log in, or the sign-in options for your users. You can choose email. Let's also choose Google. And since we are developers, let's choose GitHub. Do you think we should choose also username or not? No, I don't think so. I think this is enough. Email address and Google and GitHub accounts. And then click on create application. And then you're gonna be redirected to a page that provides instructions on how to use Clerk with several frameworks, including Next.js, of course. And this is what we are going to choose. We're gonna click on Next.js. It's gonna tell you how to install Clerk Next.js, but we already did that. And then it will provide you with the Clerk keys, such as the publishable key and the secret keys. You're gonna need to copy these keys and put them in a file named .env.local. And this file, the .env.local file, is a file where you can store your environment variables. These variables often include sensitive information like API keys, secrets, configuration details, and so on. So let's go back here to our project and let's see if Next.js have already created this file for us. No, I don't think so. So let's create it. We're gonna right click here on our application folder and create a new file, name it .env.local. And then simply we're gonna paste the keys that we took from Clerk, the publishable key and the secret key. Now let's go back here. Then we're gonna need to update the middleware.ts file. In our case, we're gonna need to create this file first and then add this code for it. And this Clerk middleware helper will enable authentication, and it's where we're gonna configure our protected routes. So simply copy this code, go back here, and create a new file. Let's name it middleware.ts and paste this code inside of it. And then finally, it's gonna tell you to add Clerk provider to your app, which we already did, thankfully. And then of course, it's gonna tell you to run your application and enjoy it. Now let's go back to our app. As you can see, the error has been disappeared. That's really great. But there is something more that we need to do. Here, this sign up component needs to know which route it's originally mounted on. And this is why we're gonna need to go here to the .env.local file. And we're gonna add this environment variable, all caps, okay, all capital letters. We're gonna say next underscore public underscore clerk underscore sign underscore up underscore URL equals to /register. Of course, this is not going to be capital letters, /register. Now let's go back to our application and hit localhost /register. And look at that. We got the registration user interface provided by Clerk. Okay, that's enough for this lecture. I know that you might be tired by now. So go ahead, take a break. And in the next lecture, we're gonna create our login page. Okay? See you later. Bye-bye. And now let's create the login page for our application. We're gonna go here to the login folder, and we're gonna do the same as we did here. We're gonna create a new folder inside of it. Its name is gonna be square brackets, another square brackets inside of it, and 3 dots or 3 periods, and then the name login. And then inside of it, we're gonna create a new file, page.tsx. And here simply we're gonna say const page equals to a function. This is a function component. That's going to return, let's say, React fragment. Here, let's export default, the page component. And here we're gonna render the sign-in component from clerk. We're gonna say sign in, and it's a self-closing component. Then we're gonna import it. As we learned before, click on Control and space, and then choose to import it from clerk Next.js. And now also this sign-in component needs to know where it's originally mounted on. So we're gonna go to the .env.local file, and let's copy that, paste it here, but here we're gonna say sign in equals to /login. Let's go to our application and hit localhost /login. And also look at that, we got the user interface for signing in. This also came from clerk. It will allow our users to sign in to our application. Now when a new user registers to our application, we want to redirect him to an onboarding page. And when he logs in to our application, we want to redirect him to the home route, to the home page. By default, clerk is gonna redirect any user after login or registration to the home page, okay? So we're gonna leave the default behavior for login as it is, but we're gonna change the logic for the registration, meaning that we want the users after they register to be redirected to the onboarding page. How are we going to do that? We're simply gonna go to this file .env.local, and let's copy that next public clerk sign up URL, paste it here, and here after the sign up we're gonna say force underscore redirect underscore URL equals to /onboarding, also not capital letters, onboarding. And of course, as we discussed before, on this onboarding page we're gonna collect some information about the user and store it in our database. But first, let's go to clerk, let's go to our dashboard and click on configure. Then go to email, phone, username. We already chose email here. Let's choose username and make it required. You can make it optional from here, I think. Yeah, by closing this require button. What do you think? Should we make it required or optional? I'm gonna make it required. Okay, continue. Then password, and we're gonna choose the email verification code. And by choosing this after the user registers his data, he's gonna be sent a verification code to his email, the email that he used for registration, in order to verify or complete his registration process. Okay, and also choose name. By default it's optional, I'm gonna make it required. And yeah, click save. Okay, nice, everything is saved. And we're done. Now let's try what you have done so far. We're gonna try registering a new account and see if clerk redirects us to the onboarding page. So here I'm gonna go to register, and then I'm gonna go to a website named temp mail, copy that mail and paste it here. Let's type any name, let's say John Doe, and here John do username. This is the email. I'm gonna go to Google and search for free password generator. Choose this website, Delinea. Generate random password, copy it, then paste it here, click continue, and then go back here to the temp mail. We are waiting for a verification email from clerk, or basically from our application. Waiting, still waiting. Oh, come on, hurry up. Okay. Nice, we got the mail. Copy the code and just paste it here. And yes, we are redirected to the onboarding page. Of course, it can't be found because we didn't create it yet, but we are on the right track. Perfect. And let's stop here. That's enough for this lecture. And in the next lecture, we're gonna create the onboarding page. But first, let's push the changes to GitHub. We're gonna type git add all, git commit message, creating the onboarding page. Sorry, not onboarding, login. And then git push. And that's it. I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Bye-bye. Now let's define the onboarding page. We're just gonna define it. We're not gonna create its full logic or anything like that. So let's go to the auth directory and create a new folder inside of it named onboarding. And inside the onboarding, let's create its page. We're gonna create a new file, name it page.tsx. And here, simply we're gonna say const page equals to a functional component that's going to return a React fragment. And for now, we're gonna just return an h1 element saying onboarding. And here we're gonna export default the page. Now let's open our application and reload the onboarding page. If we highlight the text here, we can see that the onboarding text is there, but we can't see it because it's in a black color and the background color is also black. So let's go here and give a class name to that h1 element, which is text-light-1. However, we haven't defined that color yet. So let's just do that. I'm gonna copy it. And let's go to the Tailwind config file. And here in the colors, we're gonna type light1 equals to hash FFF FFF, which is pure white. Now let's go back here and reload the page. Okay, we're getting an error. Maybe we need to restart our server. And now, as you can see, the styling has been reflected here. And now that we have completed almost all of our authentication logic using Clerk, you can see how easy and straightforward it is, right? That's it for this lecture. And in the next lecture, we're gonna start building the landing page of our application. See you in the next lecture and bye-bye. Normally, when someone opens our app for the first time, they won't be registered or logged in yet, right? So we're gonna need to create some sort of a landing page as a welcome to the user and give them the option to either register or log in. And we're gonna create that landing page as a UI component. Then we'll conditionally render this component. If there is no logged in user, we're gonna display the landing page. Otherwise, we're gonna display the home page of our app. But more on the home page later. Now let's go to the page.tsx of the root directory. This one, yeah. Let's remove all of that. And since we're gonna render the landing page conditionally, as we said, we're gonna need to know if there is a logged in user or not, right? So we're gonna need to import something from clerk. We're gonna say import from clerk, basically from @clerk / Next.js / server. What are we importing? We're gonna import something called current user. And then we're gonna go here and say const user equals to current user. And here, let's remove that. And then we're gonna say if no user, just return a React fragment that renders a component named landing page. Now let's create this landing page component. First of all, we're gonna create a new folder here inside of the root directory named components. And then inside of it, let's create another folder named shared. This folder will store our shared UI components. And inside of this shared component, we're gonna create a new file named landing page.tsx. And let's write the logic for our landing page component. We're gonna say const landing page equals to a function, and this function is gonna return a React fragment for now. Of course, here we're gonna say export default landing page. Here we're gonna return a div, a container div, that's going to have a class name. Its display is gonna be flex, and it's gonna be flex col. And on large screens, it's gonna be flex row. And then we're gonna say gap-5 and padding-5. So basically, this is going to be our main container for the landing page. It's gonna be a flex box, arranging its children in a column for small screen or smaller screens, and on a row for large screens. We also added a gap between the child elements and a padding of 5. Okay, great. And then inside of it, we're gonna create another div. And this div is supposed to render our logo image and center it horizontally. So here we're gonna say class name, flex, justify, center, and here we're gonna render Next.js image. Let's import it. We're gonna import it from Next image, okay, here. The source of the image is gonna be assets logo.svg. we're gonna add the assets later. The alt text is gonna be just logo, and the width of the image is gonna be 400, and the height, let's say also 400. And then we're gonna add some class names. Width half the container on smaller screens, okay? And on large screens, width is gonna be full. Now let's quickly add the assets to our project. I have all the assets right now copied on my clipboard. I'm gonna go to the root directory and create a new folder named public. And inside of the public folder, let's create another folder named assets, and then paste all of our assets inside of it. I'm gonna leave these files for you in the resources folder of this lecture, and also you can find them in our GitHub repo, okay? They are pretty much like the design assets we had before, but maybe there are some differences. Anyways, you can find them in the resources folder or in our GitHub repo, okay? Now let's continue. Let's go back to the landing page component, and we're gonna create another div which is gonna hold the text and buttons on our landing page. Let's take a look here on our deployed version. This is basically what we wanna do. Here we're gonna render the logo on the left hand side, and here we're gonna render these texts and those two buttons. And by the way, on mobile screens and tablets, it's gonna look like that. On large screens, it's gonna look like that. I'm gonna just zoom out in order to get the large screens view. And here we're gonna say class name equals to also flex. This div is gonna be a flex box. And the items is gonna be arranged horizontally like that. So we're gonna say flex col. And then items center. And on large screens, items start. Items start means that they are going to start from here. On small screens or smaller screens, as you can see, it's not displayed from the start. See, it's not displayed from here. It's not starting from here. But here it's items start. Then inside of the div, we're gonna display all of these content. First, we're gonna display that happening now heading. So simply we're gonna say h1 saying happening now. Class name is gonna be, our font is extra bold, and text is gonna be light -1, and also its size is gonna be, the text size is gonna be 4x large, margin bottom 5, and on large screens margin bottom -7. And the text is gonna be center, and on large screens text is gonna be left. Here this is the large screen, the text is gonna be left, and on smaller screen it's gonna be center. Then we're gonna display that text, that join today text. So we're gonna render a paragraph element saying join today. Then it's gonna have a class name of text light 1, text x large, And on large screens, the text is gonna be 3x large, margin bottom 5, and on large screens, margin bottom 10, and the text is also center, and on large screens also text is left. And then we're gonna render that login and register buttons. And here we're gonna use a login and register buttons from Clerk. The first one has the name sign in button from Clerk Next.js C. If I click here, it's gonna import it for me here from Clerk Next.js. And here we're gonna render another one named sign up, also from Clerk Next.js. Inside the sign in button, we're gonna render a normal HTML button saying login. And here that button is gonna have a class name of on large screens. The width is gonna be full and text is black. Margin X 5, margin Y 2, large screens, margin X 0, and also large screens, margin Y 2, PX 6, and PY 2, rounded, large, BG white, background white, and on hover, the background is gonna be slate. This is a color, okay, slate 300. And that's it for this button. Let's go to the sign up button. We're also gonna render an HTML button saying register. And here we're gonna give some class names. Large, width full, text also black, also MX5, MY2, on large screens MX0, and on large screens MY2, padding X6, padding Y2, rounded LG, and the background is gonna have this color, emerald 100, and when the user hovers on it, we're gonna show a background color of green 300. Now I think we're done. Yeah, let's see if there is anything else before we check our project. Yeah, here I think this should be an asynchronous function. We're gonna say export default asynchronous function home, and here we're gonna say await. And yeah, I think that's it. Now let's check our application. And look at that, we have our landing page. Let's see its responsiveness. This is large screens and this is small screens. It is responsive, as you can see, perfect. Now let's click on the login button. Let's see where it's gonna take us. Okay, nice. It took us to the login route, as we did specify in the .env file, remember? I want to just remind you. Here, remember the sign-in URL /login. And here we did create a route to catch all routes under login. So any route after the login route is gonna render the login component. Let's go back to the landing page. Click on register. Also, it took us to the register route and rendered the register UI interface. This is nice, this is great, and that's it for this lecture. I hope it was fun, and I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Have a great day and bye bye. Hey guys, how you doing? Now that we've created the landing page of our app, our next step is to create the layout of the route path. And this layout will wrap most of our app's routes, including, of course, the home page. And if you don't mind, I've changed the color theme of VS Code for a change. So now let's go ahead and open the route layout.tsx file. We have already written some code here, right? Now let's modify it a little bit. In our layout, we're gonna also need to use the conditional rendering because we're gonna show these bars, left sidebar, right sidebar, and top bar, only if there is a logged in user. If there is no logged in user, basically we're not gonna show anything in our layout. We're just gonna display the landing page. And this is why here also in our layout, we're gonna say const user equals to await current user from clerk Next.js server. And here, of course, this is going to be an asynchronous function. And here we're gonna say if no user, if there is no logged in user, we're gonna return all of that, our current layout. Otherwise, we're gonna return something else. First of all, we're gonna return a React fragment. And let's check our app if it's still working properly. All right, it's still working properly. Okay, responsive. Very nice. Let's go back here. And then let's copy all of that. Paste it here. And let's remove that. We're gonna define it in the main container class. We're gonna define a main container class in a minute. And then here, as we said before, we're gonna render a top bar. Here, remember, we have a top bar here, left sidebar here, right sidebar here, and in case of mobile devices, we're gonna have a bottom bar here. So this is going to be hidden in large screens, and this is going to be hidden in small screens. So here we're gonna render a top bar. This is going to be a UI component that we're gonna define later. And then here we're gonna have another main element, which is gonna render a left sidebar component. And it's gonna have a class name, flex, and flex row. And then we're gonna render a section element. And this section element is gonna be our main container. And this is why we're gonna remove that from here and just put it here. And here we're gonna have our right sidebar. And here, in case of mobile devices, we're gonna have our bottom bar. So this is the main layout, top bar here, the main content of the page, left sidebar here, right sidebar, and here bottom bar. Here we have defined our layout. The only thing left is to define that class, the main container class. Where are we going to define it? Of course, in the globals.css file. Open that file, and here add this code saying add layer components, and then we're gonna define our class. We're gonna say dot main dash container, and then we're gonna say add apply, meaning that we're going to apply some styles on that class, which is the main container. Okay, what are we going to apply? We're gonna apply flex, meaning display flex, then min h screen, min dash h dash screen, which is gonna set the minimum height of the element to 100% of the viewport height, meaning that it will always make sure that the element takes up at least the full height of the viewport, okay? And then we're gonna say flex dash 1, which will allow the element to grow and shrink as needed. And this will help very much in the responsiveness of our app. And then we're gonna say flex dash col. Of course, it will set the flex direction to column, then items center, and then background dark dash 1. We already defined it in the tailwind config file, and then padding x of 6, padding bottom of 10, padding top of 28, and then we're gonna need to apply padding bottom 32 on medium-sized screens or smaller, and this is why we're gonna need to say here max dash md, which is medium, then colon padding bottom 32, meaning apply this padding bottom 32 on medium screens or smaller. Then here on smaller devices or bigger, apply padding x of 10. And that's it, I think. Let's see if our application broke or anything like that. No, everything is fine. We're seeing the landing page here since there is no logged in user. But of course, we're gonna need to define these components in the future. So that's enough for this lecture. But before we go, let's push the changes to GitHub. We're gonna say git add all git commit message, creating the layout of root path. Then git push, press enter, and that's it. I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Bye bye. Hey guys, welcome back. Let's quickly change the favicon of our app. If you don't know what a favicon is, it's this icon, and this icon is automatically generated by Next.js. We're gonna change it to display our logo here. It's gonna add up to our branding. It's gonna give us more branding. So how can we do it? Simply we're gonna go to Google here and search for SVG to favicon and choose the first result here, and then choose select file from my computer. Then let's choose our logo. It's an SVG file. Choose it. And then it's gonna ask you convert to what? Write IC Oh, yeah. This is a favicon icon, the extension for favicon icon, and then click on convert. Now it's finished. Let's download it to our project. I'm gonna go to our project here, Twiddle app, then go to app. As you can see, this is the old favicon icon. We're gonna replace it, okay? I'm gonna double click on it. It's gonna ask me, do you wanna replace it? I'm gonna say yes. As you can see, it's changed here, but to be honest, I don't like it. I don't want it to have a white background like this. I want it to have like a transparent background. So I have an idea. I'm gonna go to Canva, create a new logo. Then here, let's search for, let's say, tweet. I want to find our logo. Yeah, it's this one. And then I'm gonna add a text saying Twiddle. The font, let's make it this color. Put it here. And let's make the font. Let's search for branding. Choose this font. Okay, nice. Okay, I think it looks nice. What do you think? Now let's download it. I'm gonna choose a transparent background, and then I'm gonna download it as PNG file, and then convert it from PNG to favicon, not from SVG to favicon, okay? Download it. Save it as logo in your desktop. Then let's search here for something like favicon generator, let's say, okay. Okay, let's choose this website. I think I've used it before. Yeah, there is PNG to ICO. Let's choose it. Okay, let's go to the desktop, choose the logo to the PNG file. Then let's click on download. Okay, it's a zip file. I'm gonna download it also in the desktop. Then I'm gonna go to the desktop. Then this is our file, I think. I'm gonna copy it, go to our project, go to Twiddle app, then delete this one, then paste the new one. Now let's go back here. Okay, I like this one. This is the right favicon. Okay, I'm done for this lecture. I hope you've learned something new and useful, and I'm gonna see you in the next one. Have a great day and bye-bye. Hey everyone, welcome back. Now let's create the left sidebar of Twiddle. But before we create it, let's define all the components, all the UI components, in order to avoid any errors. So let's go to Components, and inside of Shared, let's create a new file, and then create the top bar component. We're gonna say topbar.tsx, and here we're gonna say const topbar equals to a function component that's going to return a React fragment. And here we're gonna export to default the top bar. And then we're gonna do the same for all of our components. We're gonna create a new file and name it left side bar.tsx. Then we're gonna say const left side bar equals to a functional component that's going to return a React fragment. And here we're gonna export default the left sidebar. And now let's define the right side bar .tsx file. And here we're gonna say const right side bar equals to a functional component that's going to return a React fragment, then export default right sidebar, and also let's define the bottom bar .tsx file, and here const bottom bar equals to a functional component that's going to return also a React fragment, and then we're gonna export default the bottom bar. And now let's go back here to the layout.tsx file of the root directory, and simply we're gonna import all of that. Here are all of our imports. This is our components. And now we're gonna define the left sidebar. First of all, here we're gonna say use client at the top of the file here. And this is going to indicate to Next.js that this component is a client-side component. Okay, but why do we use client-side components? We use them to be able to use client-side hooks. And here let's return a section which is gonna have a class name of left sidebar. This is of course a custom style, so let's define it in the globals.css file. Let's go to the components layer here, and let's add a dot left sidebar, and then we're gonna say at apply, we're gonna say sticky, meaning that it will stick to a specific position as the user scrolls, and its position from the left is gonna be 0, and also from the top is 0, and then we're gonna say z20, which is gonna set the z index of the element to 20, and the display is gonna be flex, and then h dash screen width fit flex call justify between, and then overflow auto, and then we're gonna say border r, which is gonna add a border to the right side of the element, and then we're gonna set its color. We're gonna say border r dark 4. We're gonna define this color later in tailwind.config file. Then background is dark 4, or let's say dark 2. We're gonna define it also later. Padding bottom is 5, padding top is 28, and max medium, meaning that on medium size devices or smaller, let it be hidden. Remember, we said that The left sidebar is going to be shown only on large devices, not on smaller devices. At the end, this is going to be the left sidebar styling. It's going to look like that. And now let's go ahead and define these colors. And you know what? Let's define all of our colors, all the colors that we're going to use in this project. Let's go to the Tailwind config file. I'm going to go ahead and define it myself to avoid wasting your time, okay? Or you know what? I'm going to copy all of them from here, from my old project. Copy all the colors section and just paste it here. And this is going to be our colors. Nice. And while we're here, let's also copy all of that. Screens, screen sizes, font sizes, border radius. We're gonna copy all of that and paste it here. Of course, you can go ahead to our GitHub repo, copy all of this code and paste it in your code, okay? It's just some font sizes and some colors. No big deal. Just head to the GitHub repo, go to the tailwind.config file and copy all of this code, okay? Now let's close the Tailwind config file. We don't need it. Also close or leave the globals.css file. We're gonna need it. And let's go back here to the left sidebar and add another class named custom dash scroll bar. This is also a custom class that we're gonna define in the globals.css file. And you know what? I'm gonna also copy all the code from the globals.css file from the old project. And then I'm gonna go here to my globals.css file and paste all the code. Here, for example, in the utilities layer, we're defining the custom scroll bar, as you can see here. And of course, we have all of our styling here in this file. Also, you can find it in our GitHub repo. Just head to the GitHub repo globals.css file and copy all of the code from there, paste it in your globals.css file. And while we are writing the code, whenever we use any of these custom classes, we're gonna take a look at it. Like here, for example, we used the custom scroll bar. It's gonna have this dimensions. This is the background colors, border radius, and so on. And now let's continue. And here we're gonna add a div that's going to have these class names: flex width full, flex -1, flex col, gap 6, padding x also 6. And then we're gonna map on something called sidebar links. But we don't have these sidebar links yet, right? If you go here to the old project, you can see that I created a folder named constants and a file index.js inside of it, which is gonna contain all of our constants, like the sidebar links. And also we're gonna have profile tabs, group tabs, and so on. So I'm gonna copy this folder from here. Then I'm gonna go to our project and I'm gonna go to the root directory here and just paste that folder. So right now we have our sidebar links. What are the sidebar links? Simply they are these links. As you can see here, each link contains an icon, a text like home, search, notifications, and so on. And whenever you click on any of them, it's gonna take you to another page, which means that each one is a link. And as you can see here in the code, it's a simple array, and each item in that array is an object that contains the icon, the route in which it links to, and the label, which is the text written inside of that link. So simply go to the top here and let's import that sidebar links. We're gonna say import from at /constants the sidebar links. And then here we're gonna say sidebar links.map on each link and do what? First of all, we want to know if this is the active link or not in order to give it this background color. So we're gonna say const is active equals to, simply we're gonna check the current path name if it includes the link's route. And if the link's route is part of the current path or exactly matches it, then this is the active link. If not, it's not the active link. So how are we going to check all of that? We're gonna say path name. And by the way, we're gonna need to import the path from here. So here, first of all, we're gonna say const path name equals to use path name. And this is coming from next navigation here. So here we're gonna say const is active equals to path name dot includes link dot route and link dot route dot length is bigger than 1. Or if the path name is equal exactly to the link dot route. So here basically this line of code is checking if we are on the active link or not. Here we're checking if the path name includes the link.route and at the same time it's bigger than 1 in order to avoid mixing up with the home route. And we are making that check because let's say for example I'm on the home route. So the active link is the home route. In that case, if I don't make that check, it's gonna consider the search route, for example, as an active link also because it's gonna include this character. So in order to avoid this, we are adding an extra check saying that it has to be bigger than 1, the length has to be bigger than 1. And here we're saying or path name equal link.route to cover the home route. In that case, the path name is gonna be equal to the link.route, okay? And here let's just say that we're gonna return something. And here we need to add another condition saying if the link dot route is equal to profile, make the link dot route equals to, reassign it to the link dot route / the user ID. Because here let's say I'm visiting my profile, I want to go to my own profile, so I'm gonna need my user ID. I'm not just gonna go to profile. So whenever I'm visiting my own profile or other user profile, it's gonna go to the profile route and then it's gonna add to it the user ID. But from where are we gonna get that user ID? We're gonna use something from Clerk Next.js called useAuth, and then we're gonna destructure the user ID from it, okay? So I'm gonna copy that code and just paste it here. And then here I'm gonna say destructure something from useAuth. Okay, what are we destructuring? As we said, we're gonna take the user ID. And here, by the way, we're getting that error TypeScript is complaining because we need to call this function. So yeah, now we're good to go. And as we said here, we're gonna map or loop on each sidebar link, and we're gonna return for each link a Next.js link that includes an image, which is gonna have the icon and the label. And that link is gonna link to the link.route. So Let's write that code together. We're gonna say here return a link from next link, close it, and here we're gonna say href equals to link dot route, and then we're gonna add a key equals to the link dot label, and the class name is gonna be left sidebar link. Let's take a look at it. Search for left sidebar link here in the globals.css file. It's gonna have this styling, relative position, flex, justify start, and so on. So we're gonna copy this styling, paste it here, and then we're gonna say if this the active link, we're gonna type is active and by the way, this is a special syntax in JavaScript. This is something related to JavaScript that's going to execute the thing that we're going to write after the AND operator. So basically here we're gonna say if is active is true, apply this background color, which is BG primary 500. And inside of this link we're gonna render a next image imported from Next.js. Its source is gonna be link.image URL. Alt is gonna be link.label. Its width is gonna be 24, height also 24. And next to it, we're gonna render a paragraph element. Like here, we're gonna render this text. So here, we're gonna render the link.label. And the paragraph is gonna have a class name of text light1. And yeah, I think we've finished. This is our left sidebar. If we open the problems panel, we're not getting any errors. All of them are just warnings. And this is a very good sign. Now just let's push the changes to GitHub. I'm gonna say git add all git commit message creating the left sidebar of Twiddle, and then finally git push. So yeah, that's it, and I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Bye bye. So far, we've created the left sidebar which will appear on larger devices. As you may remember, we made it hidden on smaller devices. And this is why we're gonna need to create a bottom bar that will act as a navigation bar on smaller devices like mobiles, tablets, and so on. And then we're gonna hide that bottom bar on larger devices. And now let's take a quick look on the bottom bar before we create it. It's gonna look like this. As you can see here on smaller devices, it's gonna look like this. So first of all, we're gonna go to the bottom bar component, this one. And also this is going to be a client component. We're gonna say use client. And then we're gonna import the sidebar links, the path name, the link, the image. So instead of writing it again, I'm gonna just copy all of that from the left sidebar and paste it here. But I'm gonna remove the use auth. And here we're gonna copy that const. Also paste it here. And then the template is gonna be pretty much the same. So we're gonna copy that template from here. and just paste it here. And actually we're gonna need the user ID also. I don't know why I did delete it. Let's get it back. I'm gonna import use auth from clerk Next.js. And then I'm gonna copy that and paste it here. And here all we're gonna change is the styling. Here instead of left sidebar and custom scroll bar classes, we're gonna say bottom bar. And here this div is gonna have a bottom bar container, bottom bar dash container. Let's take a look at this class in the globals CSS file. Let's search for bottom bar container. As you can see, this is going to be the styling. Pretty simple styling. Flex item center, justify between gap 3, and on X small and higher, it's gonna be gap 5. Gap 3 is gonna be the devices smaller than X small. And here let's look at the bottom bar class. Here as you can see, it's saying medium hidden. This means that it's gonna be hidden on medium devices and larger. If we go back here to the left sidebar, we are saying max medium hidden. This means that it's going to be hidden on devices smaller than medium devices, okay? So any device from smaller devices up to the medium devices is not going to show the left sidebar. Starting from medium devices up to the larger devices, the left sidebar is gonna be displayed. And exactly the opposite for the bottom bar. Starting from medium devices up to the larger devices, the bottom bar is gonna be hidden. It's only gonna be shown starting from smaller devices up to the medium devices, okay? And I noticed that the bottom bar container is dot bottom bar underscore container. I think here we wrote dash, okay? Let's just change that to underscore. This is going to be the same, and this is also going to be the same. And here we're gonna replace this with bottom bar link. And here we're gonna add text subtle medium. Just changes to the text. And yeah, that's it. That's pretty much our bottom bar. And actually I want to see our work so far. So I have an idea. Let's go here to the page.tsx file. Here we said if no user return the landing page, and we didn't mention any returns in case of a user. So let's say otherwise return a React fragment. And now let's check our progress. Okay, I'm getting an error here saying hooks can be called only in the body of a function component. Whoops, we did call it outside of the body of the function. Okay, let's remove this from here and just put it here. And now let's go back to our project. And as you can see, this is our left side bar. And since we are on the home page, we can see the active link background color. Let's see if it's responsive, if we're gonna see the bottom bar. Okay, nice, we can see it here. And everything is working properly. This is really nice. I hope you're having fun. I know I am. And I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Bye-bye. Hey guys, welcome back. Now that we've created the nav bar on the left side and the bottom side, let's create the top bar of Twiddle. And let's take a look here. This is going to be our top bar. We're gonna have the logo here, and here the organization switcher and the user button. Both of these buttons is gonna come from Clerk. So let's go back here, and then we're gonna go to the top bar. And before we do anything, let's take a look at the already written code in the deployed project. Here we're gonna have a nav item or a nav element, which is gonna render a link. That link is gonna go to the home page. It's gonna link to the home page, and this is going to be our logo. And here, as we said, we're gonna render the organization switcher and user button if the user is signed in. This is a signed in component. This is coming from Clerk, which is gonna render anything inside of it conditionally if the user is logged in. If he's not logged in, anything inside of it is not gonna be displayed, okay? So let's go here and create a nav element that's going to have a class name of top bar. And if we go to the globals.css file, let's take a look at the top bar styling. As you can see here, this top bar is gonna be fixed. It's gonna be 0 from the top. It's gonna be flex. Items is gonna be center, justify between, and so on. So let's go back here. And first of all, we're gonna render a link, a Next.js link. Of course, coming from next link. And as we said, the href is gonna be to the home page. Class name is gonna be flex. Items center. Gap 4. Let's open our project here in order to see our progress live. And of course, here inside the link, we're gonna render an image, a Next.js image. And this image is coming from our assets / logo.svg. The alt is gonna be logo. The width is gonna be 75 and height also 75. Then below the link, we're gonna render a div that's going to have a class name of flex, items center, and gap of 3. And as we said here, we're gonna render a component from Clerk named signed in. As you can see here, it's coming from Clerk Next.js. See here. And as we said, if the user is signed in, we're gonna display anything inside of that component, that signed in component. So here we're gonna render a component named organization switcher, also coming from Clerk Next.js, and it's a self-closing component. And that organization switcher is gonna have an appearance. That appearance is some sort of special styling for that organization switcher component, which is gonna be an object that's going to have a base theme of dark. But in that case, we have to install that dark theme. See here, like that. So we're gonna copy that and paste it here. So here we're gonna say import dark from Clerk themes. But as you can see, there is an error here because we don't have Clerk themes yet. If you go to Clerk website and go to docs, then search for dark theme, choose this one. This is the dark theme that I'm talking about. This is another one, purple, and so on. And they are telling you here that if you want to get all of these themes, you have to install Clerk themes. So let's copy that, go back to our project, open a new terminal, cd to our project, to Twiddle app, and then install Clerk themes. Now this should disappear, and yeah, it did disappear. So let's continue. Here, as I was saying, the base theme is gonna be dark, and then we're gonna say elements, which is gonna be equal to an object, and then we're gonna style the organization trigger, the organization switcher trigger, this one. I'm talking about this one, okay? We're gonna say organization switcher trigger, yeah, this one. And then here we're gonna write our styling. We're gonna say padding y2, padding x4. And then here below the organization switcher, we're gonna render the user button coming from Clerk Next.js. And it's a self-closing component. Now let's reload our page. We're getting some errors here. Okay, after a lot of searching, I found a weird bug here, which is an extra return. I don't know where it come from. So let's remove that, and that as well. Okay, let's make sure everything is written in the right way. Okay, I think everything is fine now. Let's reload again. And yeah, finally, I got the error that I was looking for. Here, we got a clerk error saying that the organization switcher can't be rendered when the feature is turned off. And we have to go to our dashboard to enable that feature. So let's do that. Go to clerk and then go to dashboard and then go to organizations and click on enable organizations. It's gonna open this page. Click on that button and leave everything else as it is. And now it should be working. And finally, we got our top bar. This is the organization switcher user button, as you can see here. And this is our logo. And that's it. I hope that was easy, and I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Bye bye. Hey guys, welcome back. So far we have created some of our user interface, right? And right now we want to create the onboarding logic. Because so far I can register and log into the application, but still I want to do the onboarding, then start using the application. And in order to be able to create the onboarding logic, we're gonna need to save the user information in our database, which means that we need to do what? We need to create our database. So in this lecture, we're gonna take some baby steps in setting up our back end. And the first thing that we're gonna do is that we're gonna create here in the root directory a new folder named lib. And then inside of it, we're gonna create a new file and name it mongoose.ts. I think we've talked about Mongoose before, right? But anyways, just as a reminder, Mongoose is a library that will allow us to interact with our database. We're gonna create a new MongoDB project very soon. But right now, let's write some code here in this file, mongoose.ts. First of all, we're gonna say import from mongoose, and then we're gonna need to create some sort of a variable that will track whether the connection to MongoDB has been established or not. And this is why we're gonna create a variable named isConnected by saying let isConnected equals to, but first we're gonna specify the type of this isConnected variable since we are using TypeScript. And here we're gonna say that this variable is gonna be a boolean, which means that it has to be either true or false. And then we're gonna initialize it to false. Of course, at this point, the connection is not established yet. And then we're gonna need to define the function that will handle the connection to MongoDB database. So we're gonna say export const connect to DB equals to an asynchronous function. And this asynchronous function is going to return a promise, and that promise is not going to resolve to any value. This is why we put void here. And then let's write the body of the function, and then we're gonna say mongoose.set strict query to true. Okay, but what does this line of code mean? It's a configuration that will make sure that queries, the database queries, don't include fields that aren't defined in our schema, which is gonna prevent unexpected behavior and errors, okay? And then we're gonna say, if there is no MongoDB URL, just raise an error or log an error in the terminal or something like that. And if you're asking yourself, what is a MongoDB URL? It's a special string that will allow us to be able to connect to our database, and we're gonna generate one in a minute. Just let's type this line of code now. We're gonna say if not process.env.mongodb underscore URL, and this is going to be all caps, just return a console log saying missing MongoDB URL. So first of all, let's copy that and let's open the .env.local file, and then we're gonna paste it here and say equal to, and now let's go ahead and create a MongoDB project and get the MongoDB URL from it. I need you to go to mongodb.com. You can simply type mongodb.com in your browser, or you can find the link in the course setup lecture. And then click on Try Atlas Free. And then after that, just register a new account. It's a very simple registration process. You can input your data here, or you can simply sign up with Google, which is exactly what I'm going to do. Then after you create a new account or sign in with your Google account, it's gonna ask you, do you want to accept the privacy policy, blah 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 blah. Just say accept and submit, and then it's gonna take you to this page. Choose M0, which is the free plan, and then click on create deployment, and then create your username. I'm gonna type programming fluency, and this is the password. Let's copy both of them for now. I'm gonna paste them here, just for now. And then click on Create a Database User. Okay, it shouldn't contain any white space. Remove this, and then create the database. And let's here remove the space. And then click on Choose a Connection method. Then choose Drivers. Then scroll down here. And then it's gonna ask you to install MongoDB, which we already did. And then it's gonna provide here the connection string. Yeah, this one. It takes some time to generate that string, okay? If you get a message saying generating string or provisioning or whatever, I don't remember what it was exactly. But anyways, it takes some time, okay? But right now it's ready. Let's copy it and go to the .env file here and paste it in the MongoDB URL. And as you can see, they have inserted the username and the password inside that MongoDB URL. So I don't think we're gonna need that anymore. And then let's go back here and click Done. And then we want to allow access from everywhere, okay? So that any user can use our application. And this is why we're gonna go here to Network Access. And then here we're gonna click on Edit. And then click on Allow Access from Anywhere. And then click Confirm. It's taking some time also. And now, congratulations, our database is ready and we can connect to it from our code. So let's go back here to our function. Remember, we were writing this function. After this line of code, we want to make sure that if the connection is already established, we return without creating a new connection, right? Makes sense. So we're going to say if is connected, we can return a message saying console.log MongoDB connection already established. So here, if the MongoDB URL doesn't exist, we're gonna return that message. And if the connection already established, we're gonna return this message. And then we're gonna start typing our logic. We're gonna open a try catch block. Here we're gonna say await mongoose dot connect with the process .env dot, and then we're gonna copy that MongoDB URL and paste it here. And then we're gonna need to specify using TypeScript that this URL has to be a string. Remember, again, we are using TypeScript, so let's leverage it. So here we're gonna say as string, and then we're gonna change the isConnected status to true, meaning that right now we are connected. And then we're gonna console.log a message saying MongoDB connected. And here in the case of any error, we're gonna say catch, take the error, and console.log, let's say error connecting to database. And then we're gonna type the error dot message. And by the way, we're gonna specify that the type of error is any. It can be anything. And now we are done. We have created our database. And now let's push the changes to GitHub. We're gonna say git add all, git commit message, setting up our database, and then git push. And yeah, that's it. And I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Bye bye. Alright, now that we've created our database, let's create the user model. Okay, but why are we creating a user model? We're gonna do it in order to be able to save the user data in our database. So, this user model will allow us to save the user data in our database after they complete the onboarding process. And by the way, later we're gonna see how we can sync our backend with the clerk's backend in order to save the user data when they register or log in or create a new account. We're gonna see how to sync our backend with their backend in order to save the user's data in our database. But more on that later. It's a lot of fun, I promise. Now let's focus here on creating the user model. We're gonna go again to the lib folder, and we're gonna create another folder inside of it named models. We're gonna have more than one model. And inside of that models, we're gonna create a new file for the user model named user.model.ts. Now let's write the model. First of all, we're gonna write use server to just tell Next.js that this is a server component, which means that this file is gonna run on the server. It's not gonna run on the client or the user's browser. And then here we're gonna say import mongoose from mongoose. Yeah, exactly. I like the VS Code auto-completion. And then we're gonna create the user schema. We're gonna say const user schema equals to new mongoose dot schema. Here we're using the built-in schema object inside of the mongoose library. And then we're gonna initialize it with an object. And here we're gonna specify what the user model will look like actually. We're gonna say that each user should have an ID. And that ID is gonna be of type string, and that ID is required, and this is why we're gonna say required equals to true. And also each user is gonna have an email, and also that email is gonna have type string and it's gonna be required, but also we're gonna say that it has to be unique. We're gonna say unique true. Of course, here the ID by default is unique. This is not an option. And then each user also is gonna have a user name, which is also gonna be of type string, it's gonna be required, and it's gonna be unique. So we're gonna copy all of that and paste it here. And the user should have a name, of course, it's a person. They should have a name, and it's gonna be of type string, and also it's gonna be required. And he's gonna have an image, a profile image, which is gonna be of type string. Also, he's gonna have a bio of type string. And of course, Since we are creating a social media app like Twitter, it's based on tweets. So each user should have tweets. So we're gonna say tweets equals to, what do you think? The user is gonna have many tweets, right? So it has to be an array. And that array is gonna contain many objects. Each object should have a type, and that type is gonna be of mongoose dot schema dot types dot object id. And this means that this is going to be a MongoDB object ID, which is gonna reference which model. It's gonna reference the tweets model or the tweet model. We're gonna create a tweet model later. So we're gonna reference the tweet model by saying ref, meaning that it's gonna be reference to the tweet model. And also each user is gonna have retweets, right? Which is gonna be exactly the same like the tweets. It's gonna be an array of objects. Each object is gonna be of type mongoose object ID that's going to reference the tweet model. Let's put a comma here. And also we're gonna have an array of liked tweets. We're gonna need to store a reference to the liked tweets of each user in our database. So also it's gonna be the same like tweets and retweets. And also he's gonna have a replies. And the reply is basically a tweet. So also it's gonna be the same. And then we're gonna need to know if that user is onboarded or not. So we're gonna say onboarded. We're gonna give him a property named onboarded, which is gonna be an object. Its type is gonna be boolean, meaning that each user is gonna have an onboarded property that indicates if that user is onboarded or not. So it's gonna be either a true or false. And by default, it's gonna be false. For the first time, of course, the user is not gonna be onboarded. And also each user could have groups. Either he created his own group or he's a member of a group. So it's gonna be an array because it could be many groups. And here we're gonna copy that. It's gonna be an array of objects, but here we're gonna reference the group model. And by the way, those are only the models that we're gonna create in our project. We're gonna have a user model, which we already created right now, and we're gonna have a tweet model and a group model. And this is our schema. And then we're gonna create a line of code that's going to check if the user model already exists in Mongoose top models. If it does, it uses the existing model. If it doesn't, it's gonna create a new model using the user schema that we just created. So simply we're gonna say const user equals to mongoose dot models dot user. If it does exist, this is going to be assigned to the user reference if the user exists, or in case it doesn't exist, we're gonna create a new one by saying mongoose dot model, and then we're gonna create a new model named user with the user schema. And finally, we're gonna export the user model so it can be imported and used in other parts of our application. So we're gonna say export default the user. And now we're done. We have created our user model. So let's push the changes to GitHub. We're gonna say git add all, git commit message, creating the user model, and then say git push. And that's it. I'm done for this lecture, and I'm gonna see you in the next one. Have a great day and bye bye. And now let's create our first user action. Of course, we're gonna have many user actions, but in this lecture, we're gonna create our first one. I hope you're excited and let's get started. But before we begin, I know you might be asking yourself right now and wondering, what are user actions? Let me explain it to you. User actions in Next.js is like sending someone on a mission to get something done. Let me give you an example. Imagine you want your friend to go to the supermarket and get you a soda. You would tell your friend, go to the supermarket, buy a soda, and bring it to me back. In Next.js, we have the same idea. When you need to do something like save information in a database or get details about a user, you send out a user action to do that job. It's exactly like telling your friend what to do. For example, if you want to save a new user's details like their name, picture, whatever, you would create a user action that says, go to the database, find or create a place for this user, and save their details. The action will go, do its job, and then come back with the results, just like your friend would return with the soda. So, to sum up, user actions are instructions you give to Next.js to handle tasks that need to be done behind the scenes, like saving or fetching data. And now let's see our first action in action. We're gonna go to the lib folder and create a new folder inside of it named actions. And then inside that actions folder, we're gonna create a new file for the user actions named user.actions.ts. And now let's write the code. First of all, we're gonna say use server. It's a server component file. And then since this is a user action, we're gonna need the user model, right? And this is why we're gonna say import user from the user models. Here, you can simply click here and VS Code is gonna import it for you. And also, we're gonna import the function that we defined before, which is connect to db from the mongoose.ts file. I think we should have an extra e here. Okay, let's correct that. Okay, here in the mongoose.ts file, let's rename it and just add an extra e. And then we want to create a new user in our database. Whenever a user is registered to our application, we want to create that user or create a document for that user in our database. So we're gonna need to define a function named createUser. But before we create it, I want to define an interface for the params that's going to be given to that function. So here, we're gonna define an interface, a TypeScript interface, named createUserParams. And that interface is gonna describe the structure of the object passed when creating a new user. And this object is gonna contain a user ID, and that user ID is gonna be of type string. And also, he's gonna have an email, also of type string. and username of type string, and name also of type string, and finally an image of type string. And then let's define our function. We're gonna say export const create user, which is gonna be an asynchronous function. And that function is gonna take an object, and that object is gonna be of type create user params. And we're gonna destructure or unpack the data from that object. So we're gonna say take the user ID, take the email, take the name, take the username, and also the image. Okay, we're gonna take all of that from the object passed to the function, and that object is gonna be of type create user params interface. Okay? And to make our code more robust, we're gonna specify that this function is gonna return a promise, which is gonna resolve to no value, and this is why we're gonna say void. And now let's write our logic. We're gonna open a try catch block. Here we're gonna say try and then catch with an error of type any. And now let's start typing our code. First of all, we're gonna say connect to database. Of course, this is the first thing that we need to do. And then we're gonna say await user.create an ID with the user ID. And then the username is gonna be equal to the username question mark dot to lowercase. The question mark here in JavaScript means that this is going to be optional. So in that case, if the username is undefined, it's not gonna throw an error. If I do this and the username is undefined, it's gonna throw an error to me and tell me that we can't access an undefined value or something like that. So this is why we put a question mark here. And here we use this function to lowercase to make sure that the username is always stored in lowercase to avoid case sensitivity issues. And here let's catch the error. We're gonna say in case of any error, just throw a new error saying something like failed to create user, and then we're gonna display the error dot message. And now we're done with this function. We've created that user action, the create user, and our next step is gonna be to sync our clerk project with our app, so that whenever a new user is created and authenticated on clerk, we want our app to know and create that user with the same info in our database using this user action, the create user function. And in order to do so, we're gonna use something called webhooks, which we'll explain in detail in the next lecture. So now let's push the changes to GitHub. We're gonna say git add all, git commit message, creating the first user action, and let's say between brackets create user, and let's say git push, and that's it. I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Bye bye. What are webhooks and why it's very important to know about them as a web developer? Imagine you have a friend who really loves to know when their favorite TV show starts. And every time the show is about to begin, you send them a quick text or a message so they don't miss it. In the tech world, a webhook is like that text message. It's a way for one website or application to automatically send the information to another website or app when something happens. Webhooks are a way for one system to send real-time updates to another system automatically when certain events occur. They work like a notification system, alerting you instantly when something happens without you needing to constantly check or request the information. And let me give you an example from real life. Let's say that you are running an online store and you want to let your warehouse know every time a new order comes in. Instead of having to manually tell the warehouse each time an order is placed, you set up a webhook. When a customer places an order on your online store, the webhook instantly sends a message to the warehouse systems with all the details of the order. And the warehouse can then immediately start packing the order without any extra work from you. Webhooks are useful because they automate this communication, saving time and reducing the chances of errors. In the next lecture, we're gonna see how we can leverage webhooks in our application. So, see you then. Have a wonderful day and bye bye. Hey guys, welcome back. In order to be able to sync our app to Clerk, we're gonna need to take some steps. And all of them are explained here in detail in the Clerk documentation. So let's open the Clerk docs and then start searching for web hooks. And then choose the first one here, which is sync Clerk data to your application with webhooks. And here in this page, you're gonna find all the information you need. And by the way, it's very simple, don't worry at all. Let's take a look here at the first step. As you can see, they are arranging it to steps here 1, 2, 3, and so on. So let's take it step by step. Zoom in. Okay, the first one is that we're gonna need to expose our application to the internet. We can't just sync our app using our local server. It's not gonna happen. We have to expose our application to the internet. And here they are suggesting that we use a service called ngrok. However, since we're gonna deploy our app to Vercel anyway, let's use our deployed app endpoint for webhooks. And in order to do so, we're gonna need to deploy our app to Vercel first. And this will be the first step that we're going to take. So here I need you to go to Vercel website. You can find the link in the course setup lecture, or you can simply go to vercel.com. And then sign up a new account, create a new account. Here it's gonna ask you that question, just say that you're working on personal projects. Then type your name here, I'm gonna type my name. Then it's gonna ask you to connect your GitHub account, or if you're using GitLab, Bitbucket, I'm not using them, so let's just use GitHub. Connect your GitHub account. It's a very simple process. And then after you create an account and logged in, you're gonna see your dashboard here like that. And by the way, this is the Vercel project of my deployed version of the app. And now let's create a new project. I'm gonna click here on add a new project. And the first thing it's gonna ask you here is to import a Git repository. So here I'm gonna import our GitHub repo, which is Twiddle course. I'm gonna click on import. Let's name the app Twiddle. And here in framework preset, choose Next.js. And here in the root directory, choose edit. Because we don't want the root directory itself, we want this one, which is the Twiddle app. So choose it, click continue. And then we're gonna need to add the environment variables from the .env.local file, remember? So let's go here to our project, open the .env.local file, and let's copy the variable name like that, paste it here, and then we're gonna copy its value and also paste it here and then click add. I'm gonna go ahead and add the rest of them. Alright, now I've finished adding the environment variables. Then I'm gonna simply click on deploy, and by the way, before I click on deploy, here you don't need to change anything, leave it as it is, and then click on deploy. Of course, it's gonna take some time. And now it's telling you, congratulations, you just deployed your project. Now you can continue to your dashboard. And now if we go to overview here, you can see that this is the link for our application. I can log in. And this is our application online. And if we go back here to clerk documentation, you can see that the second step is to create an endpoint in the clerk dashboard. So we're gonna go to the dashboard, go to configure, and then scroll down until you find webhooks. And then inside of the webhooks, let's add an endpoint. And let's copy the link for our deployed app, then paste it here. And then we're gonna add to that link a special route, which is API /API /webhooks /clerk. And actually, this is an endpoint that we're gonna create later. And here it's gonna ask you to subscribe to events, the events that we're going to listen to. So for now, we need the user events. Let's say user created and user updated. This is the events that we're gonna use. And then click on create. It's gonna take you to this page. And now I need you to show this webhook secret. It's a webhook secret. We're gonna copy that. And then we're gonna go to the Vercel project and go to settings, environment variables. Then we're gonna add a new environment variable. We have the value here, paste it. And here we're gonna name it webhook secret. And by the way, that webhook secret will only be used by Vercel. It's not gonna be used locally, but we're gonna add it just to avoid any complaints from our app in the code. So I'm gonna copy that and then go to the .env.local file here, paste it, then copy that as well, and paste it. Then go back here and click save. Okay, it's added, very nice. And by the way, we just did step number 3, which is adding the signing secret to your .env.local file. And step 4 is to simply copy that code and put it inside of middleware.tsx file. I think we already have that code. Let me double check. Let's go here to, this middleware.ts file. Anyways, let's replace it with the code I have. I think it was the same code. But anyways, just to be safe, I'm gonna do that. And now, step number 5 is to install Swix. Swix is a library that will verify the webhook signature. Install it by running this command in your terminal, copy it, then open the terminal, cd into Twiddle app, paste the command, press enter, And finally, step number 6 is to create the endpoint in our application. Remember this endpoint that we created here? Okay, we provided our domain name followed by /API/webhooks/clerk. So we're gonna add that to our code. So inside of app here, we're gonna create a new folder and name it API. Inside of it, we're gonna create another folder, name it webhooks. And then inside of it, we're gonna create another folder and name it clerk. And then we're gonna create a new file inside of it and name it route.ts. And then let's copy and paste the code from the documentation here. They are telling you here to copy that code and paste it in the route.ts file. And we're gonna do that exactly, copy it and simply paste it here. And here we're gonna alter the code to fit our needs. As you can see here, go to this comment, which is do something with the payload. We're gonna delete that, and then we are getting a payload from clerk. So let's use it. We have events here. This is the event. So here simply I'm gonna say if event dot type equals to user created. Remember we registered to that event user created. Do this stuff. First of all, we're gonna save a reference for the user. We're gonna say const user equals to the event dot data. And then after that, when we have the user data from clerk, after the user creates a new account on clerk, we're gonna have the data, okay? We're gonna take that data and say await create user. Remember the create user action that we created before. We're gonna click here to import it. It's gonna import it here on the top. And then we're gonna create a user in our database with the information we got from clerk. The user ID is gonna be equals to user.id. And the email is gonna be equal to user.email address or email addresses at index 0 dot email address. And the name is gonna be equal to open template literals and type user dot first name or an empty string, and then we're gonna concatenate the user dot last name, and also this is going to be or an empty string. And then the username is gonna be equal to user dot username or an empty string. Image is gonna be equal to user dot image URL, or it can be an empty string. And now we are done. We have created our first webhook. Our next step is to push the changes to GitHub. And this is not just to leave you the link for the source code. This is going to be also essential in order for Vercel to get the updated code. Vercel's project is synced with our GitHub project. So when we update our code, it's gonna be synced, or Vercel is gonna be updated. So let's say git add all, and then we're gonna say git commit message adding webhooks for creating a new user, and then git push. Now if we go to Vercel and check deployments in our project, you can see that it's building the new commit. So let's just wait. And now it's ready. So right now I want to test what we have just done. I want to create a new user on Clerk and then see if it's going to be reflected in our database, if that user is gonna be created in our database. So I have a record for me here. I'm gonna delete it from Clerk dashboard. I'm gonna say delete user. And then I'm gonna restart the server by saying npm run dev. Then open the app again, then register new account, then register with Google and choose a username. Okay, I'm redirected to the onboarding page. Now let's check our database. And no, it's not working. Let me check why. Let's check the connection. Okay, after some time searching, I found here that we didn't add the name, email, and image. Now let's stop our server and let's push the changes one more time. I'm gonna say git add all and then create another commit with the same name. Then git push. And now our deployment is ready. So let's run the server again. Then open our app, register with Google, log in with Google or register with Google, add a username. And now let's check our database again. Okay, finally, we got the users here and I got my name here. It's gonna be saved under a database named test. So whatever. This is our users collection and this is me. This is my email, my username, name, and so on. So right now we have synced everything together. Our application is working with Clerk and Clerk is synced with our database. I hope you're enjoying your time here and I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Bye bye. And now that we've made it possible for any user to register to our app, authenticate them using Clerk, and then save their basic data in our database, we also redirected any new registered user to the onboarding page. So now let's go ahead and write the logic for that page. Basically here we wanna grab the user data from Clerk, then from our database, and then we're gonna show welcome message saying complete your profile to use Twiddle, and then we're gonna show a user profile component and account info component. This user profile component is coming from Clerk, which will allow any user to update his info. And account info component is gonna have a form here to allow the user to input his bio. But more on that component later. And right now let's go to auth, onboarding page, and let's remove that. And here let's make this an asynchronous function. And here we're gonna say const user equals to current user coming from Clerk. And here don't forget to say await. And here we're gonna fetch the user data from our database. We're gonna say const user info equals to await a function named fetch user, and then we're gonna provide the user.id to it. And then we're gonna say if the user is onboarded by saying if user info dot onboarded, this is onboarded, and here add a question mark to avoid any errors. So if the user is onboarded, just redirect the user to the home page. And this redirect is coming from Next navigation, okay? Now let's go ahead and define this user action. Let's copy it and let's go to lib actions, user actions. And let's here define this function. We're gonna say export const fetch user is equal to an asynchronous function that's going to take user ID of type string. And then we're gonna open a try catch block. Of course, now you know the drill. Here we're gonna say connect to DB, imported from mongoose file, mongoose.ts file. And then we're gonna say return await user, and that user is coming from user model here. So we're gonna say user.find one with the ID equals to that user ID. And here we're gonna say take the error of type any, and just in the case of any error, through new error saying failed to fetch user, and then type the error dot message. Here we have extra parenthesis. Let's remove it. Okay, nice. Now let's go back here to the onboarding page and import this function. And by the way, here I forgot to say if no user, just return null from this page, from this component. And this is why I had an error here. If you open the problems panel, you can see here it's telling you that the user is possibly null. TypeScript here is designed to help you as a developer, okay guys? So here it's telling you that user could be null, and you have to handle that case. And this is why I did type this line of code. I said that simply if the user is null, return null, which means return nothing from this page. And now let's create our template. We're gonna return a main element, which is gonna have a class name of mx02, flex, flex call, justify start, px10, mpy20. And inside of it, we're gonna render a div that's going to have a text center class name, and here an h1 saying welcome to Twiddle. Now let's open the onboarding page. If you highlight it, you can see the text here. We're just gonna add a class name here saying head text, and this is going to be this font and this styling. And here we're gonna add a paragraph saying complete your profile. Now to use Twiddle, and that paragraph is gonna have some class names: margin top of 3, text base regular and text light 2. Now as you can see, it's displayed here. And after that, as we said, we're gonna render the user profile from clerk. So here we're gonna add a new div that has class name margin top 10. I want to add a margin here. And here we're gonna say user profile coming from clerk. Here it's imported. It's a self-closing component. And its appearance is gonna be an object that has base theme dark, and that dark, as we said before, is coming from clerk themes. And then we're gonna say routing equal to hash. And as you can see, we got the user profile here. And by the way, this is really important, saying routing hash. If we remove it, see what's gonna happen. We got an error. Let's read it. Clerk is saying here that the user profile component is not configured correctly. And the reasons might be that the onboarding route is not a catch-all route, which is true. We didn't create it as a catch-all route. We didn't do this. And alternatively, if you don't want to do this, you can update the user profile component to use a hash-based routing. How can we do this? By setting the routing prop to hash. And this is exactly what we did. And now there is no errors. And finally here, we're gonna need to render the account info component. We're gonna say account info, and that account info is gonna take a user prop, which is equal to an object called user data. But we didn't define that user data object. Let's go up here and define it. We're gonna say const user data equals to an object that has an ID equals to user (.id), and then we need the database ID, the object ID from the MongoDB of that specific object, that specific user. So we're gonna say object ID equals to user info (dot underscore ID), and then username equals to, and then we're gonna use the ternary operator. We're gonna say if there is user info, assign the user info (dot username) to that username. If we don't have user info, just take the user, that user name. And here add a comma, I forgot to add it. And here we're gonna do the same. We're gonna say name equal to, if there is a user info, take the user info dot name, but don't forget to add a question mark. Otherwise, take the user dot first name. Or if there is no name, take an empty string or assign an empty string to the name. And bio equals to user info. If it does exist, take user info dot bio. And if it doesn't exist, just assign it to an empty string. Image equals to, if there is user info, take user info dot image. or user question mark dot image URL. And that's it. We have finished this file, but here, if we go here, of course, we're gonna have an error because we didn't define that component yet, which we are going to do in the next lecture. But now, let's push the changes to GitHub. I'm gonna say git add all git commit message writing the onboarding logic and then git push. And yeah, that's it. I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Bye bye. Hey guys, welcome back. In the previous lecture, I said that we're gonna define the account info component. But before we do that, I wanna create a function to update the user info and also sync it with Clerk so that when a user uses the user profile component to update their info or even use the user button, we want our app to know about these updates from Clerk and reflect them in our database, okay? So in this lecture, we're gonna create the update user function, which is gonna be a user action also. So we're gonna open the user actions file and let's go here. And then we're gonna say export const update user equals to an asynchronous function. And this function is gonna take an object of type update user params. And this update user params is gonna be an interface that we're gonna define right now. Here we're gonna say interface update user params, and this is going to be its structure. It's gonna have a user ID of type string, email, which is optional, also of type string. Most probably all of them going to be strings, so I'm gonna copy that. And here I'm gonna say username, which is optional, string, and the name is also optional and also a string, and bio, optional and string, image, the same, and finally path, also a string. And here in the update user function, we're gonna take an object that contains all of these items. So here we're gonna say user ID, name, email, username, bio, path, and image. And also this function is gonna return a promise that going to resolve to no value. So we're gonna say void, this is a promise, and then we're gonna create a try catch block. It's gonna take an error of type any, and here let's copy that, paste it here, but here we're gonna say fail to update user info. Okay, nice. Here in the try block, we're gonna say connect to DB, and then we're gonna say await user coming from the user model dot find one and update. Find one and update, yeah, this one. And here we're gonna say ID equals to user ID. And we're gonna put this in a single object or a separate object because it acts as the filter in the find one and update function. And then we're gonna add another object and say that the name is gonna be equal to the name. And also we're gonna copy all of that and paste them here. And here, of course, at this point, the user has to be onboarded because we're gonna use this function on the onboarding page or on the edit profile page. In both cases, the user has finished onboarding. So we're gonna say let onboarded equals to true. And then after you update the user info, I want to say that if this is the profile editing path, if the user is editing his information on the profile edit page, I want to refresh the page. So I'm gonna use a special function in Next.js called revalidate path. So here I'm gonna say if path equals to /profile/edit revalidate path, and this function revalidate path is coming from next cache here. So here I'm gonna say revalidate path with the path. I'm gonna give the path to this function, to this revalidate path function. And now we have finished writing this function. The next step is that we want to add it to our Clerk webhook. So whenever user.updated event occurs on Clerk, we want our application to know. And we have already registered the user.updated event, right? So we're gonna go to our webhook file, the route.ts file. And here let's go below this if statement and write another if statement saying if event.type equals to, but here we're gonna say user.updated. Also we're gonna say const user equals to event.data, and we're gonna say await update user coming from user actions, and then we're gonna say user ID equals to user.id, and the email is exactly like this one, so let's copy it and paste it here. And actually everything here is the same, so we're gonna copy all of that and paste it here. And now we're done. Let's push the changes to GitHub. We're gonna say git add all, git commit message, and let's say creating update user action and adding it to web hooks, and then git push. And that's it for this lecture. I'm gonna see you in the next one where we're gonna define the account info component. See you later and bye bye. And now let's create the account info component. Let's take a look here at the old project. This is going to be our account info component. It's a form. And also we're gonna use a form and some form elements. And if you're wondering from where are we going to get all of this, we're going to use shadcn. But before we build that component, let me guide you through the steps that we're gonna take in order to build the entire process, which involves taking info from the user, then validating that info, and then saving it in our database. And we're gonna use some packages throughout this process. First, as we said, we're gonna use shadcn for creating the form and maybe other UI components like here the text area, the button, and so on. And I think we're gonna use an input later in other components. And then we're gonna use a package named Zod. Zod will help us validating the user input. It will allow us to create schemas for this validation. And finally, we're gonna save the user data to the back end. Now just let's take a quick look on the component, okay? Here we're gonna have a props interface. This is the component. It's gonna take the user from props. Here we're gonna create a state for the bio, because when we build this feature, you're gonna see that the user profile component is delayed for about 1 second from clerk until it comes from clerk. So we wanna wait that 1 second, then show the bio form. You're gonna see everything in detail, don't worry. Here, as you can see, we're gonna see if show bio is true, show the form elements. Otherwise, just show a loading message. Okay, great. Now let's go ahead and write this component ourselves. Let's go here, and inside of components, let's create a new folder named forms. And inside of that forms, we're gonna create a new file and name it account info.tsx. Now let's open the onboarding page and start writing the code. First of all, this is a use client component, and then we're gonna say const account info equals to a function component of type props, which is gonna take a user from the props. This page is flashing in the background, so I'm gonna minimize it for now. And here let's define the props interface. It's gonna take a user, which will look like this. It's gonna be an object that has ID, string, and bio of type string as well. And of course, this function is gonna return a React fragment. And here we're gonna say export default account info. And now we're gonna go to shadcn to see how we can install it. But first, I need you to copy all the code we wrote in the globals.css and tailwind config file, and we're gonna paste it temporarily in another file just in case. Because in the past it happened that shadcn did mess up my code. It overwrote my globals.css file and config file. It happened to me before. I'm not saying it will happen, but just in case, I'm gonna go to globals.css file, copy everything, and then create a new file, new text file, paste everything in it, close this, leave this as it is, then go to tailwind config file, copy everything, close it, create a new file, new text file, paste everything. Now let's go back here And let's go to ShadCN website. Let's go to ShadCN docs. I'm gonna leave the link for you in the course setup lecture, or you can just go to Google, search for ShadCN, and you're gonna find the website. If we go to installation here, choose Next.js, it's gonna tell you that the first step is gonna be create a project by typing this in your terminal. Then the second step is gonna be that it's gonna ask you some questions, and then we're gonna answer them. Then, as you can see, that's it. All you need to do after that is to type npx shadcn at latest, add the element that you want to use, like add button, add text area, which is very efficient in my opinion, because it's not gonna install the whole package in your project, which is gonna be really efficient and preserve your performance, your app's performance. And that's it. Now let's install it. I'm gonna copy that, choose npm, go back here, open the terminal, go to Twiddle app, and then paste that command, press enter, and then as you can see, it's gonna ask you some questions. Which style would you like to use? Choose anything, actually. I'm gonna choose New York. Then base color, let's say neutral. Do you want to use CSS variables? I'm gonna say no. And now it's installing. Now it's installed. If you check here, you can see that we're gonna find a file named components or .json or something like that. Yeah, this file. Okay, this is created by ShadCN. And also, if you check here the lib folder, where is it? Okay, that's it. You can see a file named utilities.ts. Also, this is created by ShadCN. We're gonna add extra stuff, I think, to this file later, but more on that later, as we said. Now let's check the Tailwind config file. Let's see if ShadCN did something weird to it. Yeah, actually, as I expected, it did this weird things. It added these new lines. I don't know why, but it happened to me before. So the solution to this is that we're gonna do something here. We're gonna find and replace. We're gonna type here the new line syntax and then replace it with nothing. And then click here on replace all. It's gonna remove everything. And that's it. I think nothing else is ruined. Of course, it did mess up the indentation here, but we did write everything we need in the font size, so no problem. Now let's check the globals.css file. Let's see if something weird happened. No, I don't think so. Everything looks fine here. It added some extra styling here, but no problem. Okay, now it's safe to close these files. Don't save, and also don't save this. Now let's go back to our component, and we're gonna need to add a form. As we saw before, the command to add a form in ShadCN is npx shadcn at latest add, and then you can add anything you want. You can add a button, you can add a form, you can add a text area. Anything from ShadCN can be added this way. At this moment we want a form, so we're gonna say form and press enter. It's installing. Okay, now it's done. If you check the components folder, you can see that a new folder has been added here named UI, and ChatCN added a form, a label, a button for us, which is all gonna be essential to create a form. Now I can simply return some elements. We're gonna return a section, and that section is gonna have a class name of margin top 9, background dark 2, and padding of 10, and then we're gonna return a form from shadcn. Let's import it. Let's click on Control and space, and as you can see here, we're gonna import it from UI form. And then here we're gonna say const form equals to use form. And this use form is coming from React hook form here. We're gonna call it like that. And now we're gonna need to pass a validation schema to this use form. And as I told you before, what are we going to use to create a validation schema for the form? We're gonna use a package named Zod. But first, let's install it. We're gonna type npm install Zod. And now let's go to the lib folder and create a new folder inside of it named validations. And inside of it, let's create a user validation file. We're gonna name it user.ts. And inside of this file, we're gonna type import everything. We're gonna type an asterisk, which basically means everything as z from Zod. And then we're gonna say export const user validation equals to z dot object, and then call it with an object. And then let's define the schema. We want to say that the bio field has to be a string, and it has to be at least 10 characters long. And also it can be up to 1,000 characters long. And if the string is shorter than 10 characters, we're gonna provide an error message saying something like minimum 10 characters or whatever. Okay, how are we going to do this? We're gonna say bio equals to, and then we're gonna say z.string. Here we're saying that it has to be a string. And then we're gonna say .min 10 characters, minimum 10 characters. And then let's provide a message in case the user did input lower than 10 characters. So we're gonna create an object here and saying message minimum 10 characters, and then some exclamation marks. And then we're gonna say .max 1000. So it can be up to 1,000, but not more. Now let's go back here to the account info. And then we're gonna also import everything from Zod like that. And then we wanna import the user validation like that. And also we want something called Zod resolver from @hook form resolver or resolvers Zod. And now we're gonna adjust the form declaration. Here we're gonna add a bigger than sign and smaller than sign, and say z or z dot infer, and then open another bigger than and smaller than tags, and write here user validation. But here we're gonna type of user validation. I don't want you to get confused by this code. This basically is syntax, meaning that we're gonna use that user validation schema to validate this form, okay? And then we're gonna call this function with an object, and then we're gonna say resolver equals to zod resolver, and then provide the user validation to it. And then we're gonna provide some default values for the bio. It's gonna be a user question mark dot bio. In case there is a bio, we're gonna say in case there is a user dot bio, assign it to the bio. Otherwise, assign an empty string to the bio. And that's it. We're gonna build the form in a minute, but we're gonna import the rest of the necessary elements from here. We did import the form. We also want form control, form field, form item, form label, and then form message. And we also want to import from at components UI button. We want to import the button, and then we want to import from the text area component. But we didn't install the text area, so now let's install it. I'm gonna copy that, open the terminal, and let's type npx shadcn at latest add text area. And while we're here, let's add the input as well. We're gonna use it later. Okay. Everything is fine now. And by the way, I noticed a bug here. This should be written here. And remove this, okay. So yeah, let's continue. And here, this should be written like that. Here we're gonna open curly brackets like that, and then add 3 periods. And write form. This will renders the form component, and then it's gonna spread the form properties from this form reference or from this form object. It's gonna spread them into the form element or the form component. This basically will link the form with the validation schema and other settings that we defined earlier, okay? And then here we're gonna type a normal HTML form element. And then we're gonna give these class names to the form. And here we're gonna say onSubmit equals to form.handle submit. And then we're gonna call the onSubmit function that we're gonna define later. And then inside the form, we're gonna render a form field. Here I wrote from, it should be form, sorry. And here also this S should be capital. And here form, I don't know why I keep writing from. Maybe it's because I'm watching the From TV show a lot lately. Anyways, here also on submit is gonna be with an S capital. Let's here define this function. just define it. We're gonna say onSubmit equal to a function. We're gonna write it later. Now let's continue the form field. It's a self-closing component. That's going to have a control equals to form dot control, and the name is gonna be bio, and that form field is gonna have a render property which is gonna be equal to a function. So we're gonna open curly brackets and then call a function like that, and this function is gonna take an object that has a field property. Basically that means that that form field is gonna render the following stuff, which is a form item, and that form item is gonna have that class name, those class names, and then it's gonna render a form label like that side of it, which is gonna say tell people about yourself, and then below the label we're gonna render a form control, and that form control is gonna render a text area, which is a self-closing component. Its rows is gonna be 10. The class name will be account form input and no focus. And then we're gonna spread the field here. And below the form control, we're gonna render a form message for error messages and stuff. And then below this form field, we're gonna render a button saying save. Its type is gonna be submit, and class name is background primary 500. This is going to be our button. And by the way, we're getting an error here because we should return all of this stuff from this function. This render function is gonna return these elements or that form item. So we can either write a return keyword and then return that block of code, or we can simply write parentheses. Since we are using an arrow function, we can here return all of this stuff right away. This is one of the advantages of arrow functions in JavaScript. So anyways, let's continue. Or you know what, that's enough for this lecture. In the next lecture, we're gonna define this function and continue this onSubmit function, and then continue that component, okay? So see you then, have a great day, and bye-bye. Now let's continue defining this account info component. And our next step is to define the onSubmit function. This onSubmit function is an asynchronous function, which is gonna take values as its parameters, and these values is gonna be of type z.infer, and also it's gonna be type of user validation. So let's copy all of that, and we're gonna paste it here. And here we're gonna say await, and then we're gonna use the update user action. Remember the update user action that we defined before, which is gonna take an object, and the user ID is gonna be equal to user.id. Bio equals to values.bio. These values will come from the form, and here we're gonna say path equals to path name. And this is why we're gonna need to say const path equals to use path name coming from next navigation. Here we forgot to add a comma, and here this is path name, not path. And then we're gonna say if we are on the profile edit page, we're gonna say if path name equals to /profile /edit, we're gonna say go back. So let's say the user is coming from the home page to the profile edit page. I want to return him back to the home page after he edits his profile page. So we're gonna say router dot back, and this is why also here we're gonna need to say const router equals to use router coming from next navigation also. And then we're gonna say else, meaning that the user at this moment is gonna be on the onboarding page, not the profile edit page. We want to redirect him to the home page. So here we're gonna say router.push to the home page. Now I think we can take a look at the code. Oh, but I think we didn't import the account info component here. Yeah, let's import it inside of the onboarding page.tsx file, okay? Imported from our components. And now let's go to the onboarding page. And as you can see, everything is working. But at the beginning, if you notice, the user profile component is delayed for about 1 second, less than 1 second, something like that. And the bio text area is displayed here before this account profile component. So I want to show some sort of a loading message for 1 second, then display both the user profile and the bio text area together. So let's add some extra logic. Let's go to the account info component again. And here we're gonna add a state saying const something from use state. Let's import use state from React here. Okay, what is our state? Our state is gonna have the name show bio. And also we're gonna create a function set show bio. And we're gonna initialize the show bio to false. At the beginning, it's gonna be false. And then we're gonna say use effect coming also from React here. And this use effect will run some code whenever the component renders. Here we're gonna add a callback function that's going to have some logic. As I told you, anything we write here is gonna run whenever the component re-renders. We can add an empty array here as a second argument to make the code here, the code that we're gonna write here, executed only on the first render. This empty array will make the code that we're gonna write here executed only on the first render when the component is initially mounted. But we're gonna remove it for now and let's see what our logic will look like. And if we feel that we need it, we're gonna add it later, okay? And here simply we're gonna say set timeout and wait for 1 second, which is 1000 milliseconds. And after that 1 second, we're gonna set show bio to true. So here basically when the component renders, the show bio is gonna be false, and after 1 second it's gonna be set to true, okay? And here simply we can say if no show bio. If the show bio is false, return that h1 element saying loading. Otherwise, return our logic. So here, when the component renders, the show bio is going to be false for 1 second, which means that the page is going to show the loading message only for 1 second. And after 1 second, the show bio is going to be set to true, and the user profile component should be arrived by now. Then at this point, we can show our full page, which is the user profile and the form. Now let's go to our page, reload again. Okay, I'm getting a loading message here. Did you see it? Reload again. Okay, that's it. Okay, nice. This is what I want. Perfect. Now let's test the logic that we wrote in this page. But now, before we go ahead and test our application, we have to push the changes to GitHub, because remember, we are using webhooks, and these webhooks will sync Clerk with our application, but only it works on Vercel. So we need to push the changes to GitHub so that Vercel know from our GitHub repo that we have updated our application, updated our code, and then our code or the updates that we did on our code will work. So we're gonna open the terminal, type git add all, git commit message, let's say completing account info component, and then git push. And now I deleted all the users from Clerk and also deleted all the users from our database in order to do a fresh start. And now let's go to Vercel, see the deployment, go to deployments, our project, then deployments. There is an error. It's saying can't resolve Svix. I think we have installed Svix, right? Let's go to package.json, search for Svix. Svix doesn't exist. I remember we installed it, right? Okay, no worries. Let's install it again. npm install Svix. Now let's go back and git add all, git commit message, let's say installing Svix, and then git push. Now let's go to the deployments again, and now it's ready. So right now it's time to run the server one more time, and let's test our application. Now let's register a new account. Okay, I'm redirected to the onboarding page. First of all, let's see if the user is created. Here in Clerk, the user is created, okay, and here in our database, users, okay, yeah, the user is created, nice, and onboarded is false. Okay, now let's do the onboarding. Here I'm gonna update my profile photo, upload, and I downloaded an image. Here, let's use it, and here, let's say Noor, okay, and here let's update the username, let's say Fakhri. Okay, let's click save here, click save here, and also let's add a bio saying software engineer, and then click on save. And yeah, we are redirected to the home page because we are coming from the onboarding page, not the profile edit page. Nice. Let's go back here and refresh our database. Hopefully it's gonna work. And yeah, it's working. This is my updated username, my updated name, and here the image. Let's copy the image and paste it here. Okay, we have a new image. And here onboarded is true and bio is a software engineer. So everything is working properly so far. I hope you're enjoying the course, and I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Bye bye. Hey everyone, welcome back. Now let's create the right sidebar of Twiddle. As you can see, it's gonna show the suggestions, groups, and user suggestions. And let's quickly take an overview of the code that we're going to write. This is the old project. We're gonna fetch the users and then fetch the groups from our database. Of course, we're gonna create those actions later. And I know that right now we didn't even create the groups feature yet. But just let's take an overview. We're gonna display suggestions, then groups, and then we're gonna loop on the groups and show them, and do the same for users. And now let's just take it step by step. We already created the right sidebar component, I think. Yeah. Okay, let's open it. First of all, let's make it an asynchronous component or asynchronous function component in order to say const user equals to current user, and here of course we have to say await, and then we're gonna say if no user, just return null in order to be safe. And then here we're gonna create or return a section that's going to have a class name equals to custom dash scroll bar, and also it's gonna have the class right sidebar. If we check the globals.css file, this is going to be the styling for the right sidebar. And of course, we've seen the custom scroll bar before. And then inside that section, we're gonna render a div that's gonna have class names, flex, flex-1, flex-col, and justify start. And here render an h3 element that have class names of. But before we write the class names, let's type here suggestions, and here we're gonna say text heading for medium, and also text light 1. We can see it here. And then below this div we're gonna render another div that's have class name of flex col flex-1 justify start, and then inside of it we're gonna render an h3 element exactly like that, but saying here groups. And now leave the groups, we're gonna add it later when we develop the groups feature. And now let's add the suggested users. We're gonna create a div here which is gonna have class names exactly like that, and also an h1 element like that. but saying here users. Then we're gonna render a div that's going to have class names of MT7, flex, and width of 350 pixels, and flex col, and gap of 10. And then open curly brackets, and then we're gonna say similar minds dot users dot length is bigger than 0. Here basically we're gonna say if this is true, we're gonna render something. But first of all, what is this similar minds? Basically it's gonna be the users that we're gonna fetch from the database. So here we're gonna say const similar minds equals to await fetch users user id equals to user.id and page size equals to 4. And now let's go ahead and define this function. It's gonna be another user action, so let's go to user actions. And here let's say export const fetch users, which is gonna be equal to an asynchronous function. And here we're gonna say that this function is gonna take an object of some type. Let's define the type first. We're gonna say that it's gonna take a user ID of type string, and then we're gonna say search string. We're gonna use that in the search feature later if we are searching for a certain user or something. And also, of course, it's gonna be a string, but this should be a semicolon, sorry. And the search string is optional also. Then page number, which is gonna specify which page of users to fetch, okay? It's also optional, a string, and then page size, optional, which is gonna be optional and it's gonna be a number, and page size, optional, number, and this page size is gonna determine how many users to fetch per page. And here we're gonna say sort by, also optional, and it's gonna be something called sort order coming from Mongoose, okay? This is a utility or a built-in function in Mongoose that will help us sort the results either ascending or descending order. Now let's provide or define the params. We're gonna say user ID. So we're gonna destructure the user ID from the params. And search string is gonna default to an empty string. Page number is going to default to 1. Of course, we can specify whatever value we want when we call this function, but those are going to be the default values in case we didn't specify any parameters, okay? And the page size is gonna default to 20, and sort by is gonna default to descending. We're gonna say desk. And here we're gonna say try and then catch. Let's copy this catch block and paste it here, and here we're gonna say failed to fetch users. Okay, and here we're gonna say try to connect to database, and then we're gonna say const skip amount equals to page number minus 1 times page size, and this will determine how many users to skip for pagination. If the page number is 1, for example, the skip amount will be 0. Don't skip any users, right? If the page number is 2, we're gonna skip the first 20 users, and so on. This will make sure that we get the right result, okay? This algorithm. And then we're gonna say const regex, which basically means regular expression. And we're gonna say new regex or new regular expression. And then we're gonna provide the search string and a string saying I. Okay, what is this all about? Here we are using regular expressions to make the search case insensitive. For example, if the user is searching for John, we want to make sure to get him the results of John with small j or the results of John with capital J, okay? This is called case insensitive. Case sensitive means that the J small is gonna be totally different from J capital. Okay? I hope that was easy. And then we're gonna say const query. We're gonna create our query. But first we're gonna specify that that query is gonna be of type filter query, which is gonna be type of user. And then we're gonna say it's gonna be equal to an object where ID not equal to user ID. Because here I want to exclude myself, for example, if I'm searching for users. In my case, if I'm searching for Noor or if I'm getting suggested users, I don't want to display my name to myself. And then we want to start getting the results. But first we're gonna say if the search string dot trim is not equals to an empty string. So if the search string is not empty, we're gonna start searching for users whose username or name matches the regular expression. Okay, here remember, we took the search string, we made it insensitive, and then saved it to that regex reference. And then we're gonna say query dot $sign or equals to an array. And then we're gonna have two objects. The first one is gonna search for username, in which the $sign regex equals to the regex. And we're gonna do the same here, but for the name. Here, this OR operator basically is searching for matches in either the username or the name. And then we want to create some sort of sort options, meaning that we want to tell this function to use something to sort the results on, or to use some data to sort the results. So we're gonna say const sort options equals to, and then we're gonna assign it to an object saying created at equals to sort by. Here basically we're gonna sort the results based on the created at field, meaning that we're sorting the results based on the date they was created at. And this sort by is gonna determine either it's gonna be ascending or descending. And here we have said we want it to be descending. So we're gonna sort the results in descending order based on the date it was created, okay? And then we're gonna create our user query. We're gonna say const user query equals to user dot find the query, and after you find it, sort it. We're gonna say dot sort based on the sort options that we created, and after you sort it and get the results, skip the skip amount based on the skip amount. So here basically we're saying after you sort the results, get the results and skip them, skip the amount based on the skip amount. And then finally we're gonna say dot limit the page size, or limit based on the page size. And after that we wanna calculate the total number of users that match the search criteria. Let's say that someone is searching for Mark, the name Mark, and we have in our database like 20 people with that name. So we want to calculate that number, that amount of people that have the name Mark. So we're going to say const total user count equals to await user dot, and then we're going to use a method in Mongoose named count documents. And then we're going to provide the query. And finally here we're going to say const users equals to await user query dot execute. And then we want to know if there are more users to fetch beyond the current page. So we're going to say const is next equals to total user count. If the total user count is bigger than the skip amount plus the users, these users, dot length. So here basically we're checking if there are more users to display beyond the current page. And finally we're gonna return the users and is next in an object like that. And now we're done with this function. Let's import it here. And let's stop here for this lecture. That's enough for this lecture. And we're gonna continue writing that component in the next lecture. So see you then, and bye-bye. And now let's continue the right sidebar component. Remember here we were saying that if the similarminds.users.length is bigger than 0, we're gonna return something. Otherwise, we're gonna return something else. First of all, we're gonna say that if it is actually equal to 0, meaning that there are no suggested users, we're gonna display a paragraph here saying no users, or let's say no users yet. And here it's gonna have a class name of important. We're gonna say important text base regular, and text light 3. And here let's take a look at the function, the fetch users function again. We called this function with the user ID, the user who is fetching the users. And here we are specifying that the page size is 4. We had a default value here of 20, but here I chose to specify to 4. You can choose whatever you want. And here, let's write the logic if there are users. We're gonna say if there are users, I need you to map on them. We're gonna say similar minds dot users dot map on each person and then return a UI component named user card. We're gonna define it later, of course, but to this user card, we're gonna provide a key equals to the person.id, and also the ID is equal to the person.id, and then the name equals to person.name, and then username equals to person.name, and then image URL equals to person.image, and then we're gonna say person type equals to user. You're gonna know why we are providing the person type later when we define the user card. And actually we're gonna do that in the next lecture. So for now, let's push the changes to GitHub. We're gonna say git add all, git commit message. Let's say continue writing the right sidebar component, and then git push. And that's it. I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Bye bye. And now let's create the user card component. Let's copy that and go to components, the components folder, and let's create a new folder and name it cards. And inside of it, let's create a new file and name it usercard.tsx. It's gonna be a client component. We're gonna say use client, and then we're gonna define the interface props, the props for that component. That component is gonna take an ID of type string and name also of type string, username of type string, and image URL of type string. If we take a look here at the old project, you can see that the user card is a pretty simple and small component. So let's go back here and define the component. We're gonna say const user card equals to a function that's going to return a React fragment, and here export default the user card. Here we're gonna destructure the props, which is gonna be of type props. we're gonna take the ID, the name, the username, and the image URL. And then here we're gonna return an article. Since this is a card, we're gonna return an article that has class name of user card, user-card. And this is the styling of the user card. You can take a look at it. And then inside of it, we're gonna render a div that has another class name named user-card underscore avatar. And also this is its styling. And then inside of that div, we're gonna return an image from next image. Here, the source is gonna be equal to the image URL. The alt is gonna be logo. And then width 48, and here the height is gonna be the same, and it's gonna have a class name of rounded full. And then under that image, we're gonna render another div that has an h4 displaying the name of the user and a paragraph displaying the username of the user. So under the image, let's create a div which is gonna have class name of flex-1 and text ellipsis. And inside of that div, we're gonna render an h4, and that h4 is gonna render the name of the user, and it's gonna have a class name of text base semi-bold and text light 1, and then render a paragraph saying at, and then we're gonna display the username of the user, and that paragraph is gonna have a class name of text small medium and text gray dash 1. And then below the user card div, we're gonna display a button saying view. Here we are using the shadcm button, but I don't think it's necessary. You can use the HTML button. So here let's close that div, and here we're gonna render a button which is gonna say view, and here we're gonna provide a class name of a user card button. And also we're gonna say on click. Let's put that here and this one here. On click, create a callback function that's going to say router dot push to that person profile. So if someone wants to view a certain profile, when he clicks on that button, the view button, we're gonna redirect him to that path /profile, and here we're gonna need to use the template literals to say profile and then / the ID of the user. And here we're gonna need to define the router. We're gonna say const router equals to use router coming from next navigation. And now we're done. We've created the user card component. Just import it here in the right sidebar. Click on Ctrl and space. and then import it. And let's see what's gonna happen here. Okay, nice. The right sidebar is created. Of course, I'm not getting any users here because I'm the only user. But first, let's push the changes to GitHub in order for Vercel to sync the updates with our GitHub repo. But you know what? I don't think we're gonna need that person type. I know I said before that we're gonna need it, but I think I got it confused with something else. So I'm gonna delete it. We're not gonna need it. And now let's open the terminal and type git add all git commit message, creating the user card component, and now git push. And now let's delete everything from the clerk dashboard and also from our database. Let's log into MongoDB. Let's go to collections and let's delete the database. Let's drop it. And let's go ahead and test our deployed app. Right, we have our app on the internet now. Let's test it. Okay, I'm landed on the landing page. I'm gonna register a new account, log in with Google or register with Google, choose a username. Okay, I'm landed on the onboarding page. I'm gonna say bio software engineer, click save. Okay, here I'm redirected to the home page and I get no users yet because there are only one user, which is me. So what I'm going to do now is to copy the link for our app, open incognito app, and I'm gonna register a new account. And let's go to temp mail. And here let's type, let's say Elon Musk and username Elon Musk. And let's copy the email from here, paste it. And let's type any password. Then let's go to the temp mail, get our verification code, paste it here. Why it's incorrect code? What, are you crazy? Okay, we got another email. I don't know what happened. Okay, copy that, paste it here. Okay, success, it worked. And now we are on the onboarding page. Let's say here anything. I am Elon Musk. Anything, click save. And now I'm redirected to the home page, but I'm not getting any suggested users here. Let's see why. Okay, guys, after some searching, I knew what the issue was. Actually, it's an issue that I always encounter. Here, we are using the arrow function and curly brackets. So in that case, we should write return the user card. Or we can remove the curly brackets and return that right away after the arrow function. So we're gonna remove the curly brackets. We're gonna push the changes one more time. We're gonna say git add all, git commit message, and we're gonna type the same message, creating the user card component, and then git push. Now I'm gonna go back to Vercel, go to the project, go to deployments, and our last commit is ready. I'm gonna simply reload here, and finally I'm getting the user card here. But here we're having two issues. The first one is that the button doesn't look very good, so I think I'm gonna use the button from ShadCN. This is an easy task. And here we are not getting the image, we are getting the alt, which is logo. And this is because, as you can see here in the error, I got an error in the development. You're not going to see it in the production. You're only going to see it in development. So here it's telling you that the hostname image.clerk.com is not configured under images in your next.config.js file. And as you already know, we are getting the image from that host name, from clerk, from image.clerk.com. So as they are telling you here, in Next.js, we need to configure that under next.config.js file. If I go here to the old project and open a file named next.config.mjs, you can see here that under images, we added something called remote patterns and protocol https image.clerk.com, image.clerk.dev, and other domain names, as you can see here. Let's do exactly that in our project. Let's open that next configuration file. Yeah, this one. And here in next config, we're gonna add images, which is an object that has remote patterns, which is an array of patterns. And let's here add an object saying protocol equals to https and also hostname equals to, here we have image.clerk.com, images.clerk.dev. Okay, let's copy that. And here I'm gonna say image.clerk.com. And let's add another one just in case, saying here images.clerk.dev. And that's it. Let's push the changes one more time. We're gonna say git add all, git commit, and then we're gonna provide the same commit name, and then git push. And here also, as we said, we're gonna replace the HTML button with shed cn button. Apparently it looks better. And then import it from UI button. And let's push the changes one more time. Git add all, git commit creating the user card component, and finally git push. Now back to Vercel. It's building. Okay. And now it's ready. Let's go here and reload the page. And finally, everything is fixed. We got the image here and it looks nice, and also the button, I think it looks much better. I hope that was an easy lecture, and I'm gonna see you in the next one. Bye bye. Alright, now that we've created the feature where any user can create an account on Twiddle, let's make them able to create a new tweet and share their thoughts with the world. After all, what's a social media account without the ability to tweet? Kind of having a car with no wheels, right? So we're gonna go to the root directory and create a new folder and name it create-tweet. And inside of it, let's create the page. We're gonna say page.tsx. And here we're gonna say const page equals to an asynchronous function. And this asynchronous function is gonna return some elements here, and here we're gonna say export default page. Here let's return a React fragment, and here we're gonna say const user equals to await current user coming from clerk. And then if no user, just return null. And then we want the user info from our database. We're gonna say const user info equals to await fetch user coming from user actions, and then provide the user.id. This is coming from user actions. And then we're gonna say if no user info question mark dot onboarded redirect, we're gonna use the redirect from Next navigation to the onboarding path or the onboarding page. And then here simply we're gonna return an h1 element saying create tweet, and here the class name is gonna be head-text. If we open the app and go to the create tweet here, we can see that text. And after that, we're gonna render a component that we're gonna create later, named post tweet, which is gonna take a user ID as its props, and it's gonna be equal to user info dot underscore ID. Now let's push the changes to GitHub. We're gonna say git add all, git commit message creating the create dash tweet page, and then git push. And that's it for this lecture. In the next lecture, we're gonna define this component. So, see you then, have a great day, and bye bye. And now let's create the post tweet component. Copy that. And let's go to components, forms. It's gonna be a form. And here, create a new file, posttweet.tsx. And it's gonna be a client component. And here we're gonna say const post tweet equals to a function that's going to take user ID, and that user ID object is gonna be of type props, and of course this is going to be a functional component that's gonna return a React fragment. Here export default post tweet, and here of course we're gonna create the interface of props, where we're gonna say that the user ID is gonna be a string. And here, since this is a form, we're gonna return a form. And as we said before, we're gonna spread all the properties from the form. I'm not gonna write from again, okay, I promise. And let's go to the account info component and copy all of these imports and paste them here. Also, we're gonna take the text area and the button. And then we're gonna copy the form declaration from here and then paste it here. But here we're gonna say tweet validation, not user validation. And also here we're gonna say tweet validation. And here the default values are going to be tweet equals to an empty string, an account ID equals to user ID. Here we need to import the use form. So also let's go here and copy that. And let's paste it here. And we want to import all as Z from Zod. And the Zod resolver also. And right now the only thing left is to define that tweet validation. So let's go to the validations folder here, inside of lib, and create a new file named tweet.ts. It's gonna be responsible for the tweet validation. And then here we're gonna say export const tweet validation, which is gonna be equal to z or z.object, provide an object, and let's say that that tweet has to be a string by saying z.string dot min of 3 characters. And here we have to import Zod. Import everything from Zod as Z. And let's get back here. The message is gonna be minimum 3 characters. So no one can tweet less than 3 characters. And here the account ID has to be z dot string, so it has to be a string. Now let's go to the post tweet component and just import this from tweet.ts file. Here this should be account ID. Okay, this should disappear. And it did, nice. And here this form is gonna return pretty much everything like this one. So here let's copy this form from the account info component and paste it here. But here we're gonna add an extra margin top of 10. And here on submit, call the on submit function. Let's create it here. We're gonna say const on submit equals to a function. We're gonna write it later. And here in the form field, the name is gonna be tweet. And here we're gonna render a form item, form label, and inside of the form label, instead of this text, we're gonna type just content. And that form control is gonna have extra class names of no dash focus, then border, and then the border color is gonna be dark by saying border dash dark dash 4, background by saying bg dark 3, and text dash light dash 1. The text area is gonna be 15 rows, not 10. We're not gonna have any class names. Then we're gonna spread the field. And then the button is gonna be type submit, the same background color, but here we're gonna say post tweet. And that's it. Now let's go back here and import that component. And now let's check our progress. Alright, the component is created, but the layout doesn't look very good. So let's adjust the styling. I'm gonna go to the root layout page. Okay. Let's take a look here. This is the main element. Alright, first of all, since flex row is by default, the flex direction is by default flex row, so no need to write flex row. And here maybe we can remove the flex, the justify center, item center. Okay, now great, it looks good. Let's just add a max width for x large, meaning that the width of the container, that layout, can expand to 4x large screens, but not beyond that. Okay? And now everything's fine. The only thing left is to create the onSubmit function so that when we click here, when we create a tweet and click here, that tweet is going to be saved in our database. So let's do that in the next lecture, and I will see you then. Have a great day and bye-bye. And now let's create the onSubmit function. First of all, this is going to be an asynchronous function. And let's go here to the account info component. And here also we're gonna copy the arguments of the onSubmit function. Paste them here, but here we're gonna say type of tweet validation. And then here we're gonna say await. And then we're gonna use a function named create tweet. This is going to be a tweet action, not a user action. It's gonna be a tweet action, which is gonna take an object. Its text is gonna be equal to values.tweet, and the author is gonna be user ID, and the path is gonna be equal to path name. And this is why we're gonna need to say const path name equals to use path name. And now let's import the use path name from next navigation. And now let's create this function, the create tweet function. Let's copy that and let's go to actions, the actions folder, where we create all of our server actions. And here create a new file named tweet.actions.ts. And let's create our first tweet action. We're gonna say export const create tweet equals to an asynchronous function that's going to take an object of type tweet params. Now let's define that tweet params quickly. We're gonna say interface tweet params. It's gonna take a text of type string, author of type string, path of type string, and we want to know if this is a retweet of another tweet, so we're gonna say retweet of, and then it's optional because it might be not a retweet of any tweet, and also it's gonna be a string. And here let's pass all of these parameters: text, author, path, and retweet of. And here let's say try catch, take the error of type any, and through new error saying failed to create tweet, and then display the error dot message. And here let's say connect to DB, and then we're gonna say const created tweet equals to await tweet, which is going to be the tweet model. We didn't create it yet, we're gonna create it in a minute. But let's say tweet dot create, and then provide an object and give it the text, the author, the path, and the retweet of. But before we continue, let's create that model. We're gonna go to models and create a new file and name it tweet.model.ts. And here in this tweet model, it's pretty much like the user model we created before. You know the drill by now. We're gonna import mongoose from mongoose and then create the tweet schema, which is gonna be a new mongoose.schema. And that schema is gonna have text of type string and it's gonna be required. And then it's gonna have an author, the person who created the tweet, which is gonna be of type mongoose object ID, which is gonna refer to the user model and also it's required. And then it's gonna have a retweet of. By default, it's null. It's gonna refer to the tweet model. And if you're asking yourself why it's referring to the tweet model while this is the tweet model itself, because this is a reference to the original tweet if this is a retweet. And also it's gonna be a type of mongoose object ID. Then we're gonna add a group property, because later when we develop the groups feature, you're gonna know that some tweets are going to be part of groups, are gonna be tweets inside groups. So we wanna also know if that tweet is part of a group or not. Then created at of type date, and the default is gonna be date.now. And we're gonna provide a parent ID in case this tweet is a comment. If it's a comment, so it's gonna be one of the children of the parent tweet, the original tweet. So we wanna know the ID of the parent and its type is gonna be a string. And also it can have children. because this tweet could have comments on it, and even if it's a comment, it could have comments on it, and if it's a retweet, it could have comments on it. Okay, so the children are going to be an array of objects. These objects are going to be tweets, so the children are going to be array of tweets. And then finally, we're gonna add likes to know how many likes did this tweet had. Its type is gonna be a number. By default, it's gonna be 0. And here we're gonna create a tweet reference by getting the tweet model from mongoose.models.tweet, or if it doesn't exist, still the first time, just create the tweet model with the tweet schema. And finally, we're exporting that tweet. So now let's go back here and import that tweet model. And then let's continue here. First of all, after we create the tweet, we're gonna update the user model, because in the user models we have a tweets section inside of each user object or each user collection or each user document. We have a tweets property, right? We want to add that tweet to the user who created. So we're gonna say await user, and that user is gonna come from the user models dot find by ID and update. Find by ID and update the author, and then we're gonna say $push to its tweets section, the created tweet dot underscore ID. We're using the underscore ID because we're referring the MongoDB ID, okay? Not clerk or anything like that. In MongoDB, we refer to the ID by using underscore ID. And then also we want to know if it's a retweet of another tweet. And in that case, we want to also push it to the retweets of that user. So we're going to say if retweet of, also find by ID and update the author, and push to his retweets section or his retweets property that created tweet. And then we wanna revalidate the path with the path in order to refresh the page. And now we're done. Let's go back here to the onSubmit function and import the create tweet. And here, after we create the tweet, we want to say router.push to the home page. And this router is gonna come from use router. We're gonna say const router equals to use router. Let's import the use router from next navigation. And here, this is not imported. Let's import it. And that's it. And now let's go back to the create tweet page and make sure that this is imported. Okay, it's imported. Now this feature is done. Let's push the changes to GitHub and test it on the deployed app. We're gonna say git add all, git commit message. Let's say creating on submit function of post tweet component, and then let's say git push. And then let's go to Vercel, wait until it finishes building. But before we do anything, let's reset everything. I'm gonna drop our database and I'm going to delete the users. And let's register a new account again, sign in with Google. I'm gonna continue with my Google account, create username, go to onboarding page, type a bio, then go to tweet page. Okay, I'm getting an error here. Let's check it in development. It's saying that mongoose.models is undefined. Okay, after searching, I know what's the problem here. We have to say use server at the top of the tweet model file. Let's add use server at the beginning here as well. Use server. Let's put it in the actions as well. Okay, right now I think it does exist in all files, in all server files. Now let's rerun the server. And here let's push the changes to GitHub again. Here we're gonna say adding use server to tweet model and then git push. Let's try again. Okay, I'm redirected to the home page. Let's check our database. Browse collections. Okay, nice. We have tweets here and we have my tweet. Let's see Vercel. Deployments. Okay, my deployment is ready now. Now let's go to tweet, create another tweet. Let's say another tweet, click on post tweet. Okay, nice. I'm redirected to the home page. Let's go back here to our database, refresh, tweets, and I get the second tweet, another tweet. So guys, the bug here was just this line of code, use server, okay? Just don't forget to add this use server. Sometimes minor things could ruin your logic and ruin your application. As you can see, a very simple thing like that broke our application. Just don't forget to add use server at server files, okay? And now I'm done with this lecture and I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Bye-bye. Hello everyone, welcome back. Now let's go ahead and create the groups feature. And we want to make it so that anyone can create a group and invite others to join. And we're actually gonna leverage clerks organizations to implement this feature. And in order to be able to do so, we're gonna go to our clerk dashboard. And let's go to configure webhooks. And let's click on our endpoint. And here let's edit the subscribed events. And let's search for organization. And let's actually click on everything except for the organization domain, okay? So we're gonna take organization, organization invitation, membership, and then click save. And then let's create a model for the groups. Let's go to lib models and create a new file here, name it group.model.ts. And first of all, let's write here use server, don't forget. And then also, like the user and tweet models, we're gonna import mongoose from mongoose, create a group schema. Each group is gonna have an ID, username, name, image, and also it's gonna have array of tweets, array of members, and so on. And here we are creating the group model. and then exporting the group. And now we want to create an action to create a group, create a new group in our database whenever a new group is created on Clerk. So let's go to Actions, create a new file and name it group.actions.ts. And here let's say use server. And then we're gonna create an interface for create group params, which is gonna take an ID of type string, and also it's gonna take a name of type string, username, image, created by all of type string. And then we're gonna create the create group action, which is gonna be an asynchronous function. It's gonna take params of type create group params. We're gonna take the ID, the name, the username, the image, the created by ID from these params, and then we're gonna try to connect to DB. We're gonna import it from Mongoose, and then we want to know who created that group. So we're gonna find the user who created that group by ID using the created by ID. And we're gonna use the find one function of Mongoose to do that. And in order to be able to do that, we're gonna need to use the user model. So let's import the user model from models. And here, of course, we're handling the case if there is no user, we're gonna say user not found. And then we're gonna create a new group in our database. We can say new group or group.create, whatever. And this is why we're gonna need to import the group model. And then we're gonna create it using all of our params. And then we're gonna save the new group into our database and save it in that reference, the created group reference. And then we're gonna need to update the user model. So we're gonna say user.groups.push the created group.id. So here basically we're adding that group to the created groups of that user. And then we're gonna save that information into the user model. And here finally we're handling the error in case of any error. Now we're gonna need to add this to our webhooks in order to sync everything with Clerk. So we're gonna go to our webhook file, the route.ts file, and let's scroll down here and add a new if statement saying if, and then we're gonna say event.type equals to organization.created. I need you to destructure these data from the event.data. Okay, destructure what? The ID, the name, something called slug, image URL, created by, and by the way, this slug is actually the username, okay? Don't get confused or anything like that. And then we're gonna say await create group coming from group actions, and then provide an object as an argument and give it the ID, the name, and the username is gonna equal to slug as I told you, and image is gonna be equal to image URL or an empty string, and then created by ID is gonna be equal to created by. And that is it. Now let's push the changes to GitHub. We're gonna say git add all, git commit message creating the groups feature, and then git push. And now let's go to Vercel, deployments, still building. Okay, it's done. Now let's try to create a new group here. I'm gonna say create organization. Let's name it anything. Let's say test org, create organization. I'm not gonna invite anyone for now. And now it's created. Let's check our database. Let's go here, reload. Okay, great, the groups collection has been created. And the test org is also created. This is very, very nice. That's it for this lecture. I'm gonna see you in the next one. Bye bye. If a user is using a social media like ours, Twiddle, we want our users to be able to not just create groups, but also invite others to join. So that I can click here, and then I can click Manage, and then go to Members, and then I can invite others by email and then send invitations, and then they can accept the invitation and be added to the group. But all of that right now is happening on Clerk. How can we sync it to our app? We're gonna go to the group actions file, and then we're gonna create a new group action named add member to group, which is gonna be an asynchronous function that takes a group ID of type string and a member ID of type string. And then we're gonna connect to the database, and then we're gonna find the group. We're gonna get it from the database by ID by saying group.findOne with the ID equal to the group ID. And if it doesn't exist, just throw an error. And then we're gonna find the user the same way by saying findOne by ID and also handle the error. And then we're gonna handle some edge cases. For example, if the user is already a member of the group, we're gonna throw an error saying user is already a member of the group. So here we're gonna say if the group.members includes the user.id, just throw the error. And if the user is not a member, we're gonna add that user ID to the members array in the group by simply saying group.members.push the user.id. We are adding that user to the group members. And then we're gonna save the group details in our database. And then remember, each user has a groups array. We wanna track the groups of each user. Each user can be a member of many groups. So we're gonna have an array of groups for each user. And we're gonna do that by saying user.groups.push the group ID, and then also save the user details in our database. And finally, return the group. And then we're gonna go here to the route.ts file, the webhook file, and say, let's copy that. And here we're gonna say if the event.type equals to organization membership.created, and then we're gonna take from the event.data the organization and the public user data. And then here we're gonna say await add member to group. We're gonna take it from the group actions. And then here we're gonna say await add member to group, and this is coming from the group actions, okay? And then simply provide the organization.id, and then here we're gonna say public user data, dot user underscore ID. And that's it. Now let's push the changes to GitHub. I'm gonna say git add all, git commit message, adding any member to a group, then git push. Okay, now the deployment is ready. We're gonna reload our app here, and I'm gonna sign in a new account. I'm gonna save the email here in a notepad, then complete the registration. Now let's do the onboarding. I signed as Elon Musk. Let's say I am Elon Musk. Click save. So right now I'm gonna copy that email and go here, and inside of this test.org group, I'm gonna go to members, invite, write the email and send invitation. Finish. Now if I go here and reload, you can see a notification popping out here. Click on it. It's telling me that I was invited to join test.org. I'm gonna click join and then go inside of it. Now let's check our database and let's go to users and see first this guy, which is me. He has this group with that ID, and also this guy has groups with the same ID. And now let's go to groups. You can see that we have the test.org group here. It's created by this ID, which is, I think it's gonna be me. B6D ends with B6D. So let's check the users. Yeah, this is me. And it's gonna have one member, which is this guy. Of course, it's gonna be the Elon Musk guy. Yeah, it's him. So everything is working. This is really, really great. And that's it for this lecture. I'm gonna see you in the next one. Bye bye. Hello guys. I noticed a bug here in our app. Let me show it to you. And actually it's not from us, it's coming from Clerk. Let's see if we can fix it. I'm gonna try to fix it with you guys here. Let's see if we can fix it or not, okay? I'm gonna click on register, go to temp mail, copy that, paste it here. Let's type anything, like test account, any password. See here after the confirmation, when I'm redirected to the onboarding page for the first time, only for the first time, I get an error, a client-side exception error. Let's open the console, and here this error is coming from Clerk, as you can see. Let's read it. It's saying that user profile can't render unless a user is signed in, while we are actually signed in. And when I just reload the page, it's gonna show the onboarding page. The error is disappearing, meaning that this bug or this issue is actually coming from Clerk. On the first time, Clerk is not recognizing that I'm signed in yet. So I'm gonna try to do something. Let's see if it's gonna fix it. First of all, I'm gonna close that. And then I'm gonna go here to onboarding and do as we did here. I'm going to create a catch-all route inside of it instead of hashing route. Remember, when we rendered the user profile here, we said routing equal hash. I'm gonna try to create a new folder here inside of onboarding and name it square brackets, another square brackets inside of it, and then 3 periods, and then onboarding. And then I'm gonna move this file, the page.tsx file, here. And then let's comment that for now. And let's try to push the changes. Git add all, git commit, and I'm gonna type, let's say, trying to fix onboarding clerk bug. Click enter, then git push. Wait here until it finishes building. Okay, now it's finished. Let's open an incognito window, then register. I typed any data here. Let's copy that email, paste it here. Let's type anything, any password. Let's go here and take the code, paste it here, and see what's gonna happen. No, actually the same thing. We need to reload on the first time. Okay guys, this is coming from Clerk, okay? Hopefully they will fix it very soon in the future. And yeah, I tried. And I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Bye bye. And now let's remove any user from a group when they leave. We're gonna go to the group actions file, and then we're gonna create this function, remove user from group. It's also an asynchronous function that's going to take the user ID and group ID, both are strings. Then it's gonna connect to database, find the user, and then find the group. And this underscore ID, this one and this one, means that it's going to retrieve only the underscore ID field from the database. When we say underscore ID 1, meaning that it's going to retrieve that property only. And we are doing this only for performance optimization, okay? And then handle the cases where the user or the group doesn't exist. And then here, we're gonna remove the user's ID from the members array in the group by saying pull from the members of the group that specific user ID. And here we are removing the group or the group ID from the groups array in the user document. So here also we are saying pull from the groups of the user object or the user document the group dot underscore ID. And here, if everything goes well, the function is gonna return a success response indicating that the operation was completed successfully. Here we don't need to return any data. We just need to know if the operation or the process was completed successfully or not. And if any error happened, we're gonna handle it in this block of code. Okay? Now let's go to the route.ts file and add the webhook. We're gonna copy that, paste it here, but here we're gonna say if event.type equal to organization membership dot deleted. We're gonna also take the organization and public user data from the event.data. And here we're gonna call the function that we just created, which is remove user from group coming from group actions. And then we're gonna provide the public user data dot user underscore ID and the organization dot ID. And that is it. Now let's push the changes to GitHub, we're gonna say git add all, and then git commit message removing a user from, or let's say creating the remove user from group action, and then git push. As usual, don't forget to go to Vercel to check the deployment. And while it's building, I'm gonna create a new user. Open the app first, then create a new user. I created a new user named Bill Gates, and this is his credentials, email and password. I'm gonna just verify the registration. I'm gonna update his profile photo. And here I'm gonna say I built Microsoft and click save. And now the deployment is ready, so we can test the remove user from group function. I'm gonna copy that email, and then here in my own account I created this group, remember? I'm gonna invite Bill Gates with email, send invitation, finish, and here reload, and then click join. And now if we go to our database, check the groups. Here we have 2 members. Okay, great. And let's see users. Here, this is Bill Gates. Here, nice, he have joined that group, that test org group. Now, I'm going to leave this group, okay? Click here, leave organization. It's gonna ask you to type the name of the organization, which is test org, and then click on leave organization. Now Bill Gates have left the group. Let's go here and refresh our database. Go to groups. You can see here that the test org group has only 1 member now, meaning that 1 member has been removed. Let's go to users, and here Bill Gates now doesn't belong to any group. The groups array is empty. Okay, great. So the feature is working. Everything is great. Here I want to add a space between the first name and the last name in the full name here. So maybe here when we create a user, maybe we can add a space here and also here in the update user. And that's it for this lecture. I'm gonna see you in the next one. Bye bye. And now let's add a server action that will update the group information. Whenever user updates his group, we want that to be reflected in our database. This is the function that we're gonna create. Let's go to group actions. And here let's create that function. It's an asynchronous function that's gonna take the group ID, the name of the group, its username and its image, and then it's gonna connect to database, and then it's gonna find the group by its ID and update the information. It's gonna find it by ID here and update all the other information and save it in that reference updated group. If there is no updated group, throw an error, and of course in case of error handle it this way, and it's gonna return the updated group. And here in the route.ts file we're gonna create another if statement. And by the way, guys, you can do these if statements as a switch statement, whatever you like, okay? But I'm gonna stick to the if statements. Anyways, here we're gonna say if event.type equals to organization dot updated, take these stuff, the ID, the image, URL, the name, and the slug, which is the username, from the event.data. And here we're gonna say update group info, of course coming from group actions, and provide the ID, name, slug, and here we're gonna say take the image URL or an empty string. If I just say image URL, TypeScript is gonna complain, as you can see here, saying that this could be undefined or something like that. So in order to be safe, we're gonna say or empty string. I'm gonna push the changes to GitHub, saying git add all, and here in the commit, I'm gonna say creating the update group info action or function, and then of course git push. Let's wait here until the building is finished, and now it's finished. What I'm going to do here is that I'm going to search for any image, nature image, save it on my computer, and here I'm gonna update the organization info or the group info. Here I'm gonna say update profile, upload an image, and here let's change the name from test.org to nature. Here also nature, and then click on save. Now let's go ahead and check our database. I'm gonna refresh the database here. Go to groups. Okay, nice. The username and name has been changed. And let's check the image, copy that, paste it here. Okay, nice. The image has been changed. So that's it for this lecture, and I'm gonna see you in the next one. Bye bye. And now let's add a function or an action that will allow any user to delete a group. Let's go to group actions and create this function, delete group. It's an asynchronous function. It's only gonna take the group ID as a string and then connect to database, find the group by ID, and then we're gonna say find one and delete. This is a function in Mongoose. And here we're gonna delete all the tweets associated with the group. But you might be wondering or asking yourself right now, we didn't link between the tweets and the groups yet, meaning that if a user tweets something while he's logged in into a group, that tweet is not gonna be saved as part of this group yet because we didn't do it yet. But we're gonna do it later, okay? Actually, in the next lecture, we're gonna do it. So right now, let's just import the tweet model. And then this line of code, when we link between tweets and groups, is gonna delete any tweets associated with this group because we're deleting that group. So it's not gonna exist anymore. So we're gonna delete any tweets that was created as part of this group, okay? And also we're gonna do the same for the users. All the users who are part of the group, we're gonna find them and then remove the group from the groups array of each user. of each one of these users, okay? And then here, simply we're gonna wait for everything to be finished and return the deleted group. And now we're gonna add it here in the route.ts file. We're gonna copy that, paste it here, and say if organization.deleted, take just the ID from the event.data and simply delete group coming from group actions, and then provide the ID of that group. Here we're getting an error from TypeScript saying also something like that could be undefined or something like that. The ID is gonna exist, we're gonna have the ID, so simply I'm gonna create a comment here and say at ts.ignore. And this is going to ignore any TypeScript complaints, okay? Now let's push the changes to GitHub, saying git add all, git commit, creating the delete group action, and finally git push. Let's wait here until the building is finished. Okay, now it's ready. I'm gonna simply go to this group, click on manage and delete organization. Of course, only the admin can delete the organization. We're gonna copy its name, paste it here, and click on delete organization. It's deleted. Let's go back to our database, refresh it. Let's check the groups. As you can see, right now, no groups because we only have that nature group and we deleted it. So this is great, and I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Bye bye. And now that we have created the groups feature in Twiddle and linked between groups and users, meaning that we recorded in each group its members and in each user the groups that they are member of. We need to do the same, as we said in the last lecture, we need to do the same between tweets and groups. And this means we need to save in each tweet whether it belongs to a group or not, indicating if it was tweeted inside the group or outside. And we need to save in each group its tweets. So let's just do that. First of all, we're gonna go to our project and open the tweet model. And here I just wanted to make sure that each tweet has a group. And we already did that, which is nice. And now let's open the tweet actions, this file. And let's go here to the create tweet function. And after we connect to our database, we're gonna grab the group ID by its ID. But of course here we need to import the group model. And then of course we're gonna need to take that group ID in the create tweet params. So here, let's say group ID, it's gonna be of type string or null because the tweet could not have a group. It's not a must. A tweet could be a part of a group or it could be just tweeted on someone's personal account, not part of a group. Let's add a semicolon here. And here, of course, let's pass the group ID. And then here in the created tweet, when we are creating a new tweet, we're gonna say group equals to group ID object. And then let's go down here below that if statement and simply say if the group ID object exists, find that group by ID and then push to its tweets that specific tweet by ID also, okay? And now we have one more thing to do, which is when a user is posting a tweet, we need to tell our create tweet function if this tweet is part of an organization or not. So we're gonna go to the post tweet component, this one, and let's go here to the create tweet function. As you can see, TypeScript started complaining because we have added extra parameter to that function, that create tweet function. So let's say here group ID equals to, and then we're gonna say if there is an organization, assign that group ID to the organization.id. Otherwise, just assign it to null. But here, what is this organization? Where is it coming from? We're gonna go here and say const, and then we're gonna destructure something from use organization coming from clerk Next.js. And of course, we're gonna take the organization. And that's it. Now, if we create any tweet while we are inside the group or clerk organization, it's gonna be saved as part of this group. On the other hand, if we're using our personal account from clerk and tweet something, that tweet's group field will be null. So first of all, let's push the changes to GitHub, git add all, and then we're gonna say linking between tweets and groups, and then git push. Now we're gonna wait for the building to finish. Of course, we don't need to do that in that case because we didn't use any webhook. But to be honest, I like the deployed version more because it's much faster. I don't know, the local version is somehow slower. And here I'm gonna create a new group, create organization. Let's name it anything. Let's say Next.js or Next.js lovers. And here just download some Next.js photo. Then upload it. Then create organization. Don't invite anyone. Okay, now I'm gonna tweet something while I am logged in inside of that group. And actually I'm gonna say I love Next.js. And then I'm gonna post the tweet. And now I'm gonna choose my personal account and then tweet another tweet saying this is a tweet from personal account and post tweet. And now let's refresh our database. The group is created. And then let's check the tweets. The last two tweets. Okay, the first one, which is I love Next.js, has a group. This is the group ID, of course, of the group that we just created, okay? And let's see the second tweet. See, here the group is null. So everything is working so far, thankfully. And now we are done with the groups feature. Let's continue with our beloved project, and I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Bye-bye. Hey everyone, welcome back. I'm coming from the future to tell you that I found an issue here in the create group function. Here I created a new group named test, which is created by me. If we go to the users here in the database, you can see that I have here two groups under the same ID, which is the test group. So what happened is that when I created this group, it added the group twice to my groups here in the users document. And this is happening because if you go here to the webhook file, the route.ts file, you can see that when a new organization is created, also an organization membership is created. And here in this group, the create group function, we specified to update the user model here. And also we did the same here in the add member to group function. So the solution here is that we're not gonna update the user model in the create group function. Okay, because since on organization creation, also a membership happens, a membership.created event happens. So we're gonna leave that to the add member to group function. We're gonna leave updating user model to this function, and here we can just say await new group.save after creating the new group. And I think this will solve the issue. Let's push the changes to GitHub. I'm gonna say git add all, and then let's say the commit is fixing the duplication of groups issue, and then git push. And now I'm gonna create another group named test2. And now let's go to our database. Let's see the groups first. We have test2 here, one member. And here in the users, okay, nice, I have 3 groups now. So it didn't duplicate the test2 group, it only added the group to my array of groups once. And this fixed the issue. See you in the next lecture, and bye-bye. Hello everyone. Remember when we built the right sidebar and showed suggested users? Here. But the suggested groups was left empty because we didn't have the groups logic created yet, right? Well, now that we've got it done, let's create the group card UI component. After all, nobody likes an empty sidebar, right? Let's go to Components, Cards, and create a new file inside of cards named group card.tsx, and let's say const group card equals to a function, a functional component that's going to take props of type props, and of course we're gonna create the interface props here, which is gonna take an ID of type string and name of type string, also username of type string, image URL of type string, and then members, the members of course of the group, which is gonna be array of objects. We're gonna type an object like that, and here we're gonna write square brackets indicating that the members is gonna be array of objects, okay? And each object is gonna have an image. We only need the profile photo of each member, so each member is gonna have an image of type string, and that's it. Here of course this is going to be a function that's going to return a React fragment, and here let's pass everything like ID, name, username, image, URL, and members. And here, since this is a card, by convention we're gonna return an article, and that article is gonna have the class name group dash card, and then we're gonna render a div that's going to have a class name of flex wrap items center, and the gap is gonna be 3. And inside of this div, we're gonna render a Next.js link coming from next link, which is gonna link to that certain group. So we're gonna say /groups / and then we're gonna provide the group ID, and then that link is gonna have class name of relative, height of 12, and width of 12. And inside of that link, we're gonna render an image coming from next image, which of course going to render the group image. So here the source is gonna be image URL and alt equals to group logo. It's gonna be fill, and let's round it. We're gonna give it a class name of rounded full, and also we're gonna say it's gonna be an object cover. And then below that link, we're gonna render a div. This div should render the name and the username of the group, and the name is gonna also link to the group page. So here we're gonna render an h4 displaying the name. That's going to have a class name of text base semi-bold and text light 1. And here the href is gonna link to groups /ID. And then below the link, we're gonna render a paragraph saying at and then displaying the username of the group. And here we're gonna give it a class name of text small, medium, and text gray 1. And now let's get out of that div. Let's minimize it like that. And then we're gonna create a new div that's going to contain the view button. That div is gonna have class name of mt5 flex wrap items center and justify between. And also let's add a gap of 3. And inside of it, we're gonna render a next link, also going to /groups /ID, and that link is gonna render a button from shadcn. Let's import it, and simply that button is gonna say view, and it's gonna have a class name of group -card _ button, and that button is gonna have the size of small. And then we want to render the images of the members and the count of them. So here we're gonna open curly brackets and say if members.length is bigger than 0, so meaning that if there are members inside of this group, we're gonna say and then we're gonna render this stuff, meaning that if there are members in this group, I want you to render the following stuff, which is a div that's gonna have a class name of flex and items center, and here we're gonna say members dot map on each member and also take the index of each member, and here let's return these stuff, which is an image for each member. It's gonna have the key of the index, source of member dot image, alt, let's say user underscore, and then display the index, width 28 and height also 28. And if we go to our deployed project and take a look here at the images, we want to display them overlapping on each other's like that. How can we do it using just Tailwind CSS? We're gonna add a class name here saying that first of all, we're gonna add the rounded full object cover to every image. And here in case the index not equal to 0, meaning that we are skipping the first image, add this styling, which is negative margin left, in order to hide it or make it look like if it's overlapping on each other's. So we're gonna skip the first image and then apply that styling on the following images, okay? And then here, next to the image, we want to display the count of the users, like 2 users. If it's 1 user, we're gonna display 1 user. If it's more than 1, we're gonna say users, like 2, 3, and so on. So here simply we're gonna say if the members.length is bigger than 0, and also the members.length equal exactly to 1, meaning that we only have one member, display the members.length, which is 1, and user next to it. Otherwise, if it's bigger than 0, bigger than 1, display the length and the word users next to it. And in both cases, we're gonna give it these classes, okay? And of course, here we have to say export default the group card. And that's it. We have created the group card. In the next lecture, we're gonna actually render it, okay? So let's just open the terminal and push the changes to GitHub. We're gonna say git add all, git commit message, creating the group card component, and then git push. And that's it. I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Bye bye. And now let's render the group card component in the right sidebar as suggested groups. Let's go to the right sidebar component, go to shared, right sidebar, alright, this one. And remember here when we created a similar minds reference and we used the fetch users function to get the suggested users, we're gonna do something similar to get the suggested groups. we're gonna say const suggested groups equals to await, and then we're gonna say fetch groups. This is a group action that we're gonna define in a minute, which is gonna take an object, and we're gonna say page size equals to 4. And now let's go ahead and define this function. We're gonna go to group actions, and here I created a fetch groups function. It's pretty similar to the fetch users function that we created before. It's an asynchronous function that's gonna take a search string, page number, page size, and sort by. The search string is gonna be of type string, page number and size are going to be number, and sort by is gonna be of type sort order, which we are going to import from Mongoose. And here connecting to database, then creating the skip amount, then creating the regex, then creating the query. Let's import the filter query. And then we're gonna use the OR operator here to match either the username or the name. And then we're sorting the results by the created at, and then creating the query, then count the total number of groups that match the search criteria, then executing the groups query, determining if there is a next, meaning that if there are more groups beyond the current page, and then also returning the groups and is next. And now let's go back here and just import this function. And here below the groups, we're gonna need to do something like we did here. Here below the users, we showed the suggested users using the user card. So here basically I'm going to copy that div and just paste it here. And here, instead of saying similar mind or similar minds, we're gonna say suggested groups dot groups. So here we're saying that if there are suggested groups, do all of this. Otherwise, we're gonna show a message here saying no groups yet. And here also we're gonna map on the suggested groups. Here we're gonna say group. Here group card coming from shared components. And here I'm going to replace the person with the word group. And here group.id, group.id, name equal group.name, username equal group.username. And I'm wondering, did we say person.name here also? Because we should say, yeah, here username should be person.username, not person.name. Okay, and here image URL equals to group.image. And finally, we have to say members equals to group.members. And now we are done. Let's push the changes to GitHub. We're gonna say git add all, git commit message, rendering the group card component, and then git push. See here before we had that mistake. We were saying at and then displaying the name. Now it should be corrected when I reload the page. Let's reload. Okay, great. We are displaying the group card here. And here it's not displaying the username. There has to be an issue. Let's inspect it. Let's see the user card here. Let's see here. Okay, we should type an extra E here. Okay, that's a minor issue. Let's add the changes one more time. I'm gonna say git add all, git commits. Here we're gonna add between brackets, fixing the E typo, and just git push. And now let's reload. Okay, it's fixed. We are displaying the username here and displaying the groups cards here. Very nice. That's it for this lecture, and I'm gonna see you in the next one. Bye bye. And now that we have users, groups, and the ability for any user to tweet what's on their mind, let's move on to a very exciting feature that I'm sure many of you have been eagerly waiting for, which is developing the home page of Twiddle. On the home page, we're gonna display the recent tweets from all users, allowing interactions like replying and liking. Plus, we're gonna be adding more and more exciting features to enhance the user experience. You're doing great so far. Keep up the fantastic work. And now let's go to the home page of the root path. Yeah, this one. Here we were saying if no user return the landing page. Otherwise, we're gonna return a lot of other stuff. So first of all, here we're gonna say const user info equals to fetch user with the user ID. And then we're gonna say if no user info question mark dot onboarded redirect the user to the onboarding page. And then we're gonna need to fetch all the tweets from the database in order to display them in this page. And this is why here we're gonna say const, and then we're gonna say result equals to fetch tweets. We're gonna define this function in the next lecture, okay? And the second argument that we're going to pass is the number 30, which is the number of tweets that we want to fetch, okay? Okay, what about the first argument? We're gonna say if search params dot page exists by typing search params dot page and then question mark. And if you're wondering what search params are, it's something in Next.js. It's a props passed to each route by default. And simply we're gonna destructure these props while we're rendering the page route. So here the search params.page is gonna tell me which page I'm viewing right now. Is it page 2, 3, 4, and so on? In that case, we're gonna take that number and pass it to the fetch tweets function. So we're gonna say if the search params.page exists, provide the search params.page. Otherwise, just default to 1 or get me the page number 1. You're gonna understand this function more when we define it, okay? So here we're gonna destructure the search params from the props, and here we're gonna specify that that search params is gonna be an object, okay? And here we are saying that the keys in that object can be any string, and the values for each key can be a string or it could be undefined, okay? And here lastly, we're gonna need to add a plus sign here. This is something called unary plus. This is going to convert the search params.page, which is likely a string, to a number. It's gonna convert it to a number, okay? So the input can be like that, the number 3, but as a string, it's gonna convert it to the number 3, okay? And here, of course, we need to say await. And now let's go ahead and define this function. We're gonna do that in the next lecture. So, see you then, and bye-bye. Alright, now let's define the fetch tweets function or server action. We're gonna go to the tweet actions. Yeah, this one. And here let's go through this function. We're gonna say export const fetch tweets, which is gonna be equal to an asynchronous function. And it's gonna take a page number, as we said before, and it's gonna default to 1. And also it's gonna take a page size, which is gonna be equal to 20 by default. Here we said 3. We want the page size to display only 3 tweets. But if we didn't specify it, it's gonna default to 20. Then also the skip amount. Then here creating the tweets query. We're gonna find in the tweet model a tweet that's not a comment by saying find me a tweet where the parent ID is either null or undefined. If there is a parent ID, don't get me that tweet because I want only the top level tweets. I don't want to show comments in the home page, okay? Then sort, skip, limit, and then we're gonna say populate the author. Populate basically means that I want the actual user document. I don't want just the author ID, but actually I want the actual author document, the person who created that tweet. And also we're gonna populate the group. And then we're gonna populate all of its children, which are the comments or the replies on that tweet, meaning that I want also all of these comments. And in each child, in each comment, or in each reply, I want to populate its author. And then also I want to populate the retweet of field, meaning that if that tweet is a retweet of another tweet, I want that tweet. And then after you get that retweet of, get me its author, populate the author of that tweet. And here we are getting the total number of tweets, which are top level tweets, and then executing the query, determining if there is a next pages, and then finally returning the posts and is next. And now let's go back here and just import that action, and that's it. Now we have the tweets in our database and we have created the function that will fetch them. The only thing left is to render them on this page, on the home page. This means that we're gonna need to create a tweet card to display those tweets. And we're gonna tackle that in the next lecture. But before we go, don't forget to push the changes to GitHub, git add all, then git commit, creating fetch tweets server action, and then just git push. And that's it. I'm gonna see you in the next lecture, and bye bye. And now let's create the tweet card component. So go to components, cards, and create a new file. Name it tweet card.tsx. And then here we're gonna say const tweet card equals to a functional component. Here export default the tweet card. And here just return a React fragment as usual. And we're gonna take an object of type props. So here we're gonna need to define the interface props. And this is going to be our props. I don't want to repeat myself. You know the drill by now. This props interface is gonna have this structure. ID of type string, current user ID of type string, database user ID, we're gonna see why we're gonna need it. Owner, it's optional, it's gonna be of type boolean. Parent ID of type string, or it can be null. Content of type string. Author, which is gonna be an object. Group, and the group could be null here. Created at. Comments, which is gonna be an array of objects. Each object is gonna have an author, which has ID. Image, it's gonna have a retweet of, which is gonna be optional. It might be not a retweet of any tweet. It's also gonna have a group. Created at. Children, if it has comments. And also we're gonna need to know if this is a comment, so it's gonna be an optional and a boolean. We're also gonna need the number of likes, and we're gonna need to know if this tweet is liked or not. You're gonna see how are we going to use each property of these props. And here we're gonna pass the ID, the current user ID, the owner. Of course, all of this is coming from the props, and then db user ID, content, author, group, created at, comments, is comment, likes, liked, and retweet of. And now here we're gonna return an article. This is a card, so we're gonna return an article. And here we're gonna say the class name is gonna be, and then we're gonna open curly brackets, because first of all we're gonna say it's going to be flex. We're gonna use template literals with full flex call and rounded x large. And then we're gonna say if this is a comment, give that class px0. In case of x small, give it padding x 7. Otherwise, give a background dark. In case this is not a comment, give a background dark. And we're gonna choose dark 2. And padding of, let's say, 7 also. Okay. And then inside of it, we're gonna render a div. But before we continue, let me remind you of what the tweet card will look like. This is the tweet card. And in case if the tweet is yours, you're gonna show a delete button like that. And here, if the tweet is a comment, it's gonna look like that. And the original tweet will look like that. And here that div is gonna have these classes, flex, items start, and justify between. And then it's gonna have another div inside of it, which is gonna have these class names, flex, flex call, and the items center. And here we want to render the user profile and make it link to his profile. So when I click on his profile image, I want to be taken to his profile page. So here we're gonna render a next link that's going to have an href to the profile and then the author.id, the author of the tweet. And it's gonna have these class names, and then the image is gonna be the author.image, and it's gonna have these class names. It's gonna be a cursor pointer, and it's gonna be rounded. Now let's import the link and the image. And then here I want to render some beautiful line like that. As you can see here, it's just gonna give the feeling of a tweet box or a tweet card. So I'm gonna go below that link and add a div that has this class name. And then below that div, we're gonna add another div. Let's close that. And here we're gonna add another div. And that div should render everything else. The name, the content, these buttons, and how many replies it got. So here we're gonna put the author name inside a link like that, so that when I click on the name, like here in that case, if I click on Mark Zuckerberg's name, it's gonna take me to his profile. And then here below the link, show the content in a paragraph element like that. And that paragraph element is gonna have a margin top of 2, and the text is gonna be small, regular, and also light 2. And then here below the paragraph, we're gonna render another div, and that div is gonna show these icons. And this div is gonna have these classes, margin top of 5, flex call, and gap of 3. And in case it's a comment, we're gonna add a margin bottom of 20. And here we're gonna render our icons in another div. And that div is gonna have class names of flex and gap 3. And then we're gonna render the icons in another component. So we're gonna say tweet like button. This is going to be a UI component showing the like button like that. And that tweet like button is gonna have a tweet ID equals to the ID, the current user ID equal to the current user ID, and the likes. And we're gonna need to know if it's liked or not. Of course, you're gonna know why when we define that component. And then we're gonna render the reply icon, okay? And we're gonna render it in a link, because whenever the user clicks on the reply icon, I want to be taken to the tweets page and then be able to reply to that tweet. And this is why it's gonna have an href to /tweet and / the ID of that tweet. And here we're gonna render an image that's going to display the reply icon from our assets here. It's gonna have width and height of 24, and it's gonna have class names of cursor pointer and object contain. And then we're gonna need to display the retweet button. You can call it retweet or repost or whatever. In TikTok, for example, they call it repost, but it's the same. So here below the link, we're gonna display a retweet button, which is gonna be a component also. And it's going to take these props, the tweet ID, the user ID, and a group ID in case this is part of a group. Otherwise, it will be null. And it's gonna take a retweeted prop, also in case if it's a retweet of something or another tweet. So we're gonna set the retweeted to true. Otherwise, we're gonna set it to false. And in case you're wondering why we are taking the database user ID, because we're gonna need that in order to manipulate the tweets, users, and groups inside of our MongoDB database, okay? We can't just use the Clerk user ID to do that. It has to be the MongoDB user ID. And finally, we're gonna need to render that share button. And when I click on that button, it's gonna alert me that the link is copied to my clipboard and I can share it with others. So here we're gonna also render a share tweet button, because it's gonna have its own logic. And then we're gonna give it the tweet path, which is /tweet / the tweet ID. And then, as I told you, in case this is my tweet, if that tweet belongs to the user who owns the account, we're gonna show a delete button in order to be able to allow the user to delete his tweet. So here we're gonna open a curly brackets and say if this is the owner of the tweet, display a component named delete tweet button. Of course, this is a component, and that component is gonna take a user ID equals to database user ID and a tweet ID equals to ID. And then we're gonna need to render that replies section. If there is only one reply, we're gonna say one reply and display the image of the person who made that reply next to it. If it's more than one reply, we're gonna say 2 or 3 or 4 or whatever replies, and then display the image of the users who made those replies overlapped on each other's like that. So here we're gonna close that div, and we're gonna create a new div specifically for the replies. And that div is gonna render a link, which is gonna have an href to the tweet page /tweet/ID. And then we're gonna render a paragraph displaying how many replies. As I told you, it's gonna take these styles. And then here we're gonna display the comments.length, if it's 1, 2, 3, or whatever. And here we're gonna display this part of the word, which is ripple. And then in case the length is bigger than 1, we're gonna display eyes. Otherwise, which means that if it's exactly equal to 1, we're gonna display just y. And of course, all of this has to happen if there is replies. So here we're gonna say if comments.length is bigger than 0. Because if it's equal to 0, if there are no replies, we're not gonna render anything. And here we are displaying the image. By mapping on the comments, we're gonna say map on each comment and display an image. The source is gonna be comment.author.image, and it's gonna have the class name of the overlapped images, which is negative margin left 2. And here, if the tweet is retweeted from another tweet, we want to show some sort of a message saying retweeted from that tweet or from that user. Like in that case, I'm gonna retweet that tweet. It's gonna tell me retweeted successfully, and here I want to show that message saying retweeted from Elon Musk. And when I click on that message or on that text, it's gonna take me to the Elon Musk tweet page. So we're gonna render another div saying if this is a retweet of another tweet, show a link element that links to the tweet, and then the retweet of .id, which is gonna be a reference to the tweet that this tweet is a retweet of. And then here we're gonna display retweeted from, and then we're gonna display the retweeted from author.name. So here we're gonna copy and paste that. And by the way, I've messed up the indentation. I'm gonna fix it in a minute, don't worry. And then there is one final thing to do, which is, let's say I posted a tweet while I am logged in a group like that, which is Tesla lovers. Let's say I love Tesla cars and post a tweet. Here I want to display this text, the date of the tweet, and here we're gonna display the name of the group, which is Tesla lovers group, and the image of the group next to it. And whenever I click on that text, it's gonna take me to the group page. So here we're gonna say if this tweet is not a comment, it's not a reply, and at the same time it is part of a group, render these stuff, which is a link that's going to take me to the group page /groups/group.id, and it's gonna have these class names, margin top of 5, flex, items center, and here we're gonna render a paragraph element that's going to display the date, and that date is gonna be formatted into date string. We're gonna define this function later, okay? Actually, we're gonna use ChatGPT to define it. And also here we're gonna display the group name and say group next to it. And then we're gonna display the image of the group. So I know we have written a lot of code in this lecture, And actually we did mess up the indentation, so I'm gonna copy all of that and then go back here, remove all of that and paste that here. As you can see here, this function is not defined yet, and of course a lot of UI components like these buttons. We're gonna define all of that in the upcoming lectures. But now let's just push the changes to GitHub, git add all, creating the tweet card component, and then git push. And that's it. See you in the next lecture, and bye bye. And now let's go ahead and create that button, the tweet like button. And we're gonna create it in the shared components. Go to shared, create a new file and name it tweetlikebutton.tsx. It's gonna be a client component and it's gonna take props of tweet ID, current user ID, likes of type number, in order to know how many likes that specific tweet has, and also liked as a boolean to know if this tweet is liked or not. And then we're gonna create the component. We're gonna say const tweet like button equal to a functional component, which is gonna take tweet ID, current user ID, likes and liked of type props, the interface props. And then we're gonna need to define the path because we're gonna use it in this function. And inside of this component, we're gonna render an image. Let's import it. And inside of that image, we're gonna check if the tweet is liked. We're gonna render the heart red icon, meaning that here, if I'm viewing this tweet, I didn't like this tweet before, and this is why it's showing me the gray heart icon. If I click on it, meaning that I like that tweet, it's gonna change the color. It's gonna give me the red heart icon, and actually it's gonna display me the number of likes next to that heart icon. And by the way, if I click on it one more time, meaning that I am disliking that tweet, it's gonna revert to the heart gray icon. And this is why here we're assigning the red heart icon to the source in case the tweet is liked. Otherwise, we're gonna assign the normal heart icon, which is the gray one, to the source property. And then the other properties, alt equal to heart, width and height 24, and class name is cursor pointer and object contain. And here on click, as I showed you, whenever we click on the heart icon, we need to call this function, which is handle click. And this handle click, as you can see, is an asynchronous function that's going to call a tweet action called like or dislike tweet with the current user ID, tweet ID, and path. So we're gonna need to import use path name here from next navigation. And now let's define this tweet action. Or you know what, let's make it a user action since the user is the one who is liking or disliking a tweet. So we're gonna define this in the user actions. Let's open the user actions file. And here we're gonna define this function, which is an asynchronous function, which is gonna take a user ID as a string, a tweet ID as a string also, and a path as string. Of course, it's gonna connect to database, and then we're gonna need to write some logic in order to find the user first and then check if they have already liked the tweet. So here we're gonna find the user using his ID, and then we're gonna declare a variable named tweet. We're gonna say let tweet. And then here simply we're gonna say if user.likedtweets.includes the tweet ID, meaning that if the tweet is already liked, in that case we wanna dislike the tweet, right? So we wanna decrement its likes and remove it from the user's liked tweets. So here we're gonna say tweet equals to that tweet, that tweet variable, we're gonna say let it be equals to tweet.findById and update. And let's import this from the tweet model. Okay. And then we're gonna provide the tweet ID, and then we're gonna increment the likes by -1, meaning that we are going to decrement it. Okay, incremented by -1, meaning that we are going to decrement it. And that line, new equal to true, is gonna return the updated document, the new document. And here we're handling the case if the tweet is not found. And then we're gonna need to remove the tweet from the user's liked tweets array by simply filtering out any ID that matches the tweet ID. So here basically we're saying filter the liked tweets array where the ID, and here we are converting it to string, not equal to the tweet ID. So we are filtering that array and returning a new array that contains all the tweets except that specific tweet ID. So basically we are removing it. And then we're gonna say else. Okay, here we wrote all of this in an if statement, and that if statement was covering the case where the tweet is already liked by that user before, so we're gonna dislike that tweet. Else meaning that that tweet is not liked, so we're gonna have to like that tweet. So here we're gonna increment its likes and add it to the user's liked tweets. Also by finding that tweet by tweet ID, and here we are incrementing the likes by 1. Before we incremented it by -1, meaning that we were decrementing it. Right now we are incrementing it by 1. And also we're gonna return the updated document. And here also handling the error in case the tweet is not found. And here simply we're gonna add that tweet to the user's liked tweets array. So simply we're gonna say user.likedtweets.push the tweet ID. And after all of that, we're gonna save everything to the user, revalidate the path in order to refresh the page and show the updated view. And finally, we're handling the errors in case of any errors. We don't need to say console.error here. We're already throwing a new error. So yeah, let's go back here and just import this action. And then here, remember, we wanted to display the number of likes. And we are taking the likes here in the props. So simply, we're gonna display it. We're gonna say if there are likes on that tweet, display it next to the image icon with the number of likes, and we're gonna give it these class names. And that's it. Now let's push the changes to GitHub. We're gonna say git add all, git commit creating the tweet like button component, and then git push. And that's it. And I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Bye bye. Hey everyone. Now let's create the retweet button, but first we forgot to import the tweet like button. Let's import it, and then let's create that component, which is the retweet button. We're gonna go to components, then shared, and create a new file. Name it retweetbutton.tsx. And here, as I showed you before, whenever I click on the retweet button for any tweet, like let's say for that tweet, whenever I click here, first of all, I want to get an alert saying retweeted successfully. And on the home page, it's gonna show my retweet as my own tweet, but it's gonna change the color of the retweet icon, indicating that this is a retweet. And here it's gonna say or it's gonna display a text saying retweeted from Mark Zuckerberg or whatever the user that I retweeted the tweet from. So here in the retweet button component, we're gonna say that it's a client component. And also, as usual, we're gonna define the props interface, which is gonna take the tweet ID as a string, user ID as a string, group ID to know if it belongs to a group or not, and it can be either a string or null, and we want to know if it's retweeted or not, so it's gonna be a boolean. And then we're gonna define the component, which is gonna take all the props, tweet ID, user ID, group ID, and retweeted. And here we're gonna define the path reference in order to revalidate path on the backend. So here we're gonna import this from Next navigation. And here we're gonna use a retweet tweet function. And here, as I told you, we're gonna render everything inside a button. And in case it's a retweeted tweet, we're gonna render this retweeted icon. Of course, in an image. So let's import this image. And if it's not a retweet, we're gonna display the normal repost icon. And here, whenever anyone clicks on that button, we want to call this function handle retweet. Let's take a look at it. It's gonna be an asynchronous function, which is gonna call a tweet action called retweet tweet. And if the retweet is successful, we're gonna alert the user retweeted successfully. And of course, without specifying that this is a use client component, the alert function is not gonna work, okay? This is one of the benefits or advantages of client components and server components. Each one has its own benefits. So right now, let's define this function, retweet tweet. Let's go here to tweet actions. And first of all, we're gonna define an interface called retweet params, which is gonna take a user ID of type string, tweet ID, path, also of type string, and a group ID can be a string or null. And then below it, we're gonna define our function retweet tweet, which is an asynchronous function. It's gonna take user ID, tweet ID, path, group ID of type retweet params. It's gonna connect to database. Then it's gonna find the user who made the retweet. And then we're gonna need to find the original tweet. And here we're gonna need to handle an important edge case. If I already retweeted that tweet before, it's gonna throw an error, tell me you have already retweeted this tweet. And here on the client side, we said that if the error.message includes already retweeted, alert you already retweeted this tweet before. Otherwise, if there is any other errors, alert an error occurred while retweeting and please try again. And this is why here we are saying user.retweets. If user.retweets includes the tweet ID, through a new error saying you have already retweeted this tweet. And as you can see, that string contains already retweeted. Otherwise, we're gonna create a new tweet. As I told you before, the retweet is a tweet. So we're gonna create a new tweet. Its text is gonna be the original tweet.text, and we're gonna say retweet of the tweet ID, and the author is gonna be the user ID. Then we're gonna provide the path and the group ID. And finally, we're gonna push that tweet to the user retweets, to the retweets of that specific user. And finally, we're gonna save and then refresh the page. And here we need to import that action. And in the tweet card, we're gonna need to import that component. And finally, we're gonna push the changes to GitHub. We're gonna say git add all, git commit, creating the retweet button component, and then git push. See you in the next lecture, and bye bye. Hey everyone. In this lecture, we're gonna create the share tweet button. But before we do it, I want to delete this inside of the retweet button component. We added a console.error here, which is not necessary, so I'm gonna delete it. And now we're gonna go to shared and create a new file, name it share tweet button.tsx. It's a use client component, and its props interface is gonna take a tweet path, only tweet path. Because it's gonna be a very simple component, we're only gonna copy the path and save it to the user's clipboard and then alert him that it's copied to his clipboard. As you can see here, this component is gonna take the tweet path from the props, and then we're gonna define a function that's going to copy the tweet URL from the window.location.origin. It's gonna take the domain from it, and then it's gonna create a tweet URL, which is the domain plus the tweet path. And here in this line of code, we're gonna use the clipboard API. This is an API in JavaScript. We're gonna use it to copy the tweet URL to the user's clipboard, okay? And then we're gonna give them that alert or catch an error. And the component is gonna be a simple image coming from next image. And that image is gonna render the share icon. And of course, on click on that image, we're gonna call this function, the copy tweet URL function. Very simple component, as you can see. And that's it. I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Bye bye. And now we're gonna need to define that delete tweet button component. But first, let's import the share tweet button. And now we're gonna create that component, delete tweet button. Also in the shared components here, we're gonna create a new file, name it delete tweet button.tsx. This function is gonna take props of type props, that interface props, which is gonna take user ID of type string and tweet ID of type string. And that component, the delete tweet button, is gonna take a user ID and a tweet ID of type props. We're gonna save the path, import it first, because we're gonna use it here in the delete tweet action. And here we're gonna render an image, a simple next image, displaying the delete icon. And now let's go ahead and define that server action. We're gonna go to tweet actions, and let's define the delete tweet function. It's gonna be an asynchronous function. It's gonna take user ID of type string, tweet ID of type string, and also a path of type string. Then connect to database. Then we're gonna find the tweet by ID here. If it doesn't exist, throw an error. And here, just in case to make our application more robust, we're gonna check that if the tweet belongs to the user. I know that on the client side, we're only showing the delete button to the owner of the tweet, but in order to make our application robust, we're gonna make an extra check here on the back end. See how powerful Next.js is? We are creating the front end and the back end under one framework. Anyways, here we're gonna use this function. We're gonna check is the tweet by user or not. But we didn't define this function yet, so let's go ahead and do it. We're gonna go up here and define this function. It's gonna be an asynchronous function taking the user ID and the tweet ID. Then it's gonna find the tweet by ID, and then it's gonna return true if the tweet.author equal exactly to the user ID. We're using toString method in order to convert both to strings in order to be able to compare between the two of them. So if the tweet.author equal exactly to the user ID, return true, otherwise return false. So let's go back here, and here we are saying if not is author, throw an error saying you're not authorized to delete this tweet. And then we're gonna need to remove the tweet reference from the user's tweets array. So we're gonna find that user by user ID and then pull from the tweets reference the tweet by ID. And we're gonna check if it's a retweet. We're gonna also remove it from the user's retweets array. So here we're gonna do the same. We're gonna say if tweet.retweetOf, also find the user by ID, then remove that tweet from his retweets array. So here, for example, if Elon Musk tweeted good morning and I retweeted that tweet, this is my retweet, that retweet is gonna be saved in my retweets array. And also that tweet is gonna have a property named retweetOf, which is gonna refer to the original tweet, which is Elon Musk's tweet. So whenever we delete that retweet, I want to delete from my retweets array that reference, the reference that's referring to that tweet, okay? I hope that was easy. And now let's continue. And here we're gonna check if that tweet is a comment, if it's a reply on another tweet. How are we going to do this? By checking if tweet.parentID. If it's a comment, it's gonna have a parent ID. And then we're gonna do two things. First, we're gonna remove that tweet from the user replies by finding the user by ID, then removing from his replies the tweet ID or the tweet by ID. And then also we're gonna need to remove that comment or reply from the children of the parent. So we're gonna find that parent tweet by ID, by tweet.parentID, and then remove from its children also the tweet ID. So basically, we're removing every reference for that tweet from our database. And we're gonna do the same for the group. If the tweet belongs to a group, we're gonna remove that tweet reference from that group. Also by finding the group by ID and then removing from its tweets the tweet by ID. And this line of code is an extra check also to make our code more robust by removing all tweet references from any group collections it might belong to. And then of course don't forget that any tweet might have retweets. So we're gonna need to find and delete all retweets of that tweet. So we're gonna say const retweets and then we're gonna find all the retweets of that tweets by saying tweet.find all the tweets that have retweet of property that equal to that tweet ID. And then we're gonna loop on all the retweets by making a for loop. And for each retweet, we're gonna remove the retweet reference from the user's tweets array. And also we're gonna remove retweet reference from the user's retweets array. And if the retweet belongs to a group, we're also gonna remove the retweet reference from that group. And then also remove retweet reference from any group collections it might belong to. And then after we remove all the references related to that retweet, we're gonna delete the retweet itself by saying tweet.find by ID and delete the retweet.id. And here we're gonna remove the tweet from all users retweets array, meaning that anyone who has ever retweeted that tweet, we're gonna remove that tweet from their retweets array by simply saying user.updateMany, find any retweets equal to that specific tweet ID, and then remove that tweet ID or that tweet by ID from their retweets array. And finally, delete the original tweet. After we did everything, after we smashed that tweet, deleted every reference of that tweet, we're gonna delete it itself. It's like finishing it to the end. And of course, we're gonna use the find by ID and delete, and then we're gonna use the tweet ID. And finally, we're gonna revalidate path in order to refresh the view. Now let's go back here and we're gonna import that delete tweet action. And here also, let's import that. And the only thing left in that component is to define this function, in which we are going to do in the next lecture. Okay, so see you then. Have a great day and bye bye. Alright, now we're down to one last function we need to define in the tweet card component, and that is format date string. But guess what? We don't even have to define it ourselves. We're going to try something new and exciting. Let's ask ChatGPT to handle it for us. Isn't that amazing? This is the real beauty of AI. It helps you tackle both the simple and complex tasks that would normally take up so much of your time. So let's open ChatGPT. If you don't have an account on ChatGPT, create one. It's very simple. And by the way, you should always have ChatGPT as your best friend, okay? Right now, I consider it way better than Google or Stack Overflow, so always use ChatGPT. And here, let's ask it to create a function, and let's say named format date string in TypeScript that takes a date string and return also a string showing the time and date. Here basically, remember, we wanna display that date next to the group name, remember? So basically we want to create a function that's going to take a date and return that string. So now I'm gonna press enter and see the magic happens. Okay, let's see what we got here. This function, format date string, is gonna take a date string of type string, and it's gonna return a string. Okay, exactly as we told it. Then it's gonna create a new date using the date string that we provided. And then here it's gonna check if the date is valid. Okay, extra check, more robust, nice. And then options for formatting date and time. Okay, nice, great. And then it's gonna format the date using the options. Alright, now all I'm going to do is to copy that code and then go back to our project. And then we're gonna go to the utils inside of lib. This is the lib folder. We have a utils file here, yeah. And then simply I'm going to paste everything here, just delete that example usage. And then let's go back here and import this function. Okay, here we need to export the function first in order to be able to import it. And that is it. We have totally finished the tweet card. And so far we don't have any problems, we don't have any errors, which is a very, very good sign. Now let's push the changes to GitHub, git add all. And here we're gonna say creating format date string function using chat GPT, then git push, and that's it. See you in the next lecture, and bye bye. And now let's complete the homepage of Twiddle and start creating the templates. So let's open the homepage of root here. And if you remember, we had an empty template here. We were saying if no user return landing page, otherwise we're gonna fetch the tweets and display them in the home page. And this is why we're gonna create a section here that's going to have these class names. And then we're gonna say if there are no posts, by checking if the result of posts.length is equal exactly to 0, we're gonna display a paragraph saying no tweets found. Otherwise, we're gonna map on the result the posts, which are the tweets. And this map function is gonna take a callback function, which is gonna be an asynchronous function. It's gonna take each tweet and then it's gonna check, is it owned by the user who is viewing the app, who is using the app, in order to be able to show the delete button, of course. Remember, we want to know if this is the owner or not in order to show him the delete button. So here we're gonna import this function. We have defined it before, remember? And then for each tweet, we're gonna render a tweet card. So let's import the tweet card here. And here, of course, we're gonna give all the props of the tweet card from the tweet item. Here, as you can see, all of them. Like the key is equal to tweet.id. The ID, of course, is equal to the tweet.id. Current user ID equal user.id. Here we're specifying if this is the owner or not. So we're gonna say owner equal to is owner. If it's the owner, this is going to be true, otherwise this is going to be false. And then db user ID retweet off, and so on. You should know all by now. And that's it. I think now we should see something in our home page. Let's check it. But first, I'm going to push the changes to GitHub in order to be able to see it in production also. I'm gonna say git add all. And then the commit message is gonna be, let's say, completing the home page of Twiddle, and then just git push. Now I'm going to rerun the server. I'm gonna say npm run dev. Okay, here we have an error. It's saying that we didn't specify that the delete tweet button is a use client button. Let's check that. Let's go to the projects and let's here search for delete tweet button. Then let's go to that component. Yeah, we didn't specify that it's a client component, so let's say use client, and now reload, and look at that, we got a home page and the tweet card is working perfectly. Now all the tweets are mine, and this is why I'm seeing the delete button in every tweet. So I'm gonna log in using another account. I'm gonna use Google. I logged in using my organization name. So I'm gonna say the username is Prog Fluency, which is Programming Fluency. Continue. And still we are having the user profile issue from clerk here. So let's reload. And here let's say bio, let's say become fluent in your favorite programming language, which is the slogan of our organization. Click save. And as you can see here, I'm seeing the tweets without the delete button because they are not mine. This is a different account. I'm gonna tweet something here. The production app is much faster, guys, okay? If you're experiencing a slow app in development, this is normal in Next.js, at least for now. I hope they'll fix it in the future, but in production, it's much faster. So anyways, here I'm gonna type like something like good morning, Twiddle, and post tweet. And here I have my tweet, and I get the delete button. And here if I reload, I get Programming Fluency's tweet, which is good morning Twiddle. Let me try to like it. I'm gonna click here. Okay, great. Let me try to comment on it, but we didn't create the comment page yet, so it's not gonna work for now. Yeah, no problem, we're gonna do it later. If I retweet it, it should work. Retweeted successfully. Or you know what? Let's check the deployed app. It's much faster. First, let's see if the build is done. Yeah, here we have the use client error. Let me push the changes to GitHub quickly. Here just git add all, and in the comment we're gonna say fixing use client error, and then git push, and now it's building, and yeah, it's successful. Now let's reload our app. And here we got our retweet. Nice, retweeted from Programming Fluency. Also, this page is not created yet. No problem. I can delete it. Nice. I can delete this as well. Now let me try to share this. Okay, tweet link is copied to your clipboard. And here let's quickly check if I try to retweet a tweet that I already retweeted before. I'm gonna click here, and I got an alert. You already retweeted this tweet before. Nice. So now take a little break, and we're gonna continue in the next lecture. Bye bye. Hey everyone. Now we want to create that pagination. See here, that pagination, it's a UI component that will allow us to navigate between pages. If I click next here, it's gonna take me to page number 2 here, as you can see. If I click next again, it's gonna take me to page number 3. If I click on previous, it's gonna go back to 2, and so on. So let's see how we can create this pagination component. First of all, we're gonna go here to the home page, and below this main section, we're gonna write our pagination component. We're gonna render it. This pagination is gonna take the path, the page number, and is next. Before we explain all of that, let's create that component. We're gonna go to components and shared. Yeah, this one. And let's create a new file and name it pagination.tsx. First of all, this component is gonna be a client component. And then we're gonna define the props interface. It's gonna take page number of type number, and it's gonna take isNext of type boolean. We want to know that is there a next page or not, and a path of type string. And then here we're gonna create the pagination component, which gonna take page number isNext and path of type props. And here it's gonna return a React fragment, and here export default pagination. Alright, now here we're gonna define a function named handle navigation. This function is gonna actually be the core logic for handling our navigation. It's gonna take type, which is gonna be equal to previous or next. It's gonna know the next page number from the page number we're passing to it. And then if the user clicks on the prev button, we're gonna create a button here in the template. If the user clicks on it, we want to go to the previous page, right? And this math.max function is gonna make sure that the page number never goes below 1. We don't wanna go to page number 0, right? And here, simply if it's next, we're gonna decrease it by 1. And here, if the page number is bigger than 1, we're gonna navigate by using the router dot push to the path, then question mark, meaning query, page equal to the next page number. So now let's go here and say router equal use router. We're gonna import it from next navigation. And here we're gonna create the template, which is gonna be a div that has the class name pagination, and this is defined in our globals.css file. And then we're gonna display a button from shadcn, import it here. And then simply on click, we're gonna handle the navigation and give it the prev string. This is the first button. And we're gonna type prev here. And here, this line disabled page number equal to 1 will make sure that the button is disabled on the first page. We don't wanna see it, or we don't wanna make it work on the first page. We're actually here gonna see it, but it's not gonna work. See, I'm clicking on it, but it's not doing anything. And this is going to be its class names. And then here we're gonna display the page number in a paragraph like that. And here the next button. And here this disabled equal to not is next is gonna disable the button when there is no next page, when the is next is equal to false. If the is next equal to false, meaning that there is no next page, we're gonna disable that button. Okay, and here we're gonna of course display next. If here I keep clicking next, and here at page 5 there is no next page, this is the last page. In that case, the next button is not gonna work. And now let's import this component. Here we're providing the path, the page number, and is next from the result. Here, of course, it's important to provide the path, because if you wanna use that pagination in other pages like search pages or any other page, we wanna provide the path here in order to push everything here after that path. Okay, we're gonna provide the path and then push everything below it here. So yeah, that's it. Now let's check it. Let's go to our project and look at that. We have a pagination here in the home page. I can click next and previous and navigate between pages, which is really nice. And that's it. Now I'm just gonna push the changes to GitHub. Here I'm going to say creating pagination component, then git push, and that's it. I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Bye bye. Hey everyone, I'm coming from the future again. I found another issue here in the pagination component is that right now we can see the pagination component even though there are no tweets. Our application at the moment doesn't have any tweets. So in order to do so, we're gonna go to the home page of our application, and then we're gonna render the pagination component here under this condition. We said that here, if the result.posts.length is equal to 0, display no tweets found. Otherwise, we said map on the tweets and show the tweet card and so on. So here, we're gonna display the pagination component below the results this way. Now let's restart the server. And now when there are no results, no tweets, we can't see the pagination anymore. And here, we displayed no tweets found, but let's change this to text light 1. And right now we can see no tweets found. Let's try to tweet something. I'm gonna say first tweet, post tweet, and right now we can see the pagination. Let's also tweet a second tweet, and a third one, a fourth one, and right now we can navigate between pages. If I delete all tweets, the pagination disappears and we get no tweets found. So that fixed the issue. Let's push the changes to GitHub. We're gonna say git add all, git commit, fixing the pagination issue, and finally git push. So yeah, that's it, and I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome back. Now let's create the profile page. In this page, any user should be able to check their own profile, like here I'm viewing my own profile, and also visit other people's profiles. Like here, I'm gonna visit Elon Musk's profile. And also, as you can see, I can check his tweets here and his comments on other tweets in this tab. So we're gonna have two routes under profile. We're gonna have an ID route, which is gonna be a dynamic one. We're gonna take the user ID dynamically. And also we're gonna have an edit route, because if I'm viewing my own profile here, I want to be able to click on edit profile and go ahead and edit my own profile. So let's go to the root directory, and inside of it we're gonna create a new folder named profile, and inside of profile we're gonna create another folder named ID between square brackets like that, meaning that we're gonna take the ID dynamically. And also we're gonna create a new folder inside profile named edit. And here inside of ID we're gonna create a new file which is the page.tsx. We're gonna create the page, which is gonna be an asynchronous function returning a React fragment and exporting that page. And this component is gonna take props, of course, and then we're gonna destructure an object from these props named params. And this params object should look like that. It should have an ID, a property ID of type string. And then also we're gonna grab the user using the current user from clerk, and then get the user info using the fetch user action. from user action, and if the user is not onboarded, redirect him to the onboarding page. And then here, the first thing that we're gonna do is to render a section that contains a profile header. This area is gonna be the profile header component, okay? This profile header is gonna take these props, but we're gonna define that component in the next lecture. So I'm just gonna push the changes to GitHub, git add all, and here the commit message is gonna be creating profile page and then git push. See you in the next lecture and bye bye. Alright, now let's create that profile header component. And we're gonna create it inside of the shared components. So go to components, then shared, and create a new file named profileheader.tsx. It's gonna be a client component. And then we're gonna create the props interface. Of course, in order to view a profile, we're gonna need the account ID of type string. And we're also gonna take auth user ID of type string. We're gonna see why. Name, username, image, URL, bio, and the type of the profile, user or group, because also here if you wanna view a group profile, we're gonna have also the profile header rendering this group profile. So that component needs to know if this is a user profile or a group profile. And then we're gonna create the profile header component, which is gonna take all the props, and here we're gonna export it. But here let's say export default, and here let's return a React fragment. And here we wanna render an image, the name of the user, his username, his bio there. And here, if this is the user's profile, I want to show that button. If it's not, I'm not gonna show it. And this is why actually we're gonna take an auth user ID from the props. Here, if I'm viewing this profile, see I don't get edit profile button. So here we're gonna return a div that contains another div. All of them are going to have these styles. And it's gonna render an image. Its source is gonna be the image URL of the user. It's gonna be rounded and cover. And then we're gonna have another div rendering the name and username. And since these two divs are gonna be rendered next to each other, we're gonna say flex. And we're not gonna specify the flex direction because by default it's gonna be flex row, which is exactly what we want. We want it to be a flex row in order to render them next to each others. Like that, image, then the name and username. This is a div, and this is the second div. Then here we're gonna render the bio below those two divs, and this is why we're gonna get out of this div and render a paragraph here showing the bio. And let's see that div. See here, if you concentrate a little bit, you're gonna find a thin line, thin white line here. It gives some beautiful styling to the component, to the whole component, and to the whole page as a whole. And this is actually that div. And here, as we said, we're gonna say if the account ID equal to auth user ID, meaning that the same user ID that we are taking as a prop from dynamically in the route is equal exactly to the auth user ID, which is the user viewing the profile, the user authenticated in this profile, if they match together, and also at the same time the type is user, not group. I want you to render this button coming from shadcn. And here, of course, this button, edit profile button, is gonna push to profile edit path. So here let's create this router reference, and then we're gonna import that. Okay, again, I want to explain this again to you in case you didn't understand it. See here, I'm viewing my own profile, okay? So we're gonna compare that ID with my user ID. If they are the same, then in that case, I want to show that edit profile button. But let's say I'm viewing this profile. Here I'm viewing the profile that has this user ID, which is not equal, of course, to my user ID, my authenticated user ID. The user ID of Mark Zuckerberg is not equal, of course, to my own user ID, the ID of the account Noor Fakhri. So in that case, we're not gonna show the edit profile button. Okay, I hope it's clear now. And now we're done with that component. Let's check it out here. Oh, we forgot to import it. So here, in the profile page, I'm gonna import it. Reload again. Oh, right. This is the profile header component, and here I get the edit profile button. Let's check another profile, like programming fluency. Here, I get the profile component without the edit profile button. So that's it for this lecture. I'm gonna see you in the next one. Bye-bye. And now let's go back here to the profile ID page and complete it. But first here, let's check what are we going to build. Here, in this part of the page, we're gonna render two tabs. A tab for tweets and another one for replies. And we're gonna get these tabs also from CN, okay? Here, of course, inside the tab tweets, we're gonna render tweet cards. And here also we're gonna render tweet cards, but for replies or comments. And here we're gonna get a button displaying see original tweet, which is gonna take me to the original tweet that was replied to. So we're gonna go here below the profile header component, and then we're gonna render a div that's going to contain all of these items. Okay, but do we have these tabs right now? No, we don't. So we have to open our terminal, cd to our app, and then say npx shed cn at latest add tabs, and press enter. And then we're gonna need to import all of these tabs. So here we're gonna say import tabs, tabs list, tabs trigger, tabs content from components UI tabs. Of course, this has been added to our directory tree using shadcn. So here, these tabs is gonna render a tab list, which is gonna loop or map on the profile tabs. Remember the profile tabs here in the constants index.js file. We had here profile tabs. We only have tweets and replies. And also here for the groups, we have tweets and members for the group tabs. So here we're gonna import the profile tabs from constants. And here this is the tabs trigger that actually going to trigger the tweets or the replies whenever I click on them. It's gonna render an image here indicating the tweets icon, and here the replies icon. So it's gonna render image and then the word tweets, which is the label, and then it's gonna render the length of the tweets and here the length of the replies. So here, as we said, we're gonna render an image coming from next image, and here we're gonna say that the source is gonna be the tab.icon, which is this icon, the reply.svg icon, and here tab.label, which is in that case going to be tweet, and here replies, and width and height, and the class name is gonna be object contain. And here we are rendering a paragraph displaying the tab.label, but it's gonna be hidden on small devices. Let me show you. Here, I'm gonna zoom in. See, when I zoomed in, the tweets label, the tweets text here and the replies text here has disappeared. we can see only the icon and the length of the tweets or the replies. And here also we are getting the length from the user info.tweets.length. And here we're gonna do the same for the replies. So again, here we are looping or mapping on the profiles tab, which are actually just 2 items, and rendering a tabs trigger for each one. And here we're gonna start rendering the tabs content, which is actually going to display the tweets and the replies. And we're gonna create a tweets tab and a replies tab for these purpose. So we're gonna do that in the next lecture. Now let's just push the changes to GitHub. Here in the commit message, we're gonna say completing profile home page, then git push. That's it. I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Bye bye. And now let's create the tweets tab component. Let's go to shared components and create a new file named tweetstab.tsx. And here we're gonna say const tweets tab equal to an asynchronous functional component, which is gonna take all of these props of type props. So let's define the props interface, which is gonna take current user ID of type string, account ID of type string, account type of type string, and a user object that contains ID of type string. And here, of course, we're gonna export default the tweets tab. And then here we're gonna grab the user info using the fetch user action. Let's import it. And then here we're gonna say let result. We're gonna define a new variable named result. And that result variable has to be of type result. So we're gonna need to define another interface named result, which is gonna look like that. It has to has a name, image, ID, all of type strings. It will have a tweets object. And by the way, this is an array of tweets, okay? So it's an array of objects of tweets. Each tweet is gonna have ID, text, parent ID, which could be null. It's gonna have an author. It's gonna have a group, which also could be null, created at children, and the children are going to be array of objects, retweet of, and that retweet of is gonna be a reference to a tweet. So basically it's gonna have the same properties, and the retweet of could be null. And also we're gonna have number of likes on that tweet. And then here, since we are taking the account type, we're gonna specify if the account type is equal to group, we're gonna fetch the group posts or the group tweets in order to render them. As I told you before, we could be showing or displaying a group profile. Otherwise, this means that the account type is a user account or a user account type. So in that case, we're gonna fetch the user tweets or the user posts. But actually, we didn't define these actions yet. So we're gonna do that in the next lecture. See you then. Have a great day and bye bye. Alright, now let's define this function fetch group posts. It's gonna be a group action. So let's just go to the group actions, yeah. And then we're gonna define this function export const fetch group posts, which is gonna be an asynchronous function taking the ID as a string, then connect to the database, and then we're gonna get the group posts. First of all, we're gonna get the group by ID, then populate from that group. We already explained what is populate before, right? So we're gonna populate the tweets from that group, and then sort it based on the created at field in descending order. And then we're gonna populate the author from model user, selecting name, image, and ID only. So this populates the author field of each tweet. And if that tweet is a retweet of, if it's a retweet of another tweet, also populate the author and its data. And if it has comments, populate the children. And for each child, populate its author and select only the image ID. And finally, we're gonna return the group posts. And now let's push the changes to GitHub, creating the fetch group posts action, and then git push. In the next lecture, we're gonna define this function, then we're gonna import both of them. So, see you then, and bye-bye. And now we're gonna create the fetch user posts function. And since this is a user action, so we're gonna go to user actions file and then create this function. This function looks pretty much like the fetch group posts function. It's gonna be an asynchronous function taking the user ID as a string. Of course, it's gonna connect to database. It's gonna get all the tweets by finding first the user by user ID, then populating his tweets, sorting the tweets in descending order by created at, and if the tweet belongs to a group, we're gonna populate it. But let's import the group model, selecting the name ID, image, and underscore ID. And also if it's a retweet of another tweet, we're gonna populate its author. And if it has comments, we're gonna populate them by saying populate the children, and then for each child, populate its author. And that's it. Now let's go back here and import both of these actions. And now we're gonna push the changes to GitHub. Here we're gonna say creating the fetch user posts action. Then just git push. See you in the next lecture, and bye-bye. And now let's complete the tweets tab component. Here we're gonna return, of course, a React fragment. And inside of that React fragment, we're gonna return a section that has these classes. And then we're gonna map on the result.tweets. Here we already said if the account type is equal to group, assign the result to the return data from fetch group posts. Otherwise, if it's equal to user, get the user posts. So here, the result will contain either the group tweets or the user tweets. And then we're gonna render for each tweet here, we're gonna render a tweet card. We did that before. And since we're gonna need to know if the user is the owner of the tweet or not, and provide the owner property as a prop to the tweet card, we're gonna need to call this function isTweetByUser. So let's import it. And we're gonna give it the user ID and the tweet ID in order to check if the user is the owner of that tweet or not. And here, of course, import the tweet card component. And here we're gonna provide all of these data. And here for the author, we're gonna say if the account type is user, get the author details from the result right away, like name equal result.name, image result.image, and so on, because we are populating the author of the tweet with the result, remember? Otherwise, if the account type is equal to group, get the author details from the tweet. We're gonna say tweet.author.name, and here tweet.author.image, and so on. And here we're gonna do exactly the opposite for the group. If the account type is equal to group, then get the group details right away from the result, like here name equal result.name and so on. And here we're gonna get the group object right away. We're gonna say group equal tweet.group. And those are the rest of the props created at comments, likes, and liked. And that's it. This is that tweet step. So here we can import it. We only have the reply step to define, and we're gonna do that in the next lecture. So let's push the changes to GitHub, and first let's say completing tweets tab, completing tweets tab component, and then git push, and see you in the next lecture. Bye bye. Now let's create the replies tab. We're gonna go to components, shared components, and create a new file named replies tab.tsx. And you know the drill. It's gonna be exactly the same like the tweets tab, but it's just gonna display the replies of the user. So here, this is the props interface, this is the result interface, and here we're gonna fetch the user replies. Let's define this action. Let's go to user actions and create the fetch user replies function. It's exactly the same. It's gonna take the user ID, get the replies by getting the user, then populating his replies. And for each reply, we're gonna populate the group and the children. And for each child, we're gonna populate its author. And here we imported this function. And here also we're gonna map on the replies. Then for each reply, we're gonna check if this is the owner of the reply. And here we're gonna get the parent tweet ID since this is a reply. And we are specifying here that it could be a string or null. And then we're gonna assign the reply to parent ID to that parent ID or parent tweet ID. Then we're gonna render also a tweet card for each reply. But here, since this is a reply, we're gonna add a link that contains a button saying see original tweet, as I showed you before, in case the user wants to see the original tweet. Now let's import that component and let's check our code. Okay, great. As you can see here, they have been added. The tweets tab of this profile, Programming Fluency, they don't have any reply. Let me check my own profile. I have 4 tweets and I don't have a reply yet. And by the way, we're not gonna be able to see this feature until we actually develop it. If I click on the reply page, it's gonna tell me this page not found. So let's go ahead and continue, and we're gonna develop this feature in the upcoming lectures. So here we're gonna say git add all, git commit, and we're gonna say completing profile tabs, let's say tabs, and then git push. And that's it. I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Bye bye. Hey guys, welcome back. We are getting closer to the end. I hope you're not bored by now. In this lecture, we're gonna create the profile editing page. So we're gonna go to Profile, edit, and then create the page.tsx file. And this file is gonna look pretty much like the onboarding page. If we go to the edit profile page, we can see here that it looks exactly like the onboarding page. This means that we're going to copy and paste all of the code from the onboarding page. As you can see here, we're also taking the user information, creating a user data object from the user info, then rendering the user profile from clerk and the account info component. Let's take a look here. We're gonna go to the edit profile page. And as you can see, this is our project and we have our edit profile page. Of course, here we're just gonna write edit profile instead of onboarding. And in here, I can update my profile. Let's say update username. I'm gonna add extra Y's here, click save. Now, if I go to profile, reload, as you can see, it has been updated. And that's it. See you in the next lecture and bye bye. Hey everyone, now let's create the page where we're gonna display the groups in. So go to root, create a new folder, name it groups, and inside of it create a page file, page.tsx, and then we're gonna create the page, export it, and here get the user information, and if the user is not onboarded, redirect him to the onboarding page. But let's import all of that. And then we're gonna fetch all the groups in order to render them in this page. We're gonna get this action from the group action and save the result in a reference named result. And then we're gonna return a section and check if the groups.length or result.groups.length equal to 0, display a message saying no groups yet. Otherwise, map on the result.groups, and for each group, render a group card. Let's import it. And now let's check the groups page. As you can see, we have only one group here and it's displayed in the groups page. Now the next step is that when I click on that button, the view button, I want to be redirected to a page that's going to display or render the single group. So we're gonna need to create a page for that as it doesn't exist for now. And we're gonna do exactly that in the next lecture. But now let's push the changes and here say creating groups page and then git push. See you in the next lecture and bye bye. And now let's create the single group page. We're gonna go to groups, add a new folder, and we're gonna add ID between square brackets like that. And then inside of it, create a new file, page.tsx. And then let's create the page, export it, and then get the user details from clerk. And then we're gonna need to get the group details from our database in order to be able to render them, right? So we're gonna say const group details await fetch group details with the params ID, which is the group ID. Of course, we're gonna take the ID dynamically from the route parameters. And we didn't define this function yet, so let's go ahead in the next lecture and do that. Open your terminal and add all. And here we're gonna say creating single group page and then git push. See you in the next lecture and bye bye. And now let's create this function. The fetch group details function. It's gonna be a group action. So let's go to group actions. And here we're gonna say export const fetch group details, which is gonna be equal to an asynchronous function, taking the ID as a string, connecting to the database, then getting the group details by finding that group by ID, then populating its details. We're gonna get created by who, and then also we're gonna populate the members of that group, selecting name, username, image, underscore ID, and ID. Of course, that ID is the ID coming from clerk, and this is the MongoDB ID. And then we're gonna return the group details. And that's it. Now let's push that to GitHub, git add all, git commit message creating fetch group details action, and then git push. And finally, we're gonna complete that page in the next lecture. Just let's import it for now. Let's import this function. And we're gonna complete it in the next lecture. So, see you then. Have a great day and bye-bye. And now let's complete the group's single page so that when I click on view group, I can see that view, the group tweets and group members. And as you can see, it looks pretty much like the profile page. So here simply we're gonna say return a section that contains the profile header, but here remember we had a type property inside of that component. We want to know which type of profile header we are rendering. In that case, the type is going to be group. And of course, we're going to provide all the group details to that component as props. And here we're going to render the tabs exactly as we did before. So let's go here to the profile page. And let's copy these imports, go back here, and paste them here. So here basically we're gonna render tabs list, and inside of the list we're gonna map on the group tabs coming from constants index.js, then render an image for each group, and a paragraph rendering the label that's going to be hidden on small screens as we saw before. Then here of course rendering the length of the tweets, and here the length of the members. And then we're gonna render a tab's content, which is gonna render a tweets tab. We're gonna import the tweets tab, and here of course the account type is gonna be group. And then in the members we're gonna render the user card, just to show the users or the user members of that group. Now we can see a group single page, the tweets of that page and its members like that. And I can view that member, then view his page, and so on. And we are getting closer and closer to the end. But here just say git add all, git commit, completing the group single page, and finally git push. See you in the next lecture, and bye bye. And now we want to be able to reply to any tweet. Like here, for example, if I want to reply to this guy's tweet, I want to click here on that icon, and then I'm gonna redirect it to the tweet page. Then I can add a comment. He's saying that if compound interest is the 8th wonder of the world, then a good book is the 9th. I'm gonna tell him, you are absolutely right. And then click reply. And after that, I want the view, the page, to re-render and show my comment. Let's go ahead and develop this exciting feature. First of all, we're gonna go to the root directory and create a new folder inside of it and name it tweet. And then inside of that tweet, we're gonna create another folder named ID between square brackets, as we're gonna take it dynamically. And then create the page.tsx file. And then let's create that page. Here we're also gonna take the tweet ID from the params of the page, and then get the user, import the current user, the fetch user to get the user info, and if the user is not onboarded, redirect him to the onboarding page. And then we're gonna fetch the tweet, we're gonna get the tweet in order to display it on that page. And in the next lecture, we're gonna define this action, fetch tweet by ID. So for now, let's push the changes to GitHub, git add all, and then let's say creating the tweet reply feature, or at least start creating it, and then git push. See you in the next lecture, and bye bye. And now let's create the fetch tweet by ID function. We're gonna go to tweet actions, and then we're gonna create this function, fetch tweet by ID. It's an asynchronous function that's going to take an ID as a string, and then get the tweet by ID, populate its author, selecting his ID name and image, then populating the children in case the tweet has replies or comments, and for each child, we're gonna populate its author, and also if that child, if that reply has a comment on it, we're gonna get that comments by saying populate children, and also for each child populate its author, and so on. It's something like a recursive function or something like that. Then if it is a retweet of another tweet, get that tweet populated and also get its author, and finally populate its group if that tweet belongs to a group, and then execute that query. And finally return the tweet. So we're gonna return the tweet here, Let's import this function, and in the next lecture we're gonna continue. But now let's push the changes to GitHub, git add all, and let's see creating the fetch tweet by ID action, and finally git push. And I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Bye bye. And now let's go back to the tweet page and start creating the template. And first of all, I want to cover the edge case where the tweet doesn't exist. Let me show you how. Let's say here that I copied that tweet link, okay? Then I deleted that tweet. So right now the tweet doesn't exist. Let's say that someone has shared the link for that tweet with somebody else, but the owner of the tweet has deleted that tweet. And then that other person opens his browser, puts the link in the browser tab like that, and press enter. What are we going to do in that case? Simply, we're gonna display that view for him, saying sorry, tweet doesn't exist anymore, and we're gonna show some funny icon like that. So here all we're gonna do is say if the tweet doesn't exist, return that div that contains an h1 element saying sorry tweet doesn't exist and an image showing that icon. You're gonna find it in the assets folder. It's called whoops.svg. Now let's just import the image. So this will happen if there is no tweet. Otherwise, if there is a tweet, also we're gonna check is this is the owner of the tweet by saying const is owner await is tweet by user. Let's import it. And then we're gonna show the tweet card as usual. And also let's import it. And then here we wanna display a comment form. Remember this one. If you go to the tweet page, this is here the form that I'm talking about. We're gonna create a separate component for it. So we're gonna create that component later. And here we want to display the comments. And the comments, as you already know by now, are tweets. So we're gonna do the same but on the tweet.children, which are the comments. So we're gonna map on each child. Check also if the comment is owned by the user, and then render a tweet card. So the only thing left here is to write this component, which we are going to do in the next lecture. So let's just here add the changes. Let's say completing the single tweet page and then give push. And I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Bye bye. And now let's create that component, the comment component. We're gonna go to components, and then since this is a form, we're gonna create a new file and name it comment.tsx. It's gonna be a client component, and that component is gonna take props, and the props interface is gonna look like that. It's gonna take tweet ID of type string, and then the image of the user viewing the page, and also current user ID. And then we're gonna create the component and export it. Of course, it's gonna take all of these props of type props, and then here we're gonna create the path name reference using the use path name from Next.js. navigation. And then we're gonna create a form as we did before, which is gonna be equal to use form coming from React hook. And then here we're gonna say import all from Zod as Z, and it's gonna be of type comment validation. Let's create that comment validation. Let's go to the validations folder and create a new validation for the comment. We're gonna say comment.ts, and here simply we're gonna export const the comment validation, which is gonna be equal to z.object, and then we're gonna create the validation. The tweet has to be a string, minimum of 3 characters, and in case the user did input lower than 3 characters, we're gonna show him this message. We're just gonna need to copy that from here and paste it here. And now let's import the comment validation. And then here we're gonna say resolver equal Zod resolver using the comment validation. So let's import the Zod resolver. And then here we're gonna return our form as we did before. Of course, we need to import all of that. So import the form field, the item, the label, and the control. And also here import the input. So here we're showing a form that consists of the user image here, and then an input, and then a button. Very simple form. So here we're rendering the image, which is gonna render the current user image, and then an input field, and finally a button saying reply. Now finally we're gonna import this comment from the components, and the only thing left here is to define the onSubmit function. So let's go ahead and do it. We're gonna say onSubmit function is gonna take the values, which is of type z.infer, type of comment validation, and then we're gonna use a function that we're gonna define in the next lecture named add comment to tweet, and then we're gonna reset the form. And now let's go ahead and define this function in the next lecture. And here I'm just gonna add the changes, creating the comment component, and then git push. And I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Bye bye. And now let's define this function, add comment to tweet. We're gonna go to tweet actions file, and then we're gonna create this action. It's gonna be an asynchronous function, taking the tweet ID of type string, and of course the comment text of type string, user ID, in order to know which user did create that comment, and also it's gonna be of type string, and then the path of type string. It's gonna connect to database, then it's gonna find the original tweet in order to add the comment to it, and also it's gonna find it by ID. If it doesn't exist, we're gonna throw an error, and here we're gonna say const comment tweet equal to a new tweet. As we said, a comment is a tweet. Its text is gonna be the comment text, author is gonna be user ID, and parent ID is gonna be the tweet ID. We're gonna add this comment to that tweet ID. So we're gonna give it a parent ID equal to that tweet ID. And then we're gonna say const saved comment tweet equals to comment tweet.save. And then we're gonna update the user replies by saying find the user by ID and also update it. And then we're gonna give it the user ID and push to the replies section the saved comment tweet dot underscore ID. And then finally, we're gonna add that comment tweet or that reply to the original tweet children, which are the replies on that tweet. And finally, we're gonna save that tweet to our database and then refresh the page. Now let's go back here to the comment component and import this action. Now let's go ahead and try to add a comment. Here I'm gonna reply to that tweet saying good morning and then click on reply. As you can see, the feature is working. And this is really great. So now let's add the changes to GitHub. We're gonna say git add all, and the commit is gonna be creating the add comments to tweet action. Then git push, and I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Bye bye. A social media app without notifications is like a conversation where you never know when someone replies. Notifications are a crucial feature that keeps users engaged and informed about what's happening within the app. Whether it's a new like, comment, follower, or even message, they act as real-time updates that help users stay connected. And this is why we are gonna develop our notifications feature. Let's go to the root directory, and inside of it let's create a new folder named notifications, and inside that notifications we're gonna create a new file which is the page.tsx file. And then let's create the page and export it and return a React fragment. And here we're gonna do the usual stuff, which is getting the user from current user, then fetching user info, and redirect to onboarding if the user is not onboarded. And then we wanna know the kind of activity that we wanna display on the screen, and this is why we're gonna use a function or an action named getActivity and save it in a reference named activity. Now let's go ahead and define this function. It's gonna be a user action, and this action is gonna be an asynchronous function taking the user ID as a string, connecting to database. And here, what are we going to do exactly? First of all, we wanna get all the tweets created by the user. And then we wanna get all the replies on that tweet by getting all the child tweet IDs. And finally, we wanna exclude the replies created by the same user. Because let's say I commented on my own tweet, I don't wanna show a notification on myself that I commented on my own tweet. But if somebody else commented on my tweet or replied to my tweet, I want to show a notification that that person did leave a reply or a comment on my tweet. So here we're gonna get all the tweets by user ID. Very simple. And here we're gonna use the reduce function. First of all, we're gonna loop on the array of user tweets and collects all the children or the replies of that tweet. And here the accumulator is something we usually use in any reduce function. This is a built-in function in JavaScript, okay? This is going to start an empty array, okay? This accumulator is gonna be an empty array at the beginning. And here, basically, we're getting all the children of that user tweet and concatenating it to that accumulator, which is gonna return all the children or the replies children. And here, as we said, we're gonna exclude the replies created by the same user, and we're gonna use that line of code to do that. Here we're gonna exclude tweets authored by the user himself. Okay? That $NE means not equal. So here we're gonna get all authors not equal to user ID. And finally at the end, we're gonna return the replies. And here, let's go back and import this getActivity function. And here let's return a template saying that if the activity.length bigger than 0, we're gonna render all of these stuff. And if it's equal to 0, we're gonna say no notifications yet. Let's go back here. And here we're gonna map on each activity and display a link. That link is gonna go to /tweet/activity.parentID, which is gonna link the user to the tweet that has received a reply. And here we're gonna render a card that has the class name notification card, which is gonna render the image of the user who made the reply. And then we're gonna render a span displaying his name and then saying replied to your tweet. And that span is gonna have this color. So the name is gonna be colored with this color. And yeah, that's it. Now let's check it out. Here I replied on that tweet. So let's open that account. Okay, now if I go to notifications, as you can see here, I got Noor Fakhri replied to your tweet. And that's it for this feature. And I'm gonna see you in our final feature, which is the search feature. So see you later and have a great day. Bye bye. Hey guys, in the search feature, what we basically want to do is that we want to get all the users and groups and then filter them based on the user query, based on the user search query. So first of all, we're gonna create here in the root directory, we're gonna create a new folder named search, and we're gonna create a page inside of it named page.tsx. And then we're gonna create the page and say take the search params from the route params, and then export the page, and then also get all the user information. And then here we're gonna fetch users and save it in result. You can say user result. And here also we're gonna get all the groups and save it in the group results. So let's import these functions. And here, of course, we're gonna take the user ID from the user.id and the search string from searchparams.q. In the next lecture, when we define the search bar component, let's take a quick look here. You're gonna see that we're gonna say that if there is a search, I want to push the user to that route, which is route type, question mark, and q equal to search. We're gonna explain it in detail in the next lecture, but all you need to know here is that we're gonna take that q. We're gonna say searchparams.q. Everything that comes after the question mark is gonna be saved in search params. So here when we say searchparams.q, we're accessing that q, which is gonna be the search value, okay? As I told you, we're gonna explain the search bar more in the next lecture. And then get the page number from searchparams.page. And as we did before, if there is a page, convert it to a number using that plus operator or unary operator. Otherwise, default to 1 or make the page number equals to 1. Page size equal to 25. So get me 25 results. And we're gonna do the same for the group results. In the next lecture, we're gonna create a search bar component because, of course, the user is gonna need a search bar in order to input his search query. So for now, open the terminal, git add all, and type in the commit message creating the search feature, and just git push. And that's it. I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Bye bye. And now let's go ahead and create the search bar component. Go to shared components and create a new file named searchbar.tsx. It's gonna be a client component. And then define the props, which is gonna take a route type of type string. Of course, we're gonna need a route type because we might be displaying that search bar in different routes. In this project, we're gonna only display it in the search route, but we want to make that project as scalable as possible. So let's say in the future, you wanna display that search bar in a different route, so you can simply use this component and tell it that the route type is user's route, for example, if you wanna create a search bar inside of the user's page. And then we're gonna create the component. It's gonna take a route type of type props and then export default the search bar. And then here we're gonna create a router reference using the use router. And here we're creating a state for the search. Let's import that from React. And then we're gonna create a special use effect function. I created that using ChatGPT. Basically, it's gonna query after 0.3 seconds of no input, or 300 milliseconds. So if there is no input for 0.3 seconds, we're gonna execute the query. Let's import this first. Here, basically, we're gonna use a set timeout function. This is built in JavaScript. And we're gonna say if there is a search push to the route type, then question mark, meaning query, u equals to the search. And here, this array in use effect means that the use effect hook is gonna be triggered every time the search or route type changes. Okay, this is something in React. The use effect hook in React is gonna be triggered whenever anything inside of this array changes. And here simply we're gonna return a search icon in a next image, and next to it we're gonna return an input element from chatcn, and we're gonna use the onChange event to set the search to e.targetedValue, meaning that whenever the user is gonna type something in that search input, we're gonna set the search state to whatever the user did input. And here, of course, we're gonna type in the placeholder search users and groups, and we're gonna give it that class name. And finally here, we're gonna need to return to the search page and return all of these stuff. Here, we're gonna display the search bar here, and we're gonna type route type equal to search. And here, based on the result, if there is no users, we're gonna say no user results. And if there are results, we're gonna display a user card for each person, exactly like we did before. And here we're gonna do the same for the groups. And here, of course, we're gonna show the pagination component in order to be able to navigate between pages. And now let's check this feature. Here I have everything. I have all the users and groups. Let me search for Elon Musk. As you can see, it's filtering the results. And let's search for Next.js. Also, it's getting me the results. And this is the pagination component. And now we are done with our project. But let's push the changes to GitHub one last time. Git add all. Let's say here finishing the search feature, and then git push. Let's go to Vercel, check our project, deployments, and now it's ready. Let's check our project one final time, and this is our project deployed online. Now you can give that link to potential employers, put it on your resume, on your portfolio, show it to your friends and family, and show them how awesome you are as a web developer. I hope you enjoyed that course and building this project, and I hope I can see you later in future projects or courses. See you later, have a great day and life, and bye bye.